our own intro. We could like sing an intro.
That's kind of the intro, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Good morning, America.
Yeah,
That's good morning.
And whack.
Chip and whack. What? I don't count him as America.
He's
I thought you
American.
were-
The
I
other
didn't know
one.
where-
The other
Where's
one's
the other
not.
one? Who's the other
Where
one?
do you think? What do I sound like? I'm
You
in
sound like this
Indiana.
weird, you sound like this weird undefined area between Canada and America.
Mhm.
Like it's not there, but you're there somehow.
Somehow.
No, that's where Chip lives.
Hey.
Chip lives on the grid. If you ever seen Tron, that's where Chip's at.
Yeah.
I thought
He's
man's
in
like lived
charge
on
of-
Tatooine. I thought he lived like Rancho Jabba's palace or some shit across the sea.
Chip actually controls the internet. That's what he does for a living.
It does not.
Yeah.
Look at Jim. What's going on, sir?
So as of today, watch Tyler. He can make things happen on the channel.
Oh, what's up?
Look
Hi,
at
Jim.
Tyler go. Do your job, Dan.
Hit some buttons. See, Tyler is bringing up comments now. So if I have to take the kids to school, if I have to run to Arby's, as Chip says it. Oh, there goes Chip.
That's pretty cool, though.
Here comes
Wow.
Chip.
I
now-
can do that now.
Yeah, I don't like this.
So now, because as people know, a lot of times on
Swap us out,
Friday,
Mark.
I just run this stream, and I still have life going on, you know.
Yeah.
But thanks to Chip Gettler and Chip Gettler alone,
No.
because he was so fed up with my BS on Fridays,
Yep.
he updated StreamYard to have a new feature called what is it called, Chip?
members
Teams.
or
When
teams,
Mark's away,
members of teams.
everybody
Yeah.
take over the chat.
Yeah.
Every-
Chip
Tyler
called
controls-
Chip called the internet and solved everyone's problems.
No.
Yeah. So now, if you have co-hosts, if you have people on without giving, you can actually include them into like an admin feature on StreamYard where they have the ability to highlight comments, mute people, bring in and out guests. They can see who's backstage if someone comes in and is waiting. So it's pretty cool. Thank you,
I
Chip.
didn't make that with Bryce.
It wasn't me.
Bryce-
Trust
A
me.
little late, Chip, but it's still.
Hey.
I'm glad you finally figured it out.
But, you know, whatever.
Writing code takes a minute, right?
So it's like giving somebody like a wrench to the stream, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, you can wrench people in StreamYard now, basically.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, only up to 2 people without paying. I think
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Chip would
You're
know.
giving it to
I'm not the
Tyler.
one, though.
You're giving it to Daddy Wacka.
Yeah, to me,
Yeah.
the most
Okay.
trusted man in the community.
How ironic does that seem? So, real quick, I do want to ask because Tyler, dude, he was all excited last night. He was super giddy, and he was talking about this Disney Plus day that is today.
I
Started
don't know if I
at
was giddy.
his giddiness knows no bounds, and I'm glad that I was asleep for when all this dropped. I can't even imagine the embarrassment that would have ensued if you could see his excitement. But he said he was going to wear his Depends to work just in case, because when 3 a.m. hit and all these releases dropped, he didn't know how he would handle it. But
Oh my gosh.
I
Well, what
watched. I watched. It's Disney Plus Day, so it's
Okay.
like the 2nd anniversary of Disney Plus or something.
Okay.
Maybe
does
3rd.
that
I don't
mean
know.
I have to renew my membership?
Yes,
Yeah.
if you got it day 1.
So that's what Disney's doing. They're slick celebrating for themselves. This is like this is
Yeah,
a Disney
everyone paid
celebration of
$70 a
getting
year.
huge paychecks on this day. They pretend like it's for us by saying we're going to give you the movies that have already been out. Go you! But really, they're like, ha ha ha! These fools, we got them.
Yeah,
But
big
Shane-
payday for us. Let's celebrate.
Exactly, exactly.
High
Like-
fives all around. You did it, guys.
This is bonus day at Disney, probably. Like they did at Disney Plus, which has been available on in theaters. Obviously, Jungle Cruise hit Disney Plus, which fell under their Premier Access time era. So my household has had Jungle Cruise because we bought that one on digital through Disney Plus, which it's a fun movie. It really is, especially if you're watching it with your family. It's a blast. My dude Finn loves it. Like if you say Jungle Cruise, he just starts babbling about Frank, which is The Rock's character, and explaining the whole movie to you. But besides those 2 big movies hitting today, Tyler can give you the list of other stuff as he's giddy.
It's basically a lot of shorts, like the movie Luca that got a short. I did watch that. It was pretty uneventful, and there was like a 20-minute Boba Fett thing
Ooh.
where they just like talk about Boba Fett, and I think it should have been like an hour and a half long. It was good, But man, I would have loved to like deep dive more into it.
If you have any questions about the FET, you can also direct them toward the internet. I mean, Chip.
Yeah.
I can Google with the best of them.
Yeah. So, good morning, Ruben, up in the chat. We got Del
Hey,
Vince up in here. The channel member is rolling in strong. Whack Comics is up in here. What is going on, Lee? We got a $4.99 super chat from Flo. Always appreciated. Happy Disney Plus Day to you and Tyler as well.
$2.50 goes to Tyler.
Yeah. The Simpsons short for Disney Day was the worst. It was okay all the way up until Lisa singing about how much she loves Disney Plus. Made me want to vomit. I'm telling you, this is Disney Plus Day for Disney.
Can we watch that and like
Disney,
live
bro.
react to that garbage? That has to be so bad.
I haven't seen any of that.
I'm not watching it.
Just like
I'm
not on my
I'm not
channel.
boycotting
definitely
or
watching
anything,
it
but I
now.
just
Hello, Tyler. You could take over. You could do this.
I still
Oh,
need to
yeah,
watch
that's
Young
true.
Justice from the other day, so
Throw
I
up
think
your own
that's going to
video.
take up a good chunk of my Friday.
All right. Chip's already throwing bad ideas out there.
Hey,
It's crazy.
I was never a real big Simpsons fan. Like it was on when I was a kid, obviously, and it was on when I was really little, like when the colorful characters and everything were appealing, and my mom's like, "No, y'all can't watch that," because she didn't really like the example that was being set by the way like Bart talked to his parents and all that, how he was the rebellious kid or whatever. And this is when I was like really young. So by the time that I actually cared to want to be rebellious or watch something or anything,
Damian Wayne was around.
no, hell no, he wasn't. Not at all. I was growing up when he showed up, but South Park was around.
Grown up.
Yeah, I was like 20 something. Yeah. Batman 666. What year was that? What year did Damien come out?
2004, 5.
So I was like 18. So I wasn't quite 20 something.
Yeah. I was gonna say you're not that old.
I'm 34.
Yeah. Jim, on the other hand, I would be like, like you had Jason Todd and all that shit.
Chip's way older than Jim.
No. I am the senior ranking member here for sure.
You think so?
No.
Jim prefers Jim's wording on that.
5'4", baby.
You are.
5'4".
Oh, really?
You are the
Wow.
senior ranking.
Yeah.
Good morning, Pops.
I got to be close up there with Pops, for crying out loud.
Jim was almost the new 52.
Yeah.
Now he's just in rebirth. Sorry, Jim.
No, that's okay.
Good morning, bottom tier collector. Good morning, Jim.
I'm saying good morning.
Family Guy,
Pops.
South Park was
Man.
more my time. Yeah, I think South Park came out when I was in 3rd grade or something like that.
I turned 30 in less than a month.
Hey, can we mute him?
Dude,
Where's the Tyler side?
So we're like the same, Jim. We're the same.
We're the same. Yes, absolutely. Because I have a 30-year-old soul.
there you go.
Wish I had a soul.
See, I have no work today because I have to use those days, but I'm kind of on work because the wife has gone away to spend all the money for the weekend. This is her yearly pilgrimage with her girls to go and shop for future Christmas stuff, and so I got the 1,000-year-old dog to take care of and the brand new cat.
It's all right, Jim. If you need a son, you live like what, 40 minutes away?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting kind of in the mindset and everything lined up for what do you call it? Christmas as well. So January 1st of 2007 was Batman 666. Good God.
You guys getting ready for Christmas already?
Jim, when's your
Hanukkah
birthday?
comes before-
July the
Oh,
20th.
yeah.
I'm still the oldest. Yes.
Oh, damn.
I got you, but I'm on the 4th. Yep, July 4th.
So you guys are
Goodness
born the same
me.
year?
Yeah, 67.
67.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Pops has got a decade on you even.
You know, it's pop.
He's
He's,
a,
Okay.
a young,
So
he's a
you know,
young
He's
Except
Obi-Wan, and I'm
Yeah.
It's old Ben Kenobi.
Good morning, Hidden Jim. How are you doing today,
What's up,
Parker?
man?
Pocan Joe is up in the chat. How's it going?
That's
Joe,
the old motherfucker.
as always, Joe, you have the link.
You got the power.
Did you see Small Town's interview with Joe? That was really good. I watched it last night.
Dude, I have not had a chance to watch it. Normally, I watch the 10 questions on Thursdays while I'm working and grooming, but my help called out on me yesterday. So what's normally like a 6,000 to 8,000 step day turned into an 18,000 step day before I went to bed.
Wow.
It was excessive, but it's one of those things. Like at the end of the day, you're like, man, that felt good to see that I still got it, kind of thing. And then when you lay down, you're like, oh, I don't have it anymore because you don't. Then because at some point in the day, your feet stop hurting and start tingling, and you're like, oh, I'm fine, I'm doing good, I've got all the stamina. But no, you're beyond pain.
Right.
So all of that, when you calm down, it comes back. Like the tingling goes away and the pain sets in. And I had like a
Mark,
mild
you're not
limp.
that old.
Dude, I had like a mild limp at the end of the day, like from where my my knee was just worn out. It was 11 hours straight of nonstop running, wrestling with dogs, haircutting, bathing. It was tiring. Like I don't
See,
care
that's
how
something I
young you
can't
are.
do.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't care how young you are going that long nonstop. It wore me the hell out. Like I remember when I started this job, like during Masters Week, I went 10 days straight doing 11-hour days. And there was breaks in it, but still that was a long run and I was exhausted at the end of it all. But I don't think I could pull that off now. It just wears on you quick.
The proper foot care can help with that.
Yeah, I agree full-heartedly. My shoes right now are something that my daughter got for me for Christmas, and they're like real flat on the bottom now from where it's beyond time to get these shoes, but I'm stubborn. Yeah. Shoes cost money and comics cost money and priorities come into play.
Yeah, and comics
the
always
reason why I said that is I swear I thought you were going to say flip-flops for life. Flip-flops for life. Yeah. And I was like, he does not wear flip-flops at work.
No. Now when I go in on like call days I'm called in, or if I go in to cover for someone, I do.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not working, the shift is stacked and has a couple other helpers already there. If I'm working, I have like maybe one person with me if we're that busy that I need it. So if I'm going in there just to cover, just to be present, to answer phones and meander around and just make sure everyone doesn't have questions, I'll wear my flip-flops. Mm-hmm. But I'm not wrestling with dogs and opening and closing gates, and like that's so hazardous.
Yeah. When I worked at the Toys R Us warehouse, man, if you didn't have good shoes, your knees were just going to get crushed because it was all concrete.
That's how it is where I'm at. It's concrete, regular. Well, there's concrete, grass, kind of regular, just like bare ground in a lot of spots, and then gravel, like small crush and run.
Right. There was just no give in it, and you had to wear good shoes or you were going to feel it for days.
Mm-hmm. So, and that crush and run's probably the worst because you step and shift. And shift.
Absolutely. Yeah, I really liked Joe's interview. There's some things I learned there I did not know about him, so that's good.
And the best part is, like, I haven't watched yet, but hearing that and still knowing there's so much more to that man that none of us know yet.
He has a lot of layers. He's a big onion. You got to peel him back a little at a time.
Yeah. Well, real quick, because we don't have Brandon for long because he does have to work today, I do want to just ask everybody, what's been your read of the week so far?
I've read 3 books this week. I've read Wonder Woman and I've read my X-Men books.
You pull Wonder Woman regularly?
Yeah.
See, that's a title that I don't know why I don't really keep up with. I know like she's kind of still like
she's back.
Away from did she come back?
Yeah, she came back last issue. But
okay. I haven't seen her in anything else yet where she popped up. I know she has that.
That's my alarm that I'm supposed to get up in time for.
Oh no. Well, you did it. You're already ahead of the day.
Exactly. Well, I couldn't. I could not. I got like no sleep last night. It was not happening.
So Stephanie Phillips is writing that upcoming mini-series where it's gonna, what is it, Wonder Woman Evolution?
I don't know. That's the only one I'm not reading. I'm reading the Becky Cloonan and Conrad.
Got you.
The main story.
So after Death Metal, she's kind of been absent from the main events of the universe and off somewhere where I don't even know doing whatever it is she's doing. I have no clue what's going on with
Yeah.
Diana.
Her story's been fun. She was on Asgard, so like that was great. And then she like went through time, went back, tried to go back home, didn't work. Now she is back. So off to it, and then they're building this Wonder Woman event where they're gonna highlight like all the different like Wonder Woman characters.
Yeah, they're going to celebrate her anniversary for 1 year solid.
Wow.
They're gonna celebrate. Well, what they're doing is they're celebrating. Okay, we actually have Wonder Woman books that sell for once, so that's really what it is. But you know, I'm here to encourage that because that's something that DC should have done a while ago, right? You have events for Superman, events for Batman. You never really get it for Wonder Woman.
Well, you hit it though because they don't really sell.
Well, that's because
there was a time when Wonder Woman sold, like in the 80s. Perez was on her, yeah.
Perez, sorry, Jim Shooter. But yeah, Perez sold that book, and then Rucka did a little bit. Yo, what's up, Turbo?
And I think in like the mid-early 2000s, it sold for like a very brief time when the whole Maxwell Lord thing was going on, because that's when Wonder Woman kind of shifted into that, like they leaned into the warrior aspect and let her spin his head around backwards. And that was a huge event in that Sacrifice crossover event. That was kind of a lead into Infinite Crisis.
Right. I feel like if we buy books like Wonder Woman, like that event, it'll encourage them to do like more things with their characters that aren't such Batman and Superman related. So
yeah,
I'm with it. I think that's what DC needs to do.
I do my part to buy books like Human Target and Rorschach and anything that Tom King does, like Supergirl, because I enjoy those stories a lot better.
Yeah,
I love Human Target characters and just that first issue was wicked. That was really cool. It set up an awesome whodunit vibe.
I love Human Target. That was probably my read of the week last week.
What was the other one? Did you read Newburn that came out from Image Comics? Chip Zdarsky wrote it.
I did.
It was kind of like the same vibe, but take out the superheroes and insert the mob.
I like Tom King's writing better. Tom King is it's probably the only writer that will talk about real shit in his books and use that to elevate other character statuses. I have a lot of respect for Tom. I think he is one of the most, and I was saying this in Justin's chat yesterday during his premiere, that Tom King is one of the most gifted writers, like narratively, that we have in today's industry. But no one will give him that credit because he has the balls to do something different.
Yeah, well, what like people stigmatize him with like, oh, he's going to get a character and deconstruct him. He's going to deconstruct
him. They need it sometimes.
Yeah, it's not like when you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's doing that as long as it's getting done, because it's not like there's not an overwhelming amount of titles that come out every month. They're an in-depth deconstruction of characters. So if you have at least one character a month getting deconstructed, there's not an oversaturation of it. He just happens to be the guy for the job.
Right.
And all of his books aren't like that. Like Rorschach wasn't a deconstruction book. Supergirl hasn't been.
Oh, Supergirl's been one of my favorite books of the year.
Yeah, that has been a solid book.
I've been really championing that book. I really have. If I were awake more, I would go more into why I've been championing it. But I'm just like, the words are not coming to me this morning.
I don't know if you ever watched True Grit. It was an old John Wayne movie. It even got a remake treatment with Jeff Bridges.
Nope.
But it's literally it really is just True Grit, but like told through a different lens, which makes it even better if like because you really understand like the vibe they're going for. That's why a lot of it, in my opinion, has like this Wild West vibe, because they're falling on the heels of like the universe's worst of the worst. So they're going into a lot of dives and ransacked towns would have been good people, but they're in the aftermath of the rapscallions that came before.
Right.
But yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. The artwork in it is fantastic.
And that's for that's one of my brother's saying he loves is Human Target.
Oh, I just noticed that said John Norris. I saw Jay Norris and my mind just automatically went to Jim. I'm like, why is Jim bouncing on two accounts here? What is going on, John? Yeah, Human Target was awesome.
I did
How
not
about
pick that one up. I picked up the what was it? Crap. The other one that he told me to read.
Must have been
Batman.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
terrible.
memorable.
Dark Knight Steel.
Oh, Dark Knight of Steel was amazing. That was my read of the week last
Yeah.
week.
Yeah, Dark Knight Steel. I
Now
like that one.
the Superman Batman Authority special was a close second. I mean, like
That was
within an inch of each
fantastic.
other. Like that came out of left field. It was good. I like that they kind of bookended the Tales from the Dark Multiverse with this special.
Right.
And
I almost forgot it came out because Phillips sent review PDFs. So we read it for the show 2 weeks ago, and I forgot to reread it for the show.
So the books that like I have early access to, I found out that if I read them when I get them, I completely lose it. So I kind of try to wait till a day or two before to try to dive into them.
Yeah. I have a pretty good recollection of them, but
You lose a lot of the nuance.
yeah.
I do at least, but
Justin, man, I forget a lot of things. Once I read it, then I
Yep.
move on to the next book. What can I
Yep.
say? I'm getting
There's a
old.
lot of books.
The same way,
It's
Jim. I'm
easy-
the
it's
same
easy-
way.
You know, look at
67,
all
baby,
these-
67.
It's like people like, what did you think of this? I was like, I don't know. I'd have to reread it a few seconds just to tell you
Right.
before. And then
Look at all these freaking
it's
books,
in
man.
and out.
I even said that on one of my other videos. I'm like, Mark can just recall that. Brandon's the same way. They just like, yeah, remember so and so back about 5 years ago wrote this and this. I'm like, how do they do that? I cannot recall it like that.
They don't know. They're making it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the secret. No, I think once you for me a big thing is like once you get to an end of a story arc or something and you're able to like look back at the bigger picture, it's just kind of like the lineage of the character, you know.
Yeah.
So it's easier to go back and recall it in clumps, and then by then when you get through a whole story, the moments that are meant to mean something do at that point, and the little things just kind of fall by the wayside, and it's just a lot easier to recall it.
Right.
But in the moment when you burn through, I don't know, when I burn through like 10, 12 books a week,
Yeah.
picking out little nuances isn't always there. And also depends on how my week goes.
Right. I tend to like read when I'm most free, just so I can get the nuance when I'm awake.
Ooh. Boom.
Yo,
What's
what's
up?
up, brothers?
Going on.
Good morning, Coco.
Oh, man. Good morning, man. I'm at the doc's office waiting for him to open this dang door so I can get up in there and give me some medications, man.
Nice.
Look at Daddy Whacker, man. Big Daddy
Daddy's
Whacker,
home.
brother.
Daddy's home.
It's actually Daddy Whacker Plus.
Yeah,
Oh,
because it's Disney Plus Day.
okay. All right. Brandon, what's up, buddy, man? Love all your interviews and stuff. We're going to be on Spine Ticks again soon, man.
Yeah, man. For sure. I don't know when I'm going back to Spine Ticks, but
Okay, you're a busy man. You just keep on plugging along, man.
thank you, brother. A little busy. I've been a little busy lately. Haven't really been able to go on many other people's shows.
Yeah, man. I understand that. Hey,
What are
Mark,
we?
the thing with John Jang was freaking insane, man.
Yeah, that was fun.
Dude, that was so fun. He was such a good sport. And
I didn't talk to John. Who talked to John Jang?
I'm an artist.
No,
man.
I had him pop on to the Big Time Collectibles box battle that we did. Like,
Yeah, he was in the house in his living room. So
He was the unofficial,
Judge.
without warning judge.
yeah,
That's funny.
He popped on. I'm like, I'm glad you're here. You're going to be judging these. He's like, that. Wait, what? It's a lot of pressure. Have him judge his
Surprise.
own work against his friends and colleagues.
yes, sir. Well, look, man, I'm gonna hop off here, brothers. Y'all have a great show. Okay, if I get done in time, I'll jump back on.
All right,
Thank you,
man.
bro.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
All right, bye.
Yeah. That was a good. I liked watching that. That was good.
Yeah, it
John
worked
was
out
like,
good with the timing.
All of you are winners. That's what he should. Like, all of you are winners. There you go.
He's like,
But
but if
see-
we had to go with delivery.
C-list man, he had that was he had firebox in that thing.
So, like in my mind, like obviously as they're packing up 300 of those boxes, they're going to, the boxes are going to change. Like some are going to look more similar than others are going to look more similar.
Right.
There's like C-Man's box was out of a like a different lot. So like after seeing some familiar ones through most of us, he just came in with nothing but different stuff. I'm like, oh, fiddlesticks, he's got this. And then he hit one of the prizes.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a good box.
Yeah, I'm the same way, bottom tier. It is so difficult though to find time some weeks. And I was just looking at everything for next week. It's like there's 14 guaranteed reads on my list for next week. And I'm like, I'm gonna have to shave the pool.
I was thinking about doing that myself today. I was like, I gotta go to the shop, pick up my stuff, but I gotta shave that because there's a lot of stuff in there. It's like, just don't have time to read it all.
Exactly. It's literally just a time constraint. Going into the holidays, there's not a chance in hell.
No,
not a chance in hell. No fiddlesticks.
I mean, I try to get a lot of my reading done at work or whatnot, or like whenever I have time on lunch break, or I'll get up early mornings like this and I'll just read.
Yeah, I would do that a lot too because I can just like read them on my phone, which isn't my preferred way to read it, but it's gotten to a point where it's gotten to a point where I don't even have time to do that. I'm not catching lunch breaks or nothing.
Yeah.
Like for me, a lunch break means I run out for 5 minutes and come back with food and eat it right there with like hair flying around the room and everything. It's better than nothing. It's better than nothing.
Mark hacking up fur balls.
Yeah.
I'm not done. I'm not done reading yet this week, but this was my pick of the week, and I had to go back and get this cover because I had already gotten this cover.
Yeah.
See, they didn't have that. I like that cover better.
This one?
They didn't have that at mine. My LCS, they didn't have any indies when I went because that whole thing with Diamond.
Right. Yeah. It was a lot of the Northeast. Didn't get it.
Yeah.
The only thing I've read.
Man, that's a. I cannot get behind that idea. You should let other miniseries in and not replace them. I think that the DC miniseries have been some of the strongest writing, at least for books dropping monthly. Outside of like graphic novels or stuff, but those self-contained stories out there that they're doing are just
right.
Swamp Thing
is pretty perfect.
Swamp Thing is pretty perfect.
Yeah. I don't think you can get a more like perfect looking book, and that's the thing is like DC has so many big books, but then as a continuity, I'm very frustrated by their independent stories. I consider Nightwing more of an independent story right now. Supergirl, Swamp Thing.
Nightwing's definitely canon though, but Supergirl.
It's canon, but it feels like Nightwing's when he's not in Fear State. When Fear State is like he's doing his own thing,
Yeah, but he's not in Gotham either, so he's definitely that's like I don't know.
It's like what I mean is not continuity, like story driven towards like what they're.
Yeah, it's not bigger picture. He's not too heavy. He's not affected by other stuff. Yeah. But I don't know.
I'm sorry, but Batman has sucked lately.
Oh, you're preaching to the choir. Remember, I've been saying that since the second issue. Tynan took issue.
I've been enjoying it. It's just the last 2 issues. It's just like, what the fuck am I looking at? And Detective Comics got removed from my pool, and I was like, Tamaki and Dan Moore, I was so ready to get behind, but I was been so disappointed.
I've loved Detective.
I've enjoyed Detective more than Batman because like everybody expects big things from Batman, but what you get from Detective, even when Tomasi was writing it, is just consistent, solid Detective Batman style storytelling, and it's not.
Yeah, but Tamaki isn't being consistent lately.
You can't. I don't. Just like with Nightwing, we can't really like put it under the Fear State guys, but he's been consistent with the. I mean, it's been a kind of a lackluster story with Vile. It's not very intriguing.
I really like Vile.
But I think it's kind of goofy, to be honest with you. But all of it, like even though it didn't have a Fear State banner on it, it was still like having to lead into Fear State. Yeah. It was all just kind of placating. Like when you have stuff like that going on, or even stuff like the Shazam miniseries, you're going to see the titles that they're kind of driven by affected, and vice versa. So like with Teen Titans, they've had like 4 issues straight of just character building of these brand new characters and roster they brought in when the series started that they didn't dive into. So they did 4 issues of just spinning it on these characters where it's just fluff storytelling. The story's not their primary motive. It's to introduce these people to these new characters. And while they were doing that, you had a very relevant Shazam 4-issue miniseries, which he's in Teen Titans. Like Billy lives in the tower. So now that that's over and these 4 issues of introducing these characters are over, I'm willing to bet my left nut, and that's my good one, that Teen Titans Academy is about to get back on track with their main storytelling, which was fire when it
Do I
started.
get your nut if I win?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I bet it.
Sweet.
Oh Lord.
I bet it often, but I'm not willing to bet it if like I don't think my chances are good. So I keep a jar of formaldehyde here just in case I needed to ship it. It's a little mason jar.
I'll take you up on that bet.
Some days, Scott. Some days I do, some days I don't. Not very often. Like I'll go through like a couple months at a time when I do, but then like I'm just like I'd rather just go grab a couple of spicy potato tacos for $2.
All right, but anyway, guys, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna go get ready for work.
All right, Brandon.
All right, man. Thanks for hopping
Well,
on.
definitely appreciate you hopping on, man. I hope you have a good day. And remember, make love to the night.
Yes, sir. Take care, you guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
That's a bet I wouldn't want to win. Coming from a hoarder like yourself, I'm sure you have enough left nuts and formaldehyde that you probably don't need anymore.
Right. Yeah, I don't see how you like.
What's going on, Malcolm?
Look, I found
1 hour to go.
last week. I found my comic.
Oh, write Jim on it.
I know. I'm going to do it down below.
That's pretty cool. Is that an issue 1 or is that something new
No,
or older?
I don't know what it is. Issue 1. Issue 1 of actually, I don't know. It's mature. Maybe I should, give it to an adult like Tyler first.
Yeah, I can handle that.
You can handle that. It's scary too. It's a horror one, for crying out loud.
How many issues is it?
I don't know. This is the first one. It's by Action Lab Danger Zone.
Is it new?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
I
just
thought
got
it
it
was
last
like
week.
an old back issue that you found.
I saw it last week and was like, oh, I've got to get this.
Yeah, definitely whack hack that and put Jim on it.
Yeah. That's gonna.
Then no one can take it from you. They'll know
That's
it's yours.
correct. Yeah. Yeah, Action Lab Entertainment. I've never heard of it, but I'm gonna put my name on it. I'm gonna sign it. It's gonna be my exclusive.
I know
Screw it.
I've
I
heard
don't
of
have
that.
to- They'll never know.
Yeah.
They'll never know.
Then you can sue them.
And say, yeah, what the heck? What the heck, man? Yeah, so they only had this cover, and I was like, man,
I
this is
loved
it?
them both. So my shop only had this cover too, but I have another shop, so I went to look, and they only had 2 of these, and they had like 15 of these.
Okay.
So Lemire drew this cover.
Okay, yeah.
The-
I like that
yeah.
way better.
Yeah, the color is better, but I love Dustin. I can't say his last name,
Yeah.
but I love his art. So I'm glad I got both. I want to get both from here on out. Did you read it already?
I have not yet. I've only read a couple so far that I picked up. I read The Thing. I read Strange Academy, and I never read, when Miles came out, this was like one of those holiday reprint things. So I read that, and I finished up Mr. Miracle from last week, and that's all I've read so far. So I'll be reading.
I read The Thing last night.
Yeah, I did too. Well, I read it this morning when I was eating breakfast. Oh, I'm sorry. I did read the Venom. I got Venom.
Oh yeah, I read
So
that.
I read Venom. I don't know. I feel bad for Dylan. Let's see what happens.
I liked Venom.
Yeah. I didn't
It's
hate
heavy book. This is the cover I landed on. There's a lot of good ones.
Oh my god, that looks sick.
I thought the Peach Momoko one was by far the worst one.
Yeah, see, mine had that one. They had this one, and they had oh man, I don't know what I did with it. I bought 2 different ones because I like the other one as well. But I think it was like Venom swinging or something right down at you.
Yeah.
I think it's the cover A.
Oh God, who did that one? Might have been. I want to say it's Stegman, but I'm sure that's wrong.
No, but this is like I think this is Inyuk Lee.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was a good. There was a lot of good ones, but
Yeah,
then
there
I said
was.
I'm not going to buy a bunch of covers because I don't do that. And then I went back and bought another cover of Robin and Batman right
Yeah,
after
but
it.
you know what? That's part of it. That's part of it.
Oh,
Tyler.
it
I mean,
definitely
come on.
is.
I mean, you know, it's the art part of it. So I don't know why I bought this. I'm not really reading Spider-Man, but you know,
It's been good.
you know, I may have to go back and get the other 2 issues and start reading it because I've heard it's been pretty decent.
I don't know what you thought of the Thing, but I really didn't like it at all. I was really disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because of the fact that in it he's like, yeah, I have, what did he say? He had like 3 master's degrees, and I'm like, I did not think the Thing was the brains of it. You know, and did he just lose all his knowledge when he became the Thing? Because they make him sound like he's more of a robot, or you know, I don't
About
know.
Ben Grimm?
Yeah,
I know nothing of that new series.
yeah. I mean, and the cover.
Oh, I got the cover. Yeah.
Yeah, the cover is just amazing. But yeah, it's, I don't know. I might get one more issue. I give it a 2-issue deal, and after 2, if I'm not feeling it, then it goes away.
Yeah.
Any of y'all watch Why the Last Man on Hulu FX?
I did.
I haven't read any of the books. I think I've watched like 5 episodes so far. Like, I'm enjoying it. I am bummed to see it go.
Yes.
I doubt it. I don't have any actual knowledge of if it will or won't get picked up anywhere else, but I can't imagine it getting picked up.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
They're not bringing that show back. That's what I heard. So, yeah, I just finished watching. I don't know why I forgot about it, but do you have HBO Max, Tyler?
No.
Yeah, it's on Young Justice is on HBO Max, and I forgot that show was on. So I was like, damn, I could sit here and watch 3 episodes of that. That was awesome.
Basically get HBO Max like 1 or 2 times a year when something I know is coming out that I want to watch, and then I just watch a ton of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, so I don't have Hulu.
Mm-hmm.
But,
I live on HBO Max.
My brother has it.
Like, if I just turn my tablet on,
So we do that.
Boardwalk Empire. The HBO Max stays on my tablet. That's usually my favorite streaming service there is, and not just for like the DC content stuff. Like, they have an amazing selection of movies, their TV show selection. Like, every TV show that HBO Max has ever done stays on there 24/7, and they
got it.
That is.
Well, I'm still married to my first wife, so we have to have Netflix. She lives on Netflix. And I don't want to spend extra money to have every streaming service because we already have like Prime and Netflix and whatever else.
You got to do the swap. You know, don't you have? I mean, wait, don't you have a sister?
Yeah.
Didn't I see your sister just the other day?
Yeah, he's got a sister.
Right? I'm sure. I'm not 100% sure they're related.
Bubble sister. Yeah.
My twin.
Yeah, no, my brother is more twin than your sister and you.
What
He's 3 years younger than me.
No. We're twins.
Okay. Okay. So then she would be.
You're definitely Danny DeVito in that.
Right,
deal.
he's definitely Danny DeVito.
No doubt about it.
I was trying to get it out, Mark. I was so trying to get it out.
That is so true.
No, what I'm saying is like, so I don't have Hulu, but my brother has Hulu. So we made a deal, and I was like, listen, do not give my HBO Max password out to any of your people. Like, I don't want my niece and nephew on there, but you can watch it. So
yeah,
that's what me and my dad do. Like, they hold some of them, like they hold Netflix, YouTube TV. We've got the Hulu, the DC streaming. I still have, even though they don't stream on there, the HBO Max, Amazon. We've got all the streaming services between the two households. But the cool thing with like some of them, like if you go through YouTube TV to do your live television. Like there's Hulu Premium or whatever where you get the live channels and all that for whatever it costs. But YouTube TV, the way that it's set up is for 7 households to share it. So whoever is an account holder just sends out just a little link, and you go into the link and you set up your own login and password. So like it isn't like the 7 households are sharing the same. It's just one package for 7 households, you know. And it's pretty cool because you're not limited on how many TVs or devices you can watch it on or anything like that in your household because they're on it or anything. It's an awesome deal.
See, he knows.
Sweet.
Look down the chat.
I think Maggie had Hulu and didn't use it, so she doesn't have anything to bring to the table. That's why she's still single.
Won't give up the deets.
Yeah, he don't give them up. He knows.
He just walks around the house. Oh, did y'all see XYZ last night? It was so good. No, you didn't.
Yeah, I just totally forgot. I don't know. I forgot Young Justice was still running, and I went, oh, I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Raging Cajun Comics or something posted something on it, and I was like, oh my God, I forgot. And I went back and I was like, great, I got 3 episodes I can watch. So I watched a couple this morning.
I haven't started Phantoms yet at all.
I still think season 2 is the best.
Dude, they're not going to be able to top season 2 the way like with Wally. Like, dude, like I haven't had a cartoon choke me up before. I'm like, this is nuts, man. But season 3 was after like it was off air for years and didn't get picked up again until DC Universe had their streaming service kick off, and so it'd been years. So the show was like it's definitely the same art and style, but it was so drastically different because one thing they do that show is they're moving a timeline forward. You know, people are coming and going and all that stuff. It was just vastly different when what was it like the big Markovia story and everything,
right?
Like kind of getting Geoforce and all of them in, but
and now you're seeing new characters. Well, not new, but they're introducing like Orphan, who's part of the Batman group, and what's that other girl? Stephanie. Oh crap, what's her name?
Stephanie Brown.
Yeah, I think so. She
spoiler.
Yeah, spoiler. That's it. Yeah, she's in one episode, and I mean, so you're seeing a lot of different characters, which is what I like. I like when they mix it up.
Yeah,
you know, it's like
I agree. It does have better writing than the TV show. Animation. That was me, Finn. But I just got done binge watching The Sopranos, Malcolm. I watched from season 1 all the way through the finale in about 2 weeks, and finished it 4 or 5 days ago, and just went straight into Boardwalk Empire. Yeah, HBO Max for the win. Dude, that Sopranos, that movie that they did, The Many Saints of Newark, was pretty good, and it was good enough that it had me wanting to go back and watch The Sopranos. And like even though I watched the movie first, like I can still see all the Easter eggs that they put into the movie that came out of the show. So I'm going to go back and rewatch the movie again.
Right
after Boardwalk Empire.
Yeah, Boardwalk Empire kind of I don't know. It kind of went off the rails in the middle at some point, like with that one guy. I don't know. It was fine, but it was just kind of. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, DJ Links told me that I was talking to him about Sopranos, and I was going to start Boardwalk next, and he said it was good that the last season kind of fell flat for him.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go in, since I'm off today, I don't think anybody, I don't know. I think a lot of people are still working, so I think I'm going to try to roll up and see the Eternals at noon or something.
Not good, not bad. Worth the watch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm off. It's rainy here, so I can't go out and detect anywhere. I could, but I don't want to. It's not fun.
Finn, careful, buddy.
How many gummy worms and stuff did you have left over from the party? That looked good.
I trash everything.
Oh yeah.
We're coming home with a bunch of presents. I'm not trying to.
Yeah, I agree.
What's for the party is for the party.
There you go. So no Jello shooters were left, huh?
So I'm tasked with cleaning stuff up, like while Kyle's doing more of hosting stuff. So I just don't ask much too many people's chagrin or however you say that word, and I just start clearing house.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, "Where'd this go?" I'm like, "I threw it away." No, I was going to keep that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're on it.
When you had
Sorry,
a chance.
keep the random table topper from the dollar store. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's how you minimize your crap,
Mm-hmm.
Do not bring it home.
So I just decided to throw everything away there at the party instead of throw it away here at my house 2 weeks later when it's just been sitting on top of a table.
Right.
It would have just been on the other side of this laptop sitting here on this table till I threw it away.
Did he then take his Nerf gun and take out any of his party goers with it?
No, we actually opened that after the party live on the banter with Chip since it was from Chip.
Nice.
Yeah, that thing's no joke.
Shoot your eye out, kid.
Yeah.
I thought, at first I thought, did Scott send that? And I'm like, no. Scott sends him like real stuff. Like,
yeah, that's true. Yeah, it would have been real.
Scott would have sent an actual firearm.
Yeah, exactly. I picked this up in a lot today, Finn, and I thought about you.
Yeah,
it'd be like
it's small.
like
you can carry it. It's a small
little
caliber
revolver to put in your boot or something.
Right.
Yeah.
You never know.
Mm-hmm.
You never know, because he's a whacking god.
Yes.
We're gonna have to change the name to Crazy Man or something.
It's only Crazy Man if he goes 2 months into that thing.
You are correct.
One man, it's like, it's a donation for Lee to get here. 2 months? Yeah, okay. He wants to adopt Lee.
He's being the sponsor.
Yeah, the
come
sugar
to
daddy for
America.
Lee. He becomes Lee's sugar daddy.
Yeah. He's like, has anybody seen Kyle since he, did his hack? He might have inhaled too many chemicals. And I
think he's been at the county lockup.
I actually haven't even watched that video yet. I popped on at the end, but I haven't watched the whole thing.
We're actually posting a behind the scenes thing pretty soon.
Are you?
Yeah, because we did a pre-show where we were testing stuff, so we're gonna post that too. Yeah, it was a good show, and the pre-show is really good too. So
yeah,
you'll have to check that out. Just watch it on like 9 times speed. And you can get through it.
I watch it in normal speed, man. I'm not like Lee.
Oh
yeah, I don't watch stuff on 2 times speed either.
I don't either.
It's hard. I can't.
There's certain people that you can do it with, and it doesn't affect it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Right.
I talk slow, so yes, maybe me, but
and it's not just, it's just certain people on certain videos, even.
Yeah.
You just ramble on.
Well, no, they just talk at a speed you can speed it up. Here.
Yeah.
Hey. Look. Come on, man. Why are you being difficult this morning? Dude.
That's what happens when you get older.
I know.
Life hack.
No, I need your teeth, not your tongue. Say,
oh my gosh, he's ripping Finn's teeth out.
Holy taking your teeth. Close your mouth, quick.
Yeah, side. Open. Tongue out. Tongue out. All the way. All the way. There you go. All right, all set. Here, go wash that off and rinse. Yeah, you want to do it. Oh, it is a doggy. Yeah. Come here, cutie. Oh, you kiss me if you can. So they're going off to the doctor this morning.
Yeah. Everybody all right?
Yeah, and no. Monkey's cutting a couple of molars at the same time, and with that comes like earaches and stuff like that.
Right.
So Finn has an appointment today. She had a mild fever yesterday, but it's all just breaks with Motrin and stuff, So there's no cause of concern. But since he's already going, we're taking her anyways just to get her once over to make sure she's not got an ear infection or anything, which is common with that kind of stuff.
Sure.
We're just taking advantage of it.
Put a little whiskey on there, dude. Take care of everything.
Yeah, I agree.
A little old school.
Mm-hmm.
Old school Motrin.
Yep.
Yeah, when I did the stay-at-home dad thing, Vince was a baby, and I remember going in. He had like one of those wellness checks where you're just getting, I don't know, it might have been like his 5-month checkup or something. And I walk in and the place is deserted, and I'm like, what the hell? And so I go up to the front desk and I'm waiting, and I said, where's everybody? And she goes, oh, well, I'll take you right back to the back. And I'm like, okay. And we go back into the room, and the doctor or the nurse comes back in there, and I was like, where is everybody? Well, we're kind of short-staffed. There's a big bug going around. And I'm like, why are we here? What the hell? I said, why didn't you just call us and say, don't come in? Half our staff is gone with some type of bug. And she goes, well, I mean, we're still operational. I'm like, this is a wellness visit. If my baby or I get sick because some super bug is in your damn office, oh, yeah, I lit them up. I was like, you will need to call the police because I'm going to take somebody out. I was crazy back then.
Back then, I like how you threw that on there. Back then.
Yeah. But, I mean,
Now I won't even go detect in the rain.
Exactly. See? But, yeah, it was. That was.
Or after you said that when we were talking last night about like the descriptions, put crazy stuff in the descriptions, see if people read it. Did you read my Instagram post for this stream?
I did, yeah.
I didn't. Just said hang out.
Point proven, Tyler.
Yeah.
I gotta go look.
Yeah,
Well,
no one's
you
going to
should
read
just
it. They just
come
see
and
the
hang
picture, and that's good enough, especially on Instagram. Because Instagram, like, you only see the first 2 lines if you write
Right.
more than 2 lines. That's all anyone can handle, really.
Well, I kind of try to give Instagram the benefit of the doubt since it's not Twitter. I figured that's the case for Twitter. That's all people could handle. Look at Jim.
No, I'm gonna read. No, I didn't read all this. For crying out loud.
See?
Yeah.
I was
I have
right.
to click
You're
on
right.
something and then read it?
Oh, did you read it now that you see that it's there?
Yeah, I'm reading it, but I'm just like, but like you said, it only goes to like 2 lines, and you have to actually click on it.
So I
and,
made sure to put the good stuff in the bottom.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. The good stuff's at the bottom. Ugh, unbelievable. You guys are hilarious.
You still didn't read it.
I did. The fluctuation in matter, blah 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 blah.
So that's probably exactly how he read it to himself.
Yeah, that
too.
is exactly what he
Yeah,
read
once
to
it gets to a
himself.
certain point, then I'm like blah 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 blah. Absolutely.
And Tyler to talk comic books and things we may never bring up again. Don't miss this one.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Of all the times, this is
All dog whistle bros. Good morning, Louie. How are you doing today? Always glad to see the Lou Man up in the chat. Is there a Saturday Night Louie this weekend? Or is it an off weekend?
He did it last weekend, so I think it's an off weekend.
Yeah. He does it like every other week, right?
Not like clockwork, but recently it's what it's kind of been like.
Yeah. Basically, just because it takes him that much time to get it all together. Or he's just lazy. It's one of those two.
It's got to be.
Which one is it, Louis? Are you just lazy?
This reminds me of Dr. Octopus. Brilliant, but lazy.
So now, I did not know this person, but supposedly somebody passed away.
Yeah, Sam.
Yeah, I did not know him.
Yeah, Sam. I want to say it was Sam's Tangled Webs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know him. He was on Big Herm show.
Herm show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think I only watched that one once or twice. But I remember him posting saying, "Hey, we're going to be on," and then he came back later on and said, "Hey, my partner's feeling
under the weather."
Yeah, under the weather, feeling bad. And I was like, "Oh my god!" So
yeah, that's basically what we heard from Brandon too earlier this morning.
That's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible.
Got to go load the kids up in the car, help the wife get them in there.
Tyler, what's the time difference between us and Australia? So it's like 8 here. What is it there?
16.
It's 16.
Well, it was 14 hours, but now that time changed, it's 15 now.
Yeah.
So it used to be 10:30 p.m. Now it's 11:30 p.m.
Right. I'm not sure.
Which has just made things just that much more complicated. Just that extra hour. It's like, man.
Yeah.
It's already hard sometimes to figure stuff out.
Right? Trying to coordinate it can be a pain.
It's like we finally got in a good groove, and here we are.
Is that what's the decision to do Thursdays for a while is based on?
He has some stuff that goes from like Monday to Wednesday that's going to interfere for just like at least a little while.
What is up, Chop? Hey,
what's up?
Now that I got confirmation from Panda, those Street Fighter Jang variants for Akuma that sold out like within minutes, there is a small handful of them now available as of today on Dark Phoenix Comics. If anybody watching or anybody on here was wanting to grab one of those, they are small handful available.
DarkPhoenixComics.com.
I'm actually going to put it in the chat.
Well, apparently they're a hot book, so go check it out, guys.
Well, I don't know how that first one that he did with Vegas sold out. They're limited to only 400 copies. They keep them super limited for the Street Fighter ones. Good morning, Remy Q.
What's going on? How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Remy Q.
Now that you're here, much better.
Did I hear that you guys are going to Thursday, Tyler?
We are. We heard you were moving to Thursday, so we're
you
going.
Son of a bitch! And I specifically said it in my stream. I was like, "Well, that comics. I didn't do it last night because I had their big subscriber thing, and we've been talking about switching it. So this was the big sign that I was looking for. I was like, so now it's gonna be nice, and we won't step on anybody." You son of a bitch.
Well, when you said that, first of all, I said
You got on the phone with Lee immediately. You're like, Remy's changing it to Thursdays.
when we had to go Wednesday, I was like, we're gonna interfere with somebody, and I'm gonna feel so bad. But it's like literally the only day we can, and then we're going to Thursday, and I said we're gonna watch Thursday to see who goes live. And you went live at 7, so I was like, okay, we can go at 6 then. So we're gonna prelude you and then send everybody over to you.
Oh, that's what I meant to say. Fantastic idea. This was actually how we structured it, everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
So as long as you are doing it at 7, that we're going at 6.
Nah, it's cool. We'll figure it out.
Well, we
We'll
just
figure
did.
it out.
We just did.
We did.
If you want to go at 6, then we will move to 7.
No. I was
Because
trying to
either one works for us.
Did my computer mess up, or did Remy's stream? Did your stream go down yesterday?
Which one?
I mean, like you and Rob were talking, and then all of a sudden, boom.
You got new comic book day books. What is going on, Remy?
I know.
Tyler missed the beginning
there wasn't
of
a
your
lot of
stream.
folks that watched it yesterday. So
See, that one is my second favorite. I still like The Thing the best. But that one is fire. Where my thing one went.
Yeah, I watched it, but I missed the very beginning. So I saw you showing them and putting them away right as I jumped on.
The best was when Rob jumped on, because literally everyone's like, "Oh, you messed it up." I was like,
Yeah.
I was cutting this shit. This was gonna be like a half hour, just quick. Boo! Hey, we're here.
And then Rob jumps in.
And then Rob jumps in.
So we did. Angel and I filmed a. We like pre-recorded a statue review, and then we pre-recorded another video. And I'm gonna be honest with you, she was pretty toasty for all of it. And at one point, she went live last night for like 10 seconds.
Yeah,
I saw that.
Realized it.
I didn't know what that was.
I think I went live, and I was like, "What?" And so I watched it. I was like, "I'm leaving it on there. Screw it." And just her like, huh? Oh, whoops. So you know what? If I have an hour-long lighting test, we're gonna have you for 10 seconds, just completely oblivious to the fact that you're live.
That lighting test is famous.
It is.
And real quick, because I meant to mention it yesterday and Let's Talk About It, and I got so caught up in Nick's thing and New Comic Book Day, and honestly, I had a couple cocktails myself, so I was a little more anxious than what I normally would be. But Mr. White Shadow,
What'd I do?
well done, sir.
Oh,
well done for your teams.
Yeah,
The StreamYard teams. I mean, great job,
dudes. I didn't do
tell
anything.
you what, it's so crazy. It was like we joke about how you're the guy, and then it clicked. I was like, this dude is undercover. He's taking down all these notes. He wants.
Were we ever joking? I don't think we were joking.
I wasn't.
Man,
it's the quiet ones, man.
Look at this.
You just sit in the background and go,
oh yeah.
okay.
Oh no, I know.
Make it so.
All because of Chip. This cannot all happen.
Chip's been talking about that for months. And you know what it was? He just went into like his team, and like Steve Jobs that thing where he's like, all right, this is what I need you to do.
Yeah, right.
We're gonna need multiple people to have access to the panel no matter what. And they're like, all right, we'll figure it out. And then he's just
gotta tell
tweaking
you, I had a meeting with them the other day, like 2 months ago. I had a meeting with them, and they were. I was talking to them about their business plan, and I'm sitting there like, you guys aren't crack if you think people are going to pay $1,000 a month for a business plan. Not non-business people. Like that's what they wanted for their business. I was like, no freaking way, dudes. You guys are crazy. So you're going to get so much more benefit if you just. And I explained the whole. I literally used Legion and him going to Wendy's as an example of. And in the meeting I'm like, listen, you got a lot of people that do that. I said, I'll have a stream going 8 hours. People still want to hang out. They still want to hang out backstage. You can't let no one else back into that backstage room after the stream ends. I go to bed. People still want to chat. Let them keep going if they want to add more people in. So they were like, well, I don't know. So
Well,
finally, I guess they it's a surprise to me too. I was like, holy crap, they actually did it. Shit, that's cool.
What about the $1,000 thing?
So StreamYard has a business. Actually, Hopper is a company that actually Hopper, I think, is or something like that. Is the name of a company that actually owns StreamYard. And StreamYard actually has a solution that they use for business purposes. So companies like, football team, NFL, big corporations, Coca-Cola, companies like that actually use this program for their purposes on broadcasting. But it gives you the ability to set up huge teams and huge productions and stuff like that. And I was trying to tell them, I was like, your average YouTube streamer is not gonna freaking set that shit up and not gonna use it, and they're not gonna. There's no benefit to it. So right. I mean, they gave me like this whole PowerPoint presentation and slideshows and all this and that, and they sent it over to me email, and I'm just like, dudes, you guys are freaking crazy. There ain't no way. And then he was like, and then he dropped the price on me, and I'm just like, yeah, that ain't happening, man. I guarantee you. There ain't
what was it for?
Way. It was for the StreamYard business plan.
Okay.
So the StreamYard business plan just gave you so much more benefit than what we did, And I was telling them I had a meeting with those guys, and that's how. Well,
that's what I mean.
When you say you had a meeting with them, do you run the company and you said, guys, come here?
I do not. No.
I'll tell you what you need to
other
do.
than I pester the hell out of them.
Yes.
Right.
No.
You know how Rob has his meeting with Romania?
Yeah.
Chip has his meeting with StreamYard because he is StreamYard.
Yeah.
He just goes and sits at his table. Next thing you know, like a flock of ducks fly in.
I'm telling you, this is all it's a social experiment. He wants to make sure the platform's an optimal performance. So he's coming on here, and then after like a year, he's gonna be like, guess what, guys? He's gonna pull off his facial hair, pull his glasses off, and then rip his shirt off, and it's gonna be a suit. And then you're gonna be like, "What? What?" He's like, "Yes, I'm Mr. StreamYard. Went under the alias of Chip for the last year.
My last name is
wanted to make sure that StreamYard was up to its its highest potential. And so, thank you for all of your notes."
He'll be saying this all while he's petting the duck.
Yeah.
Who's
the only person who ever got one of those ducks? Who's the only person who got us out of doing that damn wheel over and over again on the thing? Yep. Right? Who's the one who got us who finally answered the age-old question, like, is there ever a way that we could hand this off to somebody else without having to, give them the keys and everything? Because we always had to go this backwards way of doing it. Chips, the white shadow. The white shadow is white shadow. Like, to this day, he's still the same guy.
Yep.
He's so elusive. I can't figure it out. I was just like, he was on YouTube months ago or last year, and he's trying to figure out OBS, and I was like, man, this guy's really doing some advanced stuff. It was prepping for StreamYard. That's what Mr. StreamYard was prepping for his business. It's crazy.
I'm looking forward to the next update Chip's bringing us is OBS.
Yeah,
OBS-like features for StreamYard.
Yes, like the confetti when people leave. He didn't do that through OBS. That's his StreamYard abilities right now. So
that is actually StreamYard.
Yeah, we're gonna see that. They're trying to see how much we like it.
Yeah, it's actually StreamYard, but I don't know where that is. Like, I've never seen it on mine.
You have to install it, download it.
It's coming soon.
Okay, just let us know.
Download what?
The overlays. There's overlays. I'll send you guys links on how to get back to the back channel on this stuff to the back channel.
I forgot about that. Like, when I first started looking into StreamYard, like when I first started my channel, like I was like, I'm not even going to joke. Like, I had to just Google ask what are overlays just to get the like proper. I understand like what the word sounds like it means. I wanted to make sure I had the right meaning and usage of it. Mm-hmm. And like I watched a couple of videos that StreamYard had on YouTube, and I'm like, okay, so you can make your own. You can go download them. And I completely forgot that you can go just find generic overlays and download. I didn't even think about that, but yeah. So that's just a generic overlay.
When I did,
I'll send you in private chat. I'll throw it in private chat because I don't know anybody.
When I did
should be a link to assets for StreamYards.
When I did the 3 comic facts over at Tyler's place, I had to learn how to like do all that just to get his banner or whatever at the bottom. It was like the hardest thing. Like I kept trying to space it out and everything, and then I had to learn how to use like the negative space and the background, and so it was that That was like one of the biggest learning things. But I don't even know. I'm trying to think if I knew Mr.
Oh,
StreamYard
damn,
then or not.
Chip, I just clicked on that private chat link and it takes us to Chip's Google Drive, and he's definitely working for StreamYard, or StreamYard's working for him.
StreamYard's working for him.
He just sent me the actual instructions that you would find on StreamYard that he's writing.
They're out there, man.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you putting them there. That's pretty impressive. Animated GIFs can also be added to this section. Okay, I was wondering about that, like the animate, like, because I see people like will have small video clips that play with sound, but it doesn't mute their mic when they do it and stuff.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on where you upload it on. Like if you do it on the
there's like a like one of the assets in there would be like the if you look at like the November assets in that directory, there's a Thanksgiving background, but then there's also where's it at? Thank you overlay background. Where's it at? Yep, that's our backgrounds. There's an actual Black Friday, Cyber Monday.
Like a turkey.
Oh,
GIF.
the pie. There's a pie GIF and a turkey GIF. Yeah, those two. Those are actually. So if you added those to your assets or added it to your StreamYard, and then you could push it out, and down here in this corner actually would be a turkey that'll come out and kind of look at it and then go away. And then there's another piece of pie that's kind of good eaten little by little.
So
just
it's
little
something that I didn't know, like, and it's little stuff, but it's really cool. Like the logo, which is flashing next to Jim's head right now.
Yeah,
you can put animated GIFs right there.
Yeah, you can make an overlay to have that animated.
Where did you come up with the duck? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's
what
we all want to know.
It is. I have nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with StreamYard, guys, other than I just
Let me
pestered the
see
shit
your
out of them.
arm. There
Are
could
you just
be a
gonna
duck
lie
tattoo
forever?
right here? We just can't see
I
it.
got the duck tattooed on my. Yeah,
That's what it is. He's
Not
hiding
a,
it.
it's not a.
His
it's
old
not a,
nickname was
it's
the
not a
duck.
military thing. It's a duck. It's the green
Yeah.
and brown is a duck.
He's got the duck
Looney
hidden.
Tunes.
That's all that is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with Remy. I think he's going to come back in another year and go, okay, well, guys.
We
On the
appreciate all your
billionaire
feedback.
channel,
Hey, I've got more
And,
stuff going at him.
We're going to offer you StreamYard free for a year. And thank you. And then he's just going to
pixelate
disappear.
and appear. Yeah.
All the way. Full of Thanos.
I'll
snap,
pixelate.
and I'll just
This whole time he's a hologram. He's like Ultron.
laid out.
He's the Ultron of StreamYard. He's just living in the Matrix somewhere.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier, Chip actually resides on the grid. If you've ever seen Tron, that's where
Mhm.
Chip actually is.
Most people try to get off the grid. I try to get into it, I
he's
guess.
in the grid.
Yeah.
God, Tron. Man. I
That
may
was
have
my
to go back
favorite
and
game
watch
as a
that.
kid growing up. It was one of my favorite games growing up.
Yeah.
Playing in the arcade.
Did you
Dude,
invent
I thought that movie, the original one, that was one of those, like, I couldn't watch enough. We would go to Blockbuster on Friday nights, and like all the new releases were always out on Friday nights, but we didn't really care. It wasn't like we were really watching new releases as kids, like
Right.
the biggest action movie with this. Well, I think the kind of content we watched, but Tron and a live action Sleepy Hollow movie that was out in the late 80s, early 90s. We would just get those two on repeat. And
You worked at a shop, didn't you?
Yeah, I was a store manager of Movie Stop here in Augusta for 4 years. And I actually worked there during Tron Legacy release.
Gotcha.
I absolutely loved that movie.
Yeah. Those are good.
I did a brief stint at the Blockbuster.
Yeah.
You definitely got to see the same people coming in, and you just look at their history, and you're like, the 100th time you're going to get this, huh? And they're like, yeah, I love it. I'm like thinking, why don't you just buy it?
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
You're
saying that
renting
is
this-
one thing, but not everywhere. Like a lot of stuff that Blockbuster would have, you wouldn't find anywhere else, and you couldn't just go online and just buy whatever you wanted
True.
whenever. Like I remember, like in like the early 2000s, like we take the internet for granted because in the early 2000s it was shoddy at best. Even
Right.
back then,
Yeah.
And I remember when some of these websites started coming around. I don't know if my pops is in the chat, but there was this website that housed all these like high quality fan made things. And this is where like they took like the Roger Corman Fantastic Four and put it on disc for the first time. And they would buy cases and print out nice labels to put in them and stuff like that. And we had like that kind of stuff on VHS, and like can't remember which one it was like that we had a bad copy of on VHS. It even had like the owner copyright small on it at the bottom. You had to watch it with that because I grew up in a comic book household, so all that stuff that was never released but it was made. Oh yeah, the Captain America live action, that was never released when Red Skull was Italian and stuff. We had that like from its inception. Just if there was a private screening of a movie that was done somewhere and it was never released, it was on that comic book black market somewhere going around and stuff. Nowadays you go to a con and everything that was made and not released is all on the table somehow. Like those are illegal. Those are literally pirated illegal copies you're selling willy-nilly. It's just so like there's no stopping it, so people quit trying kind of thing.
Right.
Like the Adrian Pilecki Wonder Woman pilot that never happened.
Yeah. Yeah, no, when we took Vince to G Fest, this guy had a whole table filled with all of those. And I was like, how can he have all this just laying out and selling it? And they just don't care anymore. So it's like you said, you can't stop it. So Miss So.
Hey, Miss So.
Hi, Miss So.
I miss So.
Hey, Miss So.
Hey, Miss So.
Awesome.
It's nice that she took a step away from Animal Crossing for a moment. She's been stuck in Animal Crossing world.
How would you know? Do you just like own the internet?
That's my buddy.
Well, not just that. Like I knew that from where one of the shows, like she put it in the comments, like I'll be here, won't be commenting much. I'm playing Animal Crossing, and then if you notice, she like commented at the beginning of the stream, popped in one time at the middle, and then at the end, it's a great show.
She's too busy gaming,
like listening while she's crossing.
She does, yeah, she does. Yep.
Chip knows where we all are, whether he plays the game or not.
Well, it's like Neo. When he looks at us, all he sees is the code for our IP address.
On the Matrix.
We look like the Matrix. He's Neo, basically.
Yeah, right.
See, that would be really cool, Chip, if you could do that for us. Make it where, like, these backgrounds that we have, if they can the backgrounds be animated?
Yeah, mine is.
But I don't know if you do that through StreamYard or OBS. So, like, if we download, like, if we got like the Matrix, like the letters and numbers ticking, that would be awesome to have in the background. Yeah, but that's also putting a lot of strain on the stream, kind of unnecessarily. Yeah, depending on what kind of Wi-Fi or bandwidth you have or anything. It's not.
No, it's actually just an animated GIF, man. Just the same way you do your regular background. You just make it.
Oh no, I don't do anything the regular way. I probably do things the hardest way possible, thinking this is the only easy way to do it. Right. I know no other way.
And I'm even worse than that. So
yeah, I have a blue, like, I don't know if you've seen on some of my streams, like when I'm going live for Saturday or whatever, I'll actually have a blue background in the background, and it kind of spins around and moves. And it's faint, but you can tell, if you're really looking at it in the background on my StreamYards, it moves around. I don't know if I got it on here.
That's crazy.
But
let's see, animated Matrix GIF.
That's funny.
Yeah, you could actually.
Holy crap, that's moving fast. Oh, well, that one. There we go.
I think where's.
Do you just save GIFs as images? We're going to test this in real time. Holy shit! What just happened?
I think you have to download it, don't you?
Oh yeah, be right back. Scene. Watch. Yeah, see how this is kind of like flickering? This background for me. There you go. There you go, man. You're done. It's a little bit.
It downloaded like it came with like, oh my god, I see what happened.
Yeah. But if you get a good quality and you get that thing.
Yeah, that one was only 400. I just grabbed one just for testing.
But you could actually, See, look at you learning shit today. Holy crap.
A broke clock is right twice a day, Chip. Calm
Yeah.
down. Oh, Nice House on the Lake #6 comes out next week.
Oh, good, because
What's up?
I thought I missed it.
Hold on, sir.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
Beckerman.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Damn you, Tyler.
What? You don't like it that way?
What
I
is
like
going
I
on?
just went out of my way to learn a new skill and upload a background.
Oh,
with-
you wanted to. Oh, what? It looks terrible.
Yeah, it does.
When we're not.
Mhm.
But we'll do this just for
So
Mark.
fast.
To give
Have a
everyone an
seizures.
aneurysm, we'll do this for Mark.
Yeah. Start going in, have a epileptic seizure because of all the flashing numbers.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Oh wait, here I can fix that problem.
Chip
We'll try
is
to
just like
balance it out. I'll
reading a
just
book
sit here
right
and
now.
keep.
What
the
does all
location.
this say, Chip?
Think Tyler sucks.
All right. Well,
There it is. The name of
This
that
is so
website,
unnecessary.
that early website that had all that, like these fan made stuff
Antimatter,
that would
yeah.
be posted online. Like there's this
Yeah.
amazing fan made film called Batman Dead End, where like Batman's chasing the Joker and he gets yoked up by a xenomorph, and is Batman fighting a xenomorph and a predator before it's all said and done. But it was all high quality. The whole purpose of it was for this studio to showcase their special effects. And they would take all those kind of things and house them in one video where you can actually purchase it. It was awesome. Antimattermultiverse.com. I'm not sure if it's still around or not. Gwen, what is going on? Good morning. How are you today?
I know that.
John,
clip
how you
is.
doing, sir?
Cool Ramen. Got his gaming later. Firewire was a good music ripping site. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let me fix this for Tyler. Hold on. There we go.
There you go.
We also have Chicken Devil.
There you go.
One man's fried chicken legacy is another man's Russian mobster story. What a cool series.
Is it a good series? I haven't read it.
It started off strong.
Really? I'll have to try to see if I can get that digitally because I don't think it's in the shop anymore.
I made sure to grab a copy to throw in the Legion loot box last month because it was a fun read. It really was.
Oh, Chicken Devil?
Yeah. How are you today, Mr. Beckerman?
Oh, I'm doing good.
Awesome.
You're out of focus, Mark.
I know it, but Chip will fix it here in just a second.
No, I like you out of focus.
Chip, will you please fix it?
Chip, you can't leave them blurry.
Thank you, Chip.
Whatever.
So what's new with you guys? I had to pop out for a while there. I was listening on the way to work.
Well, Chip was kind of just going over some StreamYard features that are there available that are kind of just unbeknownst because people like myself just kind of start doing what is needed or necessary, and then you kind of just stop looking. It's a lot easier for people like myself when I hear about it from others and stuff and get direct answers because I don't have time to explore. And I'm not very familiar with techno stuff. Like it all seems very daunting, like it's a big obstacle.
I don't know how to post on Instagram.
Yeah.
I don't care to learn either, so don't try to help me. Like I don't want to do it, but even if I wanted to know, I don't. I just participate in the chat.
Well, I think
Actually, I was just talking about that with Tyler earlier.
bare minimum.
Chip, why are GIFs at such low picture quality?
The compression.
Why is it so hard to find a high res one?
I don't know. I couldn't answer that one.
I guess if you do a high res GIF, it limits its use. Some places like file too large.
Mm-hmm.
I'm searching specifically for high res ones, and I'm getting like 480 by 360. It's kind of chunk. Let's see what this one comes out like.
What are we trying to do?
So the background, Chip told me about how you can actually have animated images for the background on StreamYard. Like, see the Superman floating there with the clouds and stuff moving.
Yeah.
It's in the spec moving.
Do you know,
So-
Chip? Do you guys plan on doing anything with the green screen options? I don't use one, but as opposed to a picture, is that something that you guys think you could update for some like video usage, or because I know some people that when they do some pre-recordings, they've got some big ideas for that, and it was one thing that I thought StreamYard hasn't caught up with yet as far as the green screen I've heard is really good, but just between using a picture and video, that would be the only thing. Do you think that possibly could be something in the future?
Why are you asking me?
For your opinion.
You get shit done.
I'll go to the board for
Go
you.
on. We dream about it. You get it done. I don't know what to do.
Chip
What
is the
animated
internet.
video for the green
I
screen?
mean, it's kind of like if you could ask that guy anything you wanted. Like, so this is my question.
Okay, we'll see. What
Mine
we
is
can put in.
when are you going to be able to chat with the
That's
directly
my
with
big
the-
one.
with
Yeah,
the people
that's-
on YouTube?
Yeah, that does.
What?
That is the killer right there.
Like we can't. You're the only one that can put comments in the chat.
Yeah.
We can't.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, when you're a
Yeah.
guest, how you don't have very much.
Well, you just can't. You can't answer the chat. Like if you're over here
Mhm.
talking, I have to go on my phone and go,
Go
"Hello,
to YouTube
so and
or go
so."
to the phone. Yeah.
Right.
Not only that, but it would be nice if you could have like some sort of split screen option between your brand and then the comments as well, because that's something where like like when you come into a live stream that I do, I usually try to find White Shadow, and if I can't, it's like I have to leave the chat to go find that video and then like bouncing back and forth. It'd be cool if you could just split it, or maybe if there was even like a sidebar, like a tab that had your brand options on there.
Oh, I
I'm
see.
just saying, if you guys could work that out, that'd be cool too. I'm not trying to ask for everything, but it just you get what I'm saying, like to switch back and forth
It's a
between
series
comments.
of tubes, as I understand it.
Yeah.
with some copper wire
With some
going
copper
through
It
it.
wire.
appears to run on electricity.
Yeah.
Chip was Al Gore's tube man.
What I love is
what time
Chip
is it? Don't I
talked
got a
about
meeting or something? I gotta go to.
now every time you leave for a meeting, we're gonna be like, up StreamYard.
He's going to get things done.
Do you think it's easy to single-handedly keep the internet running? No, Chip's a busy guy.
Right.
We're lucky we get him for the short little snippets we do.
That's right.
I mean, Chip's talked about the whole telecommunication thing before as well. It's like the pieces just fall too perfectly into place, Chip. You messed up. You gave us too much information. You made too much magic happen. You should have gave this to somebie else. You
We
should have
find
let
out you're
Tyler
responsible
expose
for
this one.
scoring.
The fact that you just pulled this out of your butt, there's no way, man. This is real.
He's the man behind the curtain, dude. He's keeping all the
Yes.
tubes running.
Yes. Incredible.
You guys are so gonna be disappointed when you find out the truth.
I usually am.
Yeah, well.
So Beckerman, did I read that right? You're getting art at C2U2 already?
Yeah, yep. I booked
Oh, he
a
perked
sketch
up.
with Stephanie Hans,
Yeah.
and I'm trying to get on that Brian Stillfreeze not at C2E2 list that he's going to do tomorrow.
Oh, is that right?
Oh my God, the stuff that's getting churned out of those opportunities. So every con that he doesn't go to. He does like 5 sketches
Mm-hmm.
for not being at that con.
Yeah,
Wow.
he was at Baltimore. I was watching. This guy there's like 2 people in front of me when I was going to get some. I got some prints signed by him and stuff, and the guy was like, "Hey, can you just do a sketch?" He was like, I swear, with 4 minutes or less, he just knocked it out, and I was like, both my brother and I were just staring at each other like, "Holy crap!" The quality was amazing. And he's just an excellent artist.
Yeah, I need something from him, and the stuff he's putting out right now is like cover quality.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think I have it.
And then I'll probably get something from Phil Hester at the Hero Initiative booth, and I'll probably get something from Gene Ha, just because I like supporting those guys. I'm from Eastern Iowa, so I know Phil Hester. Like if you grew up going to comic shops in my area where
Right.
I'm from, you knew Phil. Like he worked at comic book shops. And,
Okay.
he was just everywhere. He used to
Right.
come to my local library to talk about comic books and
Nice.
try to get kids into comics.
So he was your dealer.
Yeah. I'm sure I bought a comic book from him.
Get them while they're young.
That's what you're supposed to do, man.
Actually, I think he worked at the shop that my Hulk 181 came from.
I mean, Alan May was on.
Was that a humble flex?
No, that was literally a trip down memory lane. Daydreams Comics in Iowa City. They've been around forever. It's like when I was a kid, I used to try to save up goodwill with my mom to get her to take me to Iowa City. It was the best spot for back issues.
Right.
Because really, like, my town, Dubuque, didn't have anything for, like, they had one shop. So once you went through all the back issues there, you were kind of stuck for trying to fill in holes.
Yeah, that's what Gary B and him had Alan May on last night, and he was talking about that when they buy collections, he sometimes you get a lot of one thing, one book or one trade or whatever, and I think they bought one that had these like trades in it. It was, I don't know, like 100 of the same thing. So he's like, they just gotten to the point where they're starting to donate some of it to the library and say, here, just put them on the table, free, whoever wants them. Because when you buy it in a collection, you're really only paying maybe 50 cents for the trade. If you do the math. So he's like, I'm never going to sell all these. And if it gets somebody interested in comics at a young age, it's
I've given
beneficial.
tons of comics away.
I've
sold maybe 2 comics in my life. I've given away hundreds.
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
I don't really sell.
Well, I don't care, I guess.
How many long boxes do you have, Becker?
I think I just hit, it's either 91 or 92.
You've never given away a comic book in your life.
No.
Oh, yeah, I really have. Actually, I've given away a ton of Phil Hester books.
Why don't you
I was so into his Green Arrow run that I just had multiple copies. And then one day he was doing, I think back in 2016, he was doing one of those library gigs. And I was like, you know what? Enough of this. I happened to be going through some boxes at the time, and I pulled out all the doubles and triples and took them with me and just gave them out to kids to go get signed by him. And he started throwing remarks on all of them.
Nice.
And then you immediately regretted it. Those remarks could have been mine.
He's been good to me. He actually, I think he hooked me up with a Flash at that one. He's a good guy. I feel so bad for him. Like, he spent his whole career, like, just being a grinder, working his way up to the point where, the jobs come to you instead of you having to go get the jobs. And one of the characters he co-created, Diablo, was in the Suicide Squad movie. And he was invited to go to the premiere out in Hollywood.
Nice.
And he ended up having eye surgery during that same time, so he couldn't go.
That sucks.
Yeah, Diablo had an awesome movie.
Chip's pissed off at you for some reason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mark, you're gonna have to start over, but not yet.
Chip, can you clean out the tubes going to Mark's internet?
Hold on, we still don't hear you.
Yeah, there's definitely a clog in the tube over there.
Yeah. It's that Augusta internet.
We have
Yeah.
the
You know how
ultimate
it is over
mod
there.
in the panel right now who's saying, no, sir.
Some
Hey,
swamp
yo.
Nicholas, how you doing, sir? Look at you.
Oh, my.
That's cool. That's a cool shirt.
You all set up for tonight, sir?
I'm getting there. I appreciate you, Remy. I really do.
Hey, it's no problem. I tried to plug you like 4 or 5 times on the show last night.
Hey, take it easy.
He really
take it easy.
did.
I had a video set up and everything, like a montage video. I was dancing in the background for
Dancing
everybody.
in the
Yeah,
background. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, wow.
yeah, I was watching. It was pretty.
Well,
Remy
to your-
puts a lot of effort into trying to plug.
Yeah. To your
Yes, he
defense, I'm a
does.
very hard guy to plug. So
That's what she
thank
said.
you.
I mean,
That means 2 things.
yeah.
Yeah, I can set him up.
No
with-
innuendo meant.
Hey, so-
Has Chip fixed me yet?
You're good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Chip.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you,
Thank
Chip.
you, Chip.
Thank you, Chip.
So, Nick,
Sure.
now that you're here, I'm sitting here boxing up the stuff for the post office today. So the book that we discussed already is getting boxed up, and I just took one of these variants and exchanged the backer board for one of the Comic Clear backer boards. So that you get, I don't know if you had any of those backer boards, but it's a wraparound, so at least you'll have the option of having that Jang Harlock. I don't think I've sent you one, have I? Okay, so you got one of those coming with it.
Who makes those backer boards? I've never been able to pick any up.
That would be Comic Clear Supplies, is it now? They updated their name.
Yeah.
Comic Clear Supplies. They make not just those, but they make the most transparent comic bags as well. Now we're just waiting on them to make Comic Clear tape.
Yeah.
Clear tape. I think
Clear
that's been
tape.
around forever.
Yeah. Non-sticking to comic clear tape.
But not Comic Clear tape, I don't think.
Yeah,
So you know what? I doubt I could call them and figure it out. But when I receive unicorn boxes, that company, which I won't reveal, they do have a clear tape that is pretty legit. As far the only thing is, it does. I don't know if it re-sticks as well as like painter's tape does, but it comes right off, and it's super clear.
who uses it?
Hey, oh man, Chip's gone too.
Chip got you again. Yeah, sorry, bud.
What happened?
Oh, he did the evil genius turnaround.
Oh, sorry. The host couldn't speak. What was that?
It would have
How
made
will
that
you-
even better if Chip had had a cat when he turned.
Yeah. Stroking the
How will you ask the question to the panel if you can't speak?
A black turtleneck, right, with Mr. Anderson.
I know.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Chip.
Thanks, Chip.
Thank you, Chip.
I was saying, what
Fine,
company
yeah,
did you
Chip.
get? What company is it with the super clear tape?
I don't
Remy?
think he was going to.
He wasn't at liberty to say.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find out what the tape is.
No, we don't really care about the tape. We just want to know what the company is that you're trying to cuff.
What a mysterious way to like. Are you a tape dealer?
No.
Are you trying to keep your
Morning,
connection?
John.
It's a company that I order books from that I would rather not publicly talk about.
Is that for the sake of keeping the plug, or is that for the sake of protecting the company?
It's for the sake of protecting myself. I don't want other people picking this stuff up. I'm greedy.
That's what I was saying.
No, I definitely want to know.
Mhm.
Wow.
Never
Remy's
been so
secret
intrigued about
honey
cake.
hole.
Got a honey
Good
hole.
morning, John. Dude, that'd be cool if John wanted to come on and talk about that vet program thing that he was a part of. I don't know if you have any free time this morning, John, but I'm going to send you the link real quick just in case.
I already sent it to him.
You want to come on and show that mustache of yours? I wish I had the guts. Wish I was as good looking as John to have just a mustache.
Oh, you are.
I gotta try to
You could
cover
do
my
it.
own thing.
You've got a Reynolds thing going on there. You could.
I told him
Now,
he should.
me, dude.
He should
I
change.
cut this off and go mustache. I'm not allowed 40 yards within a school, dude. It's a full-on molestache. It's terrible.
Molester.
Nick could shave just where the gray is, not to get rid of the gray, but just to keep like the up and over.
Well, I got it.
Oh yeah, do a Logan.
But I'm trying to be like the supreme leader. We'll see how well that goes.
Oh yeah, my mustache is terrible. It's all wispy and creepy looking.
That's the problem I have on the sides. I could actually do a stash if I wanted to, but the sides get this real nice Keanu Reeves curl going on. It's super patchy.
Same.
See, the whole key is you got to transfer it from here to here. That's how it works.
The first beard I grew when I first got married, because I'd never really had a beard, it came out red all through here. So it was black and then red, and my wife was like, what the hell? What is that? And I'm like, I don't know.
I take the marriage back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like my sister had
you don't
red
play
hair and
that,
so
do you?
forth, so it's in there somewhere.
Yeah, it's coming along.
Dude, I like it.
Lasso.
I definitely like it.
That's awesome. Yeah.
It's really for safety, so his wife doesn't fall off.
That's great. She's the one that likes it the least, I will say. Like she's like already done with it. She was done with it after the first day. She's like, I'm good.
You
Have
ran
you thought about incorporating more denim into your wardrobe?
Right.
Get a mustache.
That's when I start to look like a Brokeback Mountain cowboy. Like if I go that route, I'm really dangerously close to a Gyllenhaal moment.
That's a win.
It's really the
from
other
it?
half of
Denim?
Daddy Whacker's goatee is what it is. Like if you put it together,
Put us together,
you'd have one goatee.
and we're the ultimate man.
So, Chip, I just hit that problem. I found a high res one at 800 by whatever, but whoops, that file's too large. The size limit, 20 megabytes.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I can click comments now, just for this reason right here.
So yeah, happy post Veterans Day, everybody.
Happy post veterans.
And the thing that Mark was mentioning is X11 Bravo, a vet in our community, in a lot of our chats, and his wife Battle Panda had been planning for months this really epic veterans giveaway, and they had gotten together with EGS Comics in making like a very special slab case individualized for each person they were gifting. And then they had community members of all stature, like people with like no followers, people like just helpers. And then, people like Reggie collects, like scouring to find specific books for each of the veterans that they were going to start this off with.
Possible.
Yeah. As high grade as possible to get slabbed for these people. And then really amazing gift boxes. So like, you're gonna see over the next few weeks, hopefully, a bunch of these unboxings, and I'm looking forward to seeing how everybody reacts. But I've only been involved for like 5 months, but they've been working on this for over a year, and they've got already plans for next Veterans Day. They're like making this huge.
And what I thought was awesome as well is that they reached out to people that might know some of the recipients.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
And they have them writing letters to them. So all these are being included with letters of appreciation from people that genuinely appreciate them. Like that generic appreciation, but then there's that personal appreciation as well, where these people have directly affected people's lives with their presence, with their sacrifice and all that. So they're hitting all angles of it, which is just above and beyond.
Yeah, so my girls and I, we wrote 3 letters for 3 different vets that we knew in this community that we were excited to kind of like, okay, can we contribute in some way physically? And so I'm excited to see them post those because they came out really well.
Very cool.
Very awesome. So, dude, definitely a big kudos to them for putting that on, and kudos to you for your part in it as well. And
I mean, honestly, I was just helping out at the end. So, like, they've been doing this. And shout out to EGS for just giving, because right now, obviously, plastic for slabs is like at a premium. Like, that stuff's getting stupid expensive.
Right.
But they were committed to this, like, from the jump and making these very unique, personalized slabs. Super cool.
It's really good stuff.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning it.
I would like to see a custom slab with just your face and mustache on it.
We need a superhero with a really good mustache. I don't know that is there a really good mustache superhero?
You have Superman from the Justice
I was going to
League.
say, yeah.
I'm the man.
Despite their best effort, you can still see it somehow.
Yeah.
Despite it not being there, it's very visible.
Last time I did the mustache, Perry cropped my head out and put me in the Superman suit.
Oh, perfect.
It was amazing, I will say, legitimately.
Cole's got another. I like to see a mustache battle.
Let's go. I already put TM Nerdy to shame. He was trying to brag about his mustache, and I was like,
Isn't a mustache battle also called butterfly kissing? Go up and rub noses with each other.
Damn.
I am so in it for the butterfly kisses.
I just call it Wednesday, but whatever.
I like it how Mark's surprised that someone's in the room now.
No, he's in the room. Like, I brought him into the room.
Oh,
but, he hasn't said anything yet.
I love that. That's still his avatar.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Classy.
Pulsating Nick.
Pulsating. That's a good word for it.
I was just going to say before Peter got on. I love you, Mark.
What's that?
Sometimes I really wonder about you. All
We're
these
all on that boat. That's a normal reaction.
That's part of the draw. You're coming back looking for answers.
Chip, I need these avatars to start being gifts as well. So when it's pulsating, like I want Nick dancing on my avatar.
That ain't happening, man. That ain't happening. It ain't ever gonna happen.
Chip, come on. Where's
you will
Remy?
abuse the shit out of that. No.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he knows who it is.
And
He would abuse it.
Chip's just telling you no because he wants that idea for himself. Not that he's against the idea.
He's gonna profit off that.
Hey, I don't care, Chip. Just make it happen.
It's
You
the new
can get all the
NFTs,
royalties.
right?
I don't care. Right?
Remember, this all started when Chips had that cutaway thing of an actual self-made trailer for the Snyder Cut. That's where this all started, when Chip's little "Be Right Back" thing was an actual movie trailer he made himself.
No,
that's funny.
Of the Snyder Cut. John's favorite.
It didn't help when Chip, you just made that video the other day talking about the teams, and you're just like, well, did he invent StreamYard? Like, is this what's going on? Like,
no,
Chip,
I did not.
You had a small hand in StreamYard. I'm sure of it.
No,
he
did it
himself.
He was talking about the meeting where he went over all of this with them, and they were sending him the PowerPoints for him to review, and he was saying no.
Yeah, you missed that part.
All I know is 2 weeks ago he asked for a feature. Now it's implemented. That's all I have to say.
It was going to be called Stream Chip.
Stream Chipyard.
Yeah.
Because we're in his house.
Look,
If so, can I get like a year free? Is there any way
I know, I need a year free.
upgrade?
John.
Yeah.
Or you could be like Burke and have an affiliate link.
That's the funniest story ever. Burke went to Strong Arm StreamYard and they actually sold him deeper into it.
Yeah.
The man's got no negotiation skills at all.
None. He was just like, yo, I'm going to stop paying you guys because I'm tired of your services. They're like, well, how about you still pay us and you get an affiliate link?
You
And
pay
he's
us
like, yeah,
and commercial for us.
yeah. So every day, and I don't think anybody's done it yet. Like I keep saying that I'm going to go ahead and cancel my StreamYard and then use his affiliate link. I don't know. It's weird.
Oops, super chat.
Super chat from Corey. What is up? Good morning to you. Good morning, gents. What up, Mark and Panda? Okay, got to go to work now. I hope you have a good day.
The girls up here soon.
Yeah. I hope
What
you
am I?
have a
Chop
good day.
liver?
Yeah, he said, fuck you guys. And he said hi to the two most important people to him, and
What
he was
the
out. He
hell?
said, fuck everybody else.
No one else has beans in here.
John, real quick before you go, let me ask you, what has been your read of the week so far?
I saw that.
Ooh, that's tricky. I will say, the book that I went into Rick Remender's Righteous Thirst for Vengeance, knowing that it was going to be one of the better books of the week. Like I really loved that, so I was not surprised because I loved issue 1 and I thought issue 2 continued beautifully on that. So it's an image book by Remender. Dude, and
love that part.
I was surprised by Venom, how much I was bored by it and how I didn't care for it. And I really was like, this art is not very good. And this feels like written by committee instead of written by Ram V or Al Ewing. It feels like bad committee writing. But I was blown away by Hellions, which I thought was like crazy, violent, like bonkers. I did not expect to enjoy that book as much as I did. So that one was surprisingly good, and the art in that was phenomenal. There's the spectrum for me.
See, I'm not a Venom person, or correction, I'm not a Donny Cates Venom person. It's not my cup of tea, the direction he went with Venom and what he's done to him. And being a huge Ron V fan and following Al Ewing for now, because his Immortal Hulk run was definitely like outstanding. But it's not like he's like necessarily like hitting everything out the park that he does. He normally he's just a par writer for Marvel.
Right.
But
I loved his sword run. The sword run he's been doing has been phenomenal.
See, I enjoy really finding when they're dead a lot. Like you see what he's really capable of, like with a very large storytelling, delivering little Easter eggs along the way that you have no clue what they're going to be, and then hitting you with huge payoff. Venom for sure is a power bottom. But Venom, I decided to read Venom just for the sake of following them to see what they're going to do with it.
I mean, they're two huge talented artists. I just feel writers. I mean, but I just feel like the book didn't shine on either skill set, and in the end, felt like it was written by an editor.
Yeah, for me, like I think that's going to be the side effect of what we're getting. We're getting somebody who decided to do the most outrageous things possible to a character. Now you're getting two people that probably have very different ideas of what direction they want to go. So it looked like a lot of damage control to me, which I was fine with the read because I was kind of what I perceived as damage control happening with like trying to go ahead and like talk about Venom getting dethroned and going ahead and getting past this whole King in Black bull crap that is just, it's not intriguing. It's really just not intriguing.
Well, it also felt like two stories, right? One wanted to talk about Dylan and his evolution, and one wanted to have like go back to the age of Flash Thompson's Agent Venom in space fighting cosmic battles.
Dude,
I feel like those two stories, I don't know if they're going to jive together real well. I think it would have been nice maybe to tell them separately, like a mini series on Agent Venom's experience in outer space, now that it's being remote piloted by Eddie, and then a story of Dylan. I think you could have easily separated them. I don't know that the connectivity is going to work.
This I do like the fact that they kind of like leaned into it like right off the bat with something very generic with a little rescue operation. We see all these symbiotes flying in space and he can just hop into, because that's the story that I don't want to see at all. I don't want to see this cosmic dysfunctional handicapped space daddy.
I loved Agent Venom with Flash Thompson, and if people haven't read it, I thought it was a phenomenal read, but this is going to be very different from that.
Yeah, so I'm glad that
where the character's at versus where
Flash
it
looked like they kind of showed you like real quick in a very short part of the book what that would look like if they decided to let that run its course, and then they immediately introduce a story with the potential of that being all you see of it.
Right.
How much of that crap is there really to do? So hopefully what they're doing with this new character coming in and the current state that Eddie's in, that it won't get pulled back on, but go somewhere completely different. So I'm excited to see. We know that Ron V is capable of doing some pretty amazing character-driven stories, and we know Al Ewing has got the mindset to do big, ambitious stuff. So between the two of them, if they find a groove, if these what they have planned, which we don't know what they have planned yet,
No.
got to give them that.
And again, first issues from Marvel and DC tend to always be editorially edited over and over again to the point where they lose all their juice, and then it's always issues 2 and 3 where they find a better style.
Yeah. So I do. This could have the potential to be a dream team combo, but just the idea of 2 writers on a book to begin with, that's so risky because either one of them could probably map out an amazing story, but then when they're playing the give or take game with each other, who knows if that's going to add to it? The 2 heads are better than one is definitely not always the case. And
exactly.
Right.
I'm going to come back to it in digital form probably when it's on the Marvel app, but I'm not going to keep going with it in paper form anytime soon.
I don't do the Marvel app. I know there's a lag
it's
on
perfect
it.
for my girls. The amount of books that are on there, the super simple, easy to use interface, and even the little, if you pay a little extra, you get the giveaway mystery box they send out every year.
Well, I'm not opposed to it. I do the DC one.
So my girls love to go back and read.
I just know that if I pay for another comic reader app, that'll just be kind of throwaway money because I'm still trying to balance the paper versus digital read and keeping up with everything.
There with you.
Yeah, so I'm just not trying to overdo myself and just be wasting stuff.
So what app do you have, Mark?
The DC Universe Infinite.
Okay.
Hey, cutie.
Hi.
Oh. All right, I'm gonna bounce out of here, guys. What's up, Tony?
Yeah, I gotta head to work too. John, I'll see you on the interstate.
Yeah. Congratulations on your pickup, your early morning pickup.
My early morning. Oh yes. Oh my gosh, yes. Mark was able to send me a link to this website. I forgot the name of the company already.
Dark Phoenix.
Dark Phoenix, there it is. So Dark Phoenix was able to grab a couple of those John Jiang Street Fighter Virgin covers, and oh my God, I could not be quick enough into setting up a profile, which I apparently already had a profile. So I was like, okay. So whatever I just did, I need to okay. So
just
I went ahead.
Remember the password.
Exactly, and that took a minute. So, but yeah, I was able to grab one. So thank you, Mark, dude. I thought I had missed out. I thought I was gonna have to do a little strange for Mr. Jiang, but hey.
But there's a couple of shops out there that I've noticed that actually buy they compete with the regular customers to buy copies at releases, and then they wait a few, and then they post them for sale on their website for a small markup.
Yeah, and it wasn't that bad of a markup either.
$10,
especially. Yeah, I was gonna say it was $10 more for the markup. So I was like, oh, that's way better than eBay right now.
Oh hell yeah! Yeah, you definitely can't beat that.
Yeah. Oh my God, John, epic mustache, by the way. I know we've been talking about it, but I just really wanted to say it. For my son's 1 year birthday, we did a mustache party, and I shaved everything and left the mustache, and never again. My family just didn't want to talk to me. They were just like, things are for real
they're
now.
They're all
like,
kind of happy that this is starting to grow in.
Yeah.
I'm doing the opposite of Movember, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is like leave the mustache but grow everything else.
Yeah, I've already nutted too. So
congratulations, John. I don't know if you saw this or not.
Oh, I actually did, because I thought they were joking with me when I jumped in and said, "Hey, did I win?" And they were like, "Go back to the beginning and watch." I was like, "Oh, they're just dicking with me," because that's
no, you really did win.
I legitimately won. Okay, wow, yeah, I'm on my way, Austin. I didn't want to. I'm sorry to put a damper on things a little bit too, but we lost a community member yesterday. Like legit, serious. Sam. I don't know if people talked about Sam passing.
We talked about it earlier.
Okay. Yeah. So just if people don't know Sam, and you can go over to Bueller's channel. He's posted a couple of pictures of him with Sam and just a little bit of him passing. But I found out this just like basically when I got your link this morning. I was like, oh my God. He's like my first moderator that I ever had on my channel. So I was like, oh my God, it's crazy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He's been on my channel a ton. I was on Discovery Bay's show with him 2 weeks ago, I think. It's crazy. So I don't know. I'm going to post some Spider-Man books later today for him. So sorry to bring everybody down. It's just all I can think about. Like,
no, I actually woke up with that news this morning. I had to get up to pee, and I saw Big Herm's post, and I was like, I couldn't believe it. So.
Yeah, can't believe it.
Thanks for adding that in, Nick.
Well, I kind of, it's my fault. Definitely.
It was Nick's second time going up to go pee. That's
why I was up that early. That's why I started like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Have a good Friday, guys.
All right, take it easy,
man.
Yeah, I got to start heading out to the new job. That's right.
So this is your first day
on the
back?
job. It's been the first week, actually.
Yeah.
So I'm actually going through the whole orientation process all over again. So this way I know how to teach it. And oh my gosh, I forgot about orientation. It's yeah, policies can be a dry subject. So
have you established your comic identity? Have you put any? Like, have they given you an office?
Yeah, they've given me some office space.
So you can at my work, I have just like the only thing I just put up the Marvel calendar, and people come in and they go, well, that's not one that we ordered. And I'm like, no, I brought that in myself. That's mine.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're like,
so all this stuff behind me was stuff that I had in my old office.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it just dawned on me. Your background's different. What'd you do with all your slabs?
Oh man, I was on Slab Hub the other day.
Yeah.
So I couldn't just have, I had to put some stuff up from.
That would have been such a lazy way to do Slab Hub, like just point.
I like that idea.
This one.
Exactly. I was
awesome.
thinking about doing that, and I was like, no, I see everybody else do their thing, and
Good morning, Jay Hood. How are you today?
And doing all that stuff. So
yeah.
Oh, Jay Hood, I put all your temporary tattoo stuff on my cork board. I finally got a cork board for all this stuff, and I got all the players on my deal. Which
That's
one
awesome.
of them was Slotted Up, Lady Fantastic, Smiley Tory, and I got the Great Legend. So that was awesome. But anyways, I gotta go. You guys have a good day.
Have a good day.
See you later, Panda.
Later, guys.
Good stuff. Jay Hood, if you want to hop on, message me or Tyler, and we'll shoot you the link. I know the last couple of times I've seen you on here, you said you were working on a model while you were listening. And that'd actually be cool to see you build a model. We have Legal Burning hop on a lot while he's working on covers and stuff. And we've had Kyle on while he was painting a cover. And that just reminds me, I wonder how that cover came out. He was doing the Warhammer 40K cover that he was doing watercolors on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely want to know how that turned out. War Machine Punisher Comic and Collectibles, the winner of the first ever Legion loot giveaway last month. There's that. They should be arriving to you soon. Like I mailed them out Tuesday, so they should be there. Yeah, Jonathan, if you want to hop on as well, feel free. Pretty much anybody, like as long as we know that you're not a troll or a stranger danger. Yeah, just message myself or Tyler or Nick or Chip or Jim. Just message anybody on the screen. They can send you the link. They all clearly have the link.
I don't.
Yeah, well, if you're also if you're a channel member,
so it doesn't matter.
If you're a channel member, which everybody on the screen is also, the link is in the group chats. He's at work today. Listening while working on an instruction sheet. Hop on if I didn't work in a cube farm.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if y'all checked out his channel, but a couple of weeks ago, I think he does it every other weekend, but a couple of weeks ago, he did an actual trial of the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie. It was hilarious.
Now I want to look.
Yeah, I was sitting there laughing through that. That was a good time. Nick, what are you boxing up over there?
Well, actually, right now, what I'm doing is reading Pocan Joe's meme of the day, meme of the moment.
Those are all
He posts some good ones, but I'm packaging up all the books. Your book, Lynx's book, E-Man's book, a little something for Panda. Also something for There Can Only Be Vaughn, and I made 3 sales last night.
Oh yeah, Vaughn won some stuff on Whatnot.
Yeah, that stuff I got to him already, but there was another book that I didn't put up for sale that he wanted.
So he's local here.
I can't get it.
I think he's moved away now, but he did live here for a long time. And the Augusta Book Exchange had because we have Fort Gordon here, so they had a comic location on base, and Vaughn ran that store for a while.
Yeah, he's in Jim's neck of the woods now.
Yeah, he's up here in Maryland with me.
Mm-hmm.
He was in Hawaii for a while, and then he messaged me and said, "Hey, I'm coming to Maryland." And I was like, "Let me tell you where you need to go because he's closer." I'm telling you, man, that LCS that Ackery goes to, Michael Ackery, I wish I was closer to it. They have it's not a big store, but they're always buying stuff, and they just have a good mix of everything. And I told him, they treat you right. You become a regular in there, they'll take care of him. And I said, you should definitely go and check them out. So I'm hoping he goes down there. To be continued comics. I'll try to meet up with him at some point.
What's the meme of the
Vaughn's had some luck lately in buying. He bought a collection that yielded him a lot of good stuff. So
yeah, I saw that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Brandon and I went and had lunch one time. I mean, he's a good guy. He's young.
Oh, Vaughn?
Aren't they all Jim?
No, Brandon from Comic Kings.
Yeah, Brandon, I think he's like 13 or something.
No, he's not 13.
Listen, that dude's drive, man, like he's had some people, his interviews is just
he just had Jim Shooter on the day before yesterday.
Yeah. I when we went to lunch, I was like, how do you do that? He's like, I just message them to death until they finally say yes. And I'm like, there you go.
He talked to Jim Shooter while he was at I think it was, God, I don't even want to guess. He was at some con where Jim Shooter was, and he talked to him there about it. That's also a great way to get a hold of people is if you get a chance to meet him in person.
He was at Baltimore.
That's it, Baltimore. Bring it up. Who knows what they'll say?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They might be surprisingly receptive of the idea of coming on your channel. Yeah, and then you can get their direct information.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a great interview too. I mean, aside from all the name correcting that Jim Shooter was doing, it was a pretty good
Perez.
So, which led me to another thing. I was at CBCS yesterday, and I've had the luck lately of running in there when there's been really interesting people. But the ladies who work there, she always goes to cons, and I mentioned Brandon's interview, and she's like, "Oh, I love Jim Shooter. He was telling me all these stories about what it used to be like in the Marvel offices. Mm-hmm. I've heard some crazy stories about just stuff that happens behind the scenes, like the one time Jim Steranko punched Bob Kane in the face." I was like,
"What?
Wow!"
I was like, "What?"
Mm-hmm.
See, that's good stuff.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah. I mean, I would imagine like during the 70s and the 80s, everything must have been a free for all. I mean, especially
it couldn't have been much later than that, or would have killed Bob to get punched in the face by anybody.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, they when Shooter was at Baltimore, I went and got bought a couple of prints, and he was signing them. And I happened to look over. He had this animation piece set up beside him, and I glanced at it, and he said, "You like that?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's pretty cool." It was like Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends animation piece.
Oh,
and
cool.
he said he got that as a birthday. I think it was birthday from Stan Lee. And one of the prints that I bought was the Spider-Man Mary Jane wedding cover. And he said, this is this is all because of Stan. We were at a con, and it was coming. We were doing a panel, and it was coming to an end. And they said, "Do you have any questions?" And somebody said, "Hey, when is Mary Jane and Spider-Man going to get married?" And at that point, Stan wasn't involved in the comics anymore. He was more into the animation side of things. And he looked over at Shooter and said, he said, "I don't do that anymore. This guy's in charge." And they were just like, he's like, "Damn, now I got to get these two married." Because there's like 300 people there. Stuff traces of cocaine on him. That's a good question. Yeah. How many late night, hold on, I'm almost done. Okay, here's the page. Keep you working, man. You got to do that late night, get it out the next day thing. Austin might not be wrong.
Oh, good morning, Kate. I just saw Comic Kate is up in the chat. Kate, do you have a new show coming out this week? He posts an awesome Saturday morning, go figure, video. I don't know if it's every Saturday or every other, but they're really cool. Very nostalgic. All right, so there's the mail for the day going out. The giveaway stuff. As you know, around here, we give away stuff. I have that meme of the moment stuck in my head now. Thanks, you jackholes.
Yeah. Cocaine's on the next level.
Mm-hmm. The memes, right?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
And the Skeletor ones are always my favorite ones.
It's just him picturing Skeletor running away is the funniest part to me, no matter what he says.
Mm.
And that was one interview yesterday that I kind of hoped that it would run 100 questions. Because that 10 questions with Pocan Joe was great.
Yeah, I watched it. It was.
I still haven't caught it yet.
Yeah.
I kind of get the impression you and him have had some deep conversations, Bark.
Mm.
He's all about, philosophy, and
he says he is. Those degrees behind him, he printed himself.
Yeah, I don't think so. And he's like, "Oh, I'm not an artist. You're an artisan. All right, you create. It's just not on pen and paper. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you look closely, I think he's got one of those rings from balls. What am I thinking they're called?
The Flash?
No.
The Masons?
Masons, yeah. My father-in-law is a Mason, and it's these guys that can take anything and go, "All right, let me fix
why are
that
you on
for
here?
Yeah, Joe, get on here.
I try to pick conversations with him, that's for sure.
Yep.
I almost feel partly responsible for the philosophy with Pocan segment getting brought up, because when I first started watching him on Placid and Stashin, I would start commenting about some of his comments where he gets into that, because I love to debate.
Right.
So after Joe went off on a few tangents, next thing you know, they turned it into a segment. Like, save it, and you can just unload it right here.
Right.
I'm like, this is part of like the most enjoyable part, is like when you get to unpack stuff in deeper thought. Like I like getting below the surface with anything.
There you go. Well, that was one of my favorite interviews to date with Jimmy Don Kerr doing? So
it was a meme of the moment. God, that's gonna be stuck in my head.
All Nick's fault.
Jesus.
Yeah, it is.
It's Lee's fault, really, because he made a damn catchy song.
That's
and
true.
you never hear it in your head with your voice. You always hear it with his voice.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Exactly.
I'm a little upset I'm letting this go, actually.
Which one is it?
This is the 423's homage.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one going to Eman?
Yeah.
He was very specific about that question. I wonder what he has planned.
I don't know. It's a nice cover, though.
He's like, I need a Miko sketch. A Miko Batman sketch. I'm like, yeah, what are you going to be doing with it?
He tried to trade it for that Rian Johnson Spider-Woman. I was like, actually, I had just ordered another Big Time Collectibles box. When was it? Tuesday?
Yesterday. Yesterday or the day before, one of the two.
It's already, I think it's out for delivery today.
The books I sent you out for delivery yet?
Which one?
Or have you got them yet? That was a dumb question.
CBCS? No. Yeah.
He hasn't opened them yet. You'll know when he gets them. He'll be on your stream or my stream. Someone else's stream.
Probably somebody else's. No, I got a lot of videos to make, actually.
Yeah. Good.
Blue Helmet Comics up in the chat. Good morning, Dan. How are you today?
We might actually have the first Kicks unboxing on Tuesday.
Awesome.
I ordered 2 pairs. So.
Very cool.
Nice. Trying to restrain from buying anything at this point. But then freaking last night I'm watching Remy and I'm like, shit, I may have to get on that Whatnot tonight because I saw a couple books I want. And from
You'll definitely have to. I'm adding some stuff after listening to Alan May last night too.
Right? He gave you he was, you know what? I mean, Alan's the man. And he you know, I like the fact that he was talking about donating to libraries and stuff. That was just.
All right, update. So Monkey does in fact have an ear infection, nothing serious, but ear infection nonetheless, and they both have a cold, which we expected just with the sniffles and stuff. Finn brought one home from school last week, and yeah, they just pass everything around.
Right.
But it's cool. Like, this sounds crazy, but it's cool to hear just normal stuff like that. And
yeah,
like, you know, that's they say when a kid's between ages 1 and 2, they get sick roughly 15 to 20 times a year, which is normal for any kid because that's them getting those sicknesses that they build their immunities off of.
Absolutely.
So it's cool here. Like, it sucks because they're sniffling coffee, but it doesn't bother their spirits at all. You know, they're still just as happy-go-lucky as you can imagine. Might get a little more cuddly, which that's never a bad thing when they're that age, you know?
Right. No, I mean,
that's
antibiotic.
Good. Sometimes those ear infections are brutal for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They kept when my son was that age, they kept saying, all right, he might be getting an ear infection, so just keep an eye on it. And I'm like, how do you keep an eye on it? You know, I mean, either he's gonna have it or he isn't. And I knew something was wrong when he was pretty young because I told my wife, I said, something's wrong here. He's not hearing. Something's not right. And so finally we took him to a specialist, and they were like, yeah, he can't hear. I mean, he's basically underwater. He needs tubes. That's what he needs. And none of the doctors during the checkup said anything about that. They just said he looks like he's getting an ear infection.
Yeah, my sister had tubes in her ears as well.
So
my brother, my nephews had them put in, and they had to go back in and redo them a second time or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know. He's got bad ears.
Yeah. So he put him behind the 8 ball in the beginning because the speech was not there, and he, you know, so we went through that whole thing. But I was kind of pissed. I was like, "You mean all he needed was tubes, and he could have had it like a year ago?" And the doctors, Yeah, we dropped those suckers and went somewhere else. They were the same people that let us go in there when they had some plague going on. I was done with them. So, all right. Well, I think I'm gonna go and see.
So
what
just
time
like that,
I'm off.
I'm sorry. You know that decision that was made by the government that if you make money via eBay or sell, not eBay, but if you sell stuff via eBay or if you use PayPal and you make over $600 a year, like they're going to take their cut out of it. It's no longer transactions. It's now being affected. Cash App is going to be doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't Cash App and PayPal, aren't they pretty much owned by the same? I think they're owned by the same. It's either PayPal owns Cash App or Venmo. One of them.
Venmo.
Is it Venmo?
Yeah.
So I mean, look, they got to pay for $1.5 trillion somehow. So might as well figure out. You know, they know they're losing money.
Yeah, it's going to be all payment services.
Yeah. They want their pound of flesh somewhere. They're going to get it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't sell a lot anyway. I mean, I do a mystery box here and there, but I don't know how that's going to, you know, I got a friend that didn't pay taxes for 13 years and they didn't do shit to him. They let him run, but he wasn't making any money. That's the problem. They only go after people that were making real money, like Chip, you know, the people that own StreamYard and stuff. Those guys, they really, if Chip didn't pay his taxes, they would come after him pretty hard, I'm sure.
Yeah, but the problem is, Jim, it's like guys like Chip and in that income tax bracket, they know how to avoid it. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, you know, a perfect example, I was telling them my wife is on her weekend getaway with her two girlfriends, and one of them is a lawyer that lives in Bermuda and works for a bank. And part of her job is to hide the money. I mean, you know, she was working in. They put her in like the trust fund section, and she had a whole group of people that had trust funds. But then somebody left or quit, and so now she's in the. I said, "What are you doing these days?" She goes, "You know, making sure the rich stay rich." And I'm like, "That sucks. You're evil." But she gets paid well, so she doesn't care. So
yeah. I mean, it is called cryptocurrency for a reason.
Correct.
Nothing to do with it.
That's what they call plausible deniability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
But also, you gave yourself the kiss of death, because when you say you got to chill out and stop buying stuff, that's when you actually ramp it up.
I know.
That's when all the deals start coming your way.
Like, damn it, Remy Q. I was watching that last night. I was like, oh, you're tempting me with this ad that you posted up here.
Yep.
So 8 o'clock, I'm maybe diving in and seeing what's up there. There's only certain things. I'm gonna see what's up.
Everything starts at $1.
Until Chip gets in there and starts throwing his weight around. Next thing you know, it's like a $500 book.
Well,
the StreamYard money.
I bought one book, man.
That's what I hope.
There was a lot. I was on it. I was like, ooh, shit.
Or Rob, Mr. You know, fat stacks of cash.
I did last minute submissions and lost out to plenty of people. So
yeah.
Last 2 seconds, seeing Legion come in, sniping things.
Yeah.
I was bidding in the beginning of things too.
Yeah, I was too.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I was bidding until the bidding stopped.
Yeah.
I was the high bidder, and then like when people bid again, I would bid again.
Yeah. Yep.
There won't be any of that tonight. Tonight it'll run out. So.
Good.
What do you mean?
Sudden death mode is inactive tonight.
Oh, okay.
It's going down.
Yeah.
Got it.
And bidding StreamYard was a tax write-off. Oh, they don't play sick. They run around and do their normal living. Like we were planning on going to the fair today and just found out, because we were going to go during the daytime, but just found out they don't open until 5 o'clock today.
Really?
We're going to put a potential damper on the would-be plans. Because I just found this out because I'm texting my wife now, but I'm supposed to be on In the Mix tonight with DJ Links at 9 o'clock. But I can't imagine if we're there when it opens, being there like 3 hours at a fair with a 1-year-old. That alone is excessive,
Yeah.
Like, as we're there with little kids, we're not there trying to do all these rides and stuff. We're just parenting.
You give them some cotton candy, let them throw up once or twice, and you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Show them a couple of ponies. Now, is that? Do they have that stuff?
Yeah. Well, like sometimes they'll have like the animals there. Sometimes they'll have like a little. Like one time they had like what are those like freestyle BMXers, but it's not like they're doing ramps and tricks. It's the guys that don't even have seats on the bike, but they just like do the obstacle course on bikes. And sometimes we'll have like a little miniature demolition derby. Like the live attraction thing changes. They'll have tiger show or something until someone gets mauled, and then change it up to a sea lion exhibit or something. Who knows? Who knows?
Our fairgrounds. I mean, this part of Maryland, they're trying to hold on to their rural farming roots as much as they can. So the fair in this county is still, I mean, like they bring your prize winning, chicken and enter it in. And it's a big deal. I mean, they like to, they have a whole section building set up for animals.
Bring what you do in your everyday life to the fair so we can continue your everyday life at the fair and do nothing spectacular. Yay!
Well, I mean, and that was the thing. I mean, you grew whatever you grew and you wanted to show it at the fair. I mean, there were kids that would take the whole week off to take care of their animals that they took to the fair. So at one point they just said, okay, we're going to give them this Friday and that's fair day. You could be off from school that day. I don't know.
That's pretty cool.
All I know is I found some wicked stuff there during COVID when nobody was coming. I was like, all right, that's where me and my buddy found some amazing things. So, all right, well, look, I'm going to get off. I got a couple of errands I got to do before I go see the Eternals. Because even though I'm officially...
I forgot to dig into it earlier, and I apologize. But Nice House on the Lake #6 drops next week.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
There's going to be a huge change up in it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see if I can find this before you have to leave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right there. So now we've been like doing all the theories and everything based off all the clues in the book and everything.
Right.
Look under the title. You see the symbols? They're all different. All the symbols are different, and Reg is in the center and highlighted, and that's not even the symbol that he was addressed with in the last issue. Because he had the same artist symbol as the character from issue 1 who's the artist, but it was flipped. But now every single one of those symbols are different, and the red symbol in the middle highlighted makes number 11, because there were only 10 symbols. Now there's 11 symbols, all different.
So what does that mean?
Really?
So it says that this issue is going to flip all the theories on their head and throw it completely off and leave us with more questions than before the hiatus until March. I cannot wait.
What?
I cannot wait.
Now I have to wait until March?
Yeah. Okay. I can wait. I can definitely wait.
It's a cool looking cover.
Yeah, that's for the astronomer.
Yeah.
I love that issue. When she noticed that the stars in the sky weren't moving.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, the implication. The implications. All right, Jim, I'm sorry. I'm going to keep dragging this out and keeping you here. Yeah, that's what I do.
How long can we keep Jim here?
Yeah. Yeah, I could
Like
stay,
I
but
watched the mystery box video. I agree about Atlanta. It sucks. All of it. LOL. I don't know about all of it. There's some cool stuff there. I went over the cool stuff. The aquarium is great. The zoo's cool. Going to the Coke factory is cool, but none of it is worth it because of the traffic alone, much less like Atlanta's gotten increasingly more dangerous to go in as a tourist over the years. Like, I remember being little going to Atlanta. There wasn't a reputation to be had with it other than it was the capital. Now it holds all kinds of reputations, like good and bad. Like,
right.
I think that's kind of generic across a lot of cities through America, though.
We used to have a facility in Atlanta, and I hated going to it. So we are like, yeah, we're moving you out, and we're going to Chamblee. So now we're like, get the heck away from Atlanta.
Yeah.
Is that what's dropping? Kind of hard to see. But, there you go.
You got to find the lean. There you go. Focus. Oh, the hoodie. You're buying the hoodie?
That
Very
bottom
cool.
shoe looks cool. Yeah.
What kind of shoes are those, Nick? You're muted. I'm sorry.
He's never sounded better. That's
These are the off-white Jordan 2s.
So
And
here,
I've never got a win on these at all.
oh, is that like a race to get a mount or something?
They put you in a random draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was very Dr. Evil. Laser
Yeah.
beam.
I don't know if it's random.
So Austin, the 11th symbol is representing Reg, who was the guy that they found in the other facility, but he was given and assigned a symbol in the last page of the last issue. So
Right.
he was assigned the symbol of the artist, but it was a reflection of the artist symbol that was assigned to the girl in the first issue. So now not only is his symbol different, but there are 10 completely different symbols we haven't seen before representing we don't know who. And if you go in and look at the B cover for this issue, it might be a spoiler cover. I've looked at it. I have no clue if it's a spoiler or not, which the B cover for issue 1 was a spoiler cover, which you wouldn't know that until you read the issue. It completely revealed something about a character on the B cover of Walter, because you didn't know what Walter's thing was, this, that, or the third, but the B cover is him doing his shape shifting. So if you look at the B cover of this, prepare for a potential spoiler of the same type. My chicken apocalypse is spectacular. She blows the doors off the local 4-H building every fair.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm downtown now on top of a 32-story high-rise running cable. I work out here every day. Oh man, I feel sorry for you. So then, yeah, you know, yeah, all aspects of it are rough. I would like to go run cable at the zoo. Yeah, there it is. Total spoiler cover for issue 1. Absolutely spoiler cover. That's like the reveal at the end of the book.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You don't think it's a spoiler. You think it's just like a crazy, like Martin Simmons cover.
Right.
Until you actually find out. When does the last issue come out?
Of what?
NHOTA?
The halfway issue, which is like they're breaking the series into 2 parts. So it comes out Wednesday, or technically Tuesday, Wednesday, because it's DC, and then it returns in March.
Oh, so you read it already?
I'll have to dig into it. I wonder if it's a completely different group that figured everything out. So that's what I'm wondering, if there was maybe a group before them.
Right.
But it still throws it off a little bit, being a different number of people, because it was a 10 persons group that Walter was given. And if there was a group before him, did he dig into? I mean, you can go on, and that's what's so cool about this book. What is up, Rob?
Yeah.
Not me.
Rob's tired.
I was up till 1 o'clock in the morning watching a horrible rock movie.
Rock movie?
Yeah, it had The Rock. I don't remember the name of it. I just remember it had The Rock, Anthony Mackie, and Mark Wahlberg in it.
Oh, that's
Pain and Gain.
No Pain, No
Pain and Gain. Yeah, I love that movie. When they're barbecuing the hands on the grill, that's actually like a true story, and a lot of it, like, they make fun of it, kind of lighten it up. But so many of the actual
lighten up a murder, kidnapping, murder, extortion scene. Yeah.
The name who played what was it, Monk in the USA show? The guy that they kidnapped, the actor, I forget his name.
I don't know, he used to be Monk, Adrian.
Yeah.
Or Adrian was the character name. It was
Adrian Monk.
But
in,
yeah,
Galaxy as well. He was great in there. Was emotional. My wife's kids at the doctor. Let me answer this.
His tubes are clogging up.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's got horrible internet.
Yeah, he's got his Chip fix his tubes. The one the one that I watched, Rob, on Netflix, The Harder They Fall. It's it's the Western. I liked it. I love the music in it. Idris Elba being a bad guy. He was, you know, it kind of reminded me of it's got a lot of blood and like ridiculous shooting where it's like you just point the gun type thing and the guy, but I can't think of who the director is. It reminds me of Tarantino. Sort of like Tarantino or Robbie Rodriguez. That type of style. But the music was great. The story is what it is. It's a Western. Save the damsel, blah, 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 revenge, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it's still fun to watch.
Yeah, I don't know. I started I saw it pop up on the Hulu splash screen, and I hit play trailer because I had never seen it. And as soon as the trailer started or finished, it just started the movie. Oh, Tony Shalhoub. Thank you.
Oh,
Pops.
yeah, Tony Shalhoub. That's right.
And so I was just like, well, what the hell? I guess I'll watch it. And next thing I know, it's practically 1 o'clock in the morning. And unfortunately, I didn't have to work this morning.
Yeah.
Or today. It's an internal holiday for the company.
Nice.
And so I just, when my alarm went off at 5, which is the normal time, I was just like, I could get up and go hang with those guys.
Or I could sleep for another hour.
Or I could sleep. And for once, I chose sleep for a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, you know what? That's your body telling you need it, brother. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's like I'm not as young as I once was or something.
Me neither. That's...
Yeah, and I just realized with Mark gone how old this panel is now.
Hey, like when you said it, Nick, I was like, he's giving you a mess about the whole getting up to handle your business. I was like, yeah, I totally relate. I understand, bro.
Don't get me wrong. When my alarm went off at 5, I was still getting up. I still got up.
Yeah.
But it was just a question when I came back, when I got out of the bathroom, was I going back to bed or was I getting dressed? That was really the crux. And it's like, yeah, I'll go a little bit. I'll go sleep a little bit longer. And then my wife's alarm went off at 6:30, and I was like, well,
someone's
gonna go take care of the dog.
Right. That's what I was getting ready to say. Like the dog doesn't understand the change in the clock, so
you have to
he's
adjust.
Still getting
everything.
up to go and say, "Hey, it's time for me to go out." And I'm like, "Geez, I forgot about this."
Yeah. Fortunately, the one thing that's a little bit different for us with the dog on our schedule is, so the dog sleeps in a crate at night, and the dog and the crate is in my youngest's room, and my youngest has like a very Victorian sleep schedule type of thing. I mean, where in that he has like 2 different sleeps during the day, and so like he goes to school, gets up, goes to school, comes home from school, and like takes a nap for like hours, and then gets up and is up until the wee hours of the morning, and then takes like another nap, short sleep, and then goes. So gets the 8 hours or whatever, but gets it like in 2 4-hour blocks at different points of the day.
Yeah.
Right. And so that means that somebody's up until 2 in the morning usually.
Right.
At least. So the dog you can sit there and say, hey, you can shift and adjust when we're doing it. So it was a little bit easier to kind of ease the dog into the time change. But
yeah, mine hasn't just said I need to go now, and I don't care what your time is, get up. And since I'm by myself this weekend and my kid is like not going to get up, I got to do it.
That's it. I mean, fortunately, the other thing is that because the dog is in the bedroom with my youngest, that if the dog whines enough, they'll get up and let the dog out.
Yeah. Mine closes the door on purpose for that reason. He's like, I don't want him in here. I know I'm going to have to,
This was the condition on getting the dog.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Maybe I can do that.
Because he wanted the dog. Yeah. I had my dogs. I was still ready to be on my break from having dogs again still.
Right.
Well, just for this reason, because I know that I'm the one who has to end up getting up at the 6 o'clock hour, no matter what day of the week it is or whatever, to let the dog out.
Right. And that's the same way I feel. So this one is approaching, we're not really sure. I think he might be like 16, 17. I don't know.
At least the end's in sight.
Yeah, the end is in sight.
Then it'll be time to take a break.
I need a break. I need like at least a year or so. I mean,
not having to worry about when I get home, not having to worry about, being able to go away for the weekend without having to.
We lasted I want to say 3 months before I caved on the cat. But the cat, I'm not so much worried about because they're self-contained. I mean, you can put food out and leave them for, have somebody come over and check on them one day and you're good.
Yeah, they
but the
don't care
dog
about
is,
you.
yeah, the dog is different story. So I want some time off from the dog. Not that I hate them. It's just
Right.
that
Yeah.
there's some.
It's all consuming. It's you have to plan your days and your evenings and everything with them in mind, at least. So weekend trips, family vacations, all those fun things. I was just thinking about it too, because like this weekend, my mom's coming up from SoCal and going out to dinner. It's like, oh, okay, well, this dog's still new with us. We've only had Lottie since February or March, something like that. So not even a full year yet. I mean, she's acclimated to our thing, but we've been somebody's home all the damn time practically.
Right.
So it's like this is if my mom wants to go out to dinner, and it's like, okay, well, this is probably like the second time we'll be leaving the dog in the backyard by itself without, for a couple hours, and it's like. It's not a big deal. You got to do that here and there, anyways, to teach them and let them become independent to some degree. But I don't know, when we get a cruise next year. That'll be the fun one because that'll be 10 days. And
are you gonna
we'll have to board her.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless my parents end up wanting to take the dog down, but no, my parents are coming with us.
Yeah, no.
So it's not. So it's like really, there's nobody.
Hey, Sam.
To watch the dog.
Right. Yeah, we board ours whenever we go away for that long period of time. You just gotta.
Yeah. I mean, it's the place that we would board the dog is also the same place we take the dog for grooming and daycare and stuff. And when you take them in, they have nice, 4x6 kennels that they're not put in a crate in a rack at the vet, like at the vet boarding, right? And then during the daytime they take all the dogs out and the dogs go into the various play yards and what. Yeah. So it's not like
ours even has a camera. You can look.
Yeah.
I like that too. Like my wife likes it more than anything, so she can check on her baby, that type of thing.
Right. Yeah.
So you guys don't use something like Rover? You ever hear of Rover?
What's that?
Rover is like it's an app where you can find a dog sitter.
Oh.
So they'll have them in your area, and the kennels were what, like $30 a night, I think?
At least, 30, 32.
So this way you can put them up in somebody's house, and they'll have care and whatever, and it's usually cheaper. It's usually around $15-20, I think.
Yeah. I'd rather my dog get the kennel, actually, to be honest with you, in an environment that I know is set up for the dogs and stuff, and rather than somebody's letting rando people's dogs into their house to make some side cash.
Yeah. I'm kind of with you on that, Rob. Plus, my dog actually looks forward to going to the kennel. I mean, I don't know if they're just giving him like biscuits and stuff that we don't give him, but when his tail is wagging, and I mean, even as an old man, we'll say
they go in the play yard.
You give him a day in the kennel.
It's that play yard, man. They dig getting to hang out with the other dogs and just play. I mean, our dog now has gotten ingrained into the concept that around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, my wife and my youngest go take the dog to the dog park.
Sure.
And so starting around 4 o'clock, that dog is like pacing up and down the hallway and like pawing at people. Like, it's time to go. Let's go. I mean, they just finally broke her of her habit. They used to take her out in the evening and run the laser around and have the dog chase the laser. And the dog would sit there and like beg for that. Like, it was like, thank God that's over with. Broke her of that habit. But so yeah, same thing with the daycare. She loves going to the daycare to play with the other dogs.
Mine is so, like, we noticed that he was having issues in the back, like his back hips or something was wrong. And she took him to the vet. And because he was an adopted dog, we don't know what his life was like in the beginning. But it turned out he broke his pelvis. Like they did an X-ray and they're like, this dog broke its pelvis, right? And we're like, no, because we couldn't figure out what this it's like basically his muscle was overcompensating for the other one.
Because it wasn't set or healed right.
It didn't get set at all. I think it set naturally, or it
just healed on its own.
Healed up naturally, yeah.
So in other words, the dog got hit or something at some point. Nobody took care of it, and well, that's unfortunate. But at least it's got a better life now.
Oh yeah.
Like Nick's boxing up body parts, shipping them across the country. There you go. If you get a finger in your box, you win a prize.
Can nobody? I mean, that's a softball. Can nobody take that one, please?
I'm tired of what?
Finger in the box? Really? Seriously?
I just said if you get the finger in the box, you get a prize.
Yeah, but I mean that's you. But somebody else, like Jim has just dropped the ball there. Come on, Jim.
Oh, maybe we've gotten over it somewhat, and we're not as much about making fun of you anymore.
I don't.
We want to look for something more sophisticated now.
Yeah, that's an even bigger joke than the finger in the box.
Yeah, I know. I'm reaching for a stretch here. It's early in the morning. Well, it is for me anyway. So
yeah.
Yeah, it's still early for you.
I'm glad to see that I'm not the only one who tapes up their self-sealing boxes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
those boxes are pretty good though, but the legal size flat envelopes when you put a Gemini in there, those are the ones I tape and reinforce the top,
the sides, and the top. Yeah.
Well, mostly the top, because when you fold over that flap, it always gaps.
Yeah.
And it's like I just know that going through their stuff, it's like something for it to get caught on and then rip.
Yeah.
And so just putting a little piece of tape
is more security
around the top of it would stop it when it snags. The tape prevents it from tearing. So you just kind of you don't have to do a whole long piece, but just a
post office beats the mess out of everything sometimes. So
yeah,
I just want to make sure.
I'm taking a gamble today. I got 4 packages going out. Only one of them's in an actual box. 3 of them are in padded envelopes.
What does that cost to put them in the flat rate envelope?
The legal flat rate envelope.
Mm-hmm.
It's like $8.40 something. It's cheaper than shipping the Gemini, or unless you're going first class mail. It's the cheapest way, pretty much.
That's what comics. I use whenever I ship a Gemini out. I just stick it in that legal mailer, and it's either $8.40 or $8.15 or something like that. I mean, when I do it through Pirate Ship, it's cheaper than the padded envelope. Yeah,
I know that by a few cents, by like 10 cents or something, but. The problem is like Pirate Ship won't let you do like a first class unless it's under a pound, it seems.
Yeah.
Or because like I was finally able to I gotta send. Is this one? This one's going out. This is just see how I do comics. No, it's not a comic, but. But it's like I could, because it was like just under a pound. It's like 9 ounces, and I could do first class on it. So this becomes cheap. But otherwise, yeah, it's like when you do this one does have a comic in it, but I'm only shipping it in a padded envelope because the book is in a bag with 4 backing boards, and then that's sandwiched between 2 pieces of cardboard, which is then inside of a bubble wrap envelope, which is inside this bubble wrap envelope, and it's only going up the road to Oakland. So it's going a whole 20 miles. It'll be there tomorrow. So it's like, okay, well, I'm going to use this. But yeah, whatever. Had a package going Austin's way too. Austin, he's got a bigger one. All right, let's see what's going on. So hey Nick, you got a whatnot coming up?
Yes, sir. Tonight at 8 p.m.
Tonight at 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Eastern.
8 p.m. Eastern. Ooh. I saw the reel fly by on my Instagram the other day. I don't know how your reel of you flipping through comics mixed through women dancing to weird songs that I don't understand, but or people talking about, do you want to burn calories? Your submission was selected. Wasn't selected. What does that mean?
That's why it's just Nick's and Comics. That's why. Nick's Comics. That's why.
Good morning, Dave Collects. Yeah.
Yeah, Austin, you got a package coming to you. It's it's that blank, first of all, and then there's something else in there for you.
Rob, who you got on Slab Hub this Saturday, bud?
Tomorrow on Slab Hub, we have Nick. No, what do I say, Nick? It's Gary B, the casual comic guy. Matter of fact, after this,
I see a lot of Conan in your future.
Yeah,
maybe, but
Spider Women.
I mean, yeah, well, Captain Marvel and Dazzler and it's great. No, we can kind of understand a little bit about what goes on in some of the those the women of Marvel that he loves so much. USPS means it'll go to San Jose to Michigan before it goes to Oakland. That is a good possibility. I have seen some weird routing, but most of the very weird routing actually happens on the East Coast, where things like start in Ohio and go to New York, then Vermont, then down to Pittsburgh, where they sit for 42 days and then come out west the next day.
Hey guys, I got to run to a meeting here, so just wanted to say bye.
Oh, goodbye. We'll miss you.
Yeah.
Tell StreamYard.
Yeah, I had to cut him off. Talk to y'all later. Bye.
I sent Sam the link, but he says no bueno.
I'm glad to see you're back, Jim.
Well, this Friday, and only this Friday. I have actually, I don't have much time because my show is at noon.
I was about to ask what time you're seeing it. Is this your first watch of it?
Yeah. I never even saw the Venom movie, so I'm gonna go see this. I'm going to this theater that's one of those cinema draft things. Mm-hmm. So I figure I'll get me a little lunch and a beer, and they have those big chairs and everything. I'll sit back and watch this and see how it goes.
That's how all of our theaters here are.
Is it? Yeah. They have I watched Shang-Chi that way. I like that. That was nice. So, but I can wait for Venom to be on whatever. It'll come on HBO or something eventually or somewhere.
If I were you, I would just wait on it to get revamped in 20 years or so with a new actor, new writers, new directors,
new
stories, and just go for that Venom when it comes out.
Oh, Venom.
Yeah, I'm going to see Eternals, Rob. That's what I'm going to see.
I'm going to go see that on Sunday. That'll be we're going to be discussing it on Sidekicks.comics next week.
Nice. All right. Well, then I'll be prepared.
Although today I'm going to go see the James Bond movie.
Oh, right on.
Oh, I forgot.
I still have to watch Spectre. I've had Spectre, man, for like 2 years, and I haven't even watched it yet.
Yeah.
I'm one behind.
I'm kind of over James Bond.
Yeah, well, it's something to get out. It looks like I got the theater to myself, so thus far. So I'll go see that this afternoon, and then Sunday I'll go see the Eternals. I got movie credits that have been sitting there for over a year, and then next week then I think it'll be all about Ghostbusters.
I think that's going to. I know a lot of people are as excited about it, but I just.
I'm sure it'll suck.
Yeah, I'm afraid that it's going to fall extremely short.
It's going to be like it's going to be just like when May finally rolls around and Top Gun 2 hits, man. Oh. After 2 years of hype, and I'm sure it'll be like, well, same thing, and maybe even Spider-Man. Who knows? Maybe I'm just going to be a hateful man of everything now.
Don't turn into Taylor. I feel like that's what Taylor's become, a curmudgeon to the next level. You know,
he's embraced it.
Some people say that that's what whiskey does.
I'm just saying, you know. I mean,
Well, there's got to raise your spirits.
There's got to be something good in there, and he's just like, "Rrr."
You know, sometimes it's character. You know.
I understand. This is his shtick, but sometimes I get concerned. Like, is it his shtick, or how much did he have to drink tonight?
Hey Taylor, you are loved, man. You're loved. I just thought I wanted to tell you that. You needed to hear it.
I'm going to tell you, one of his best comic book reviews was when he was Blotto. It was months back, and he got on. He's like, "This comic is terrible, and let me tell you what." And you know, he just was I was like, "Oh, this is going to be gold."
And not coincidentally, that Thing comic was terrible.
Yeah, I read it. It was.
It was all over the place.
Let me ask y'all a serious question real quick.
Uh-oh.
Did y'all think for 1 second that the Thing issue #1 for the X amount of time that's coming out when there's no relevance to what's going on in the MCU was going to be a good read?
I really bought it for the cover.
That Bermejo cover is.
Yeah, the cover's sick.
I didn't pick it up because I didn't think it would matter.
But you know what? If I'm gonna buy it for the cover, at least I'll take a peek at it. You know.
Sure. Well, that just makes sense.
Dude, that Punisher series was phenomenal. That I haven't finished the second season, but that first season was really good.
This guy always hopes that there's a good Thing series somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ben Grimm's a fun character, but I've been steering clear of the Fantastic Four lately. Unfortunately, although they used to hold a dear spot in my heart for so many years. Every time I try to get back into reading them lately, it's just not been grabbing my attention. How's that for being nice about it?
I'm kind of regularly picking up Marvel series, like when they're doing limited, because I'm just trying to find more Marvel books to read. Because I love the characters. There's just not very many stories that are for me, I guess, you know. So I did pick up the Fantastic Four Antithesis series, hoping for a good series, and Neil Adams was attached to it and stuff. And man, it wasn't bad. It was just like this. Why does this exist? It really was bad. By issue 3, I was like, man, this sucks. We got a super chat from Blue Hellion Comics. Did you know the Roman army sold milk products wherever they went? People still talk about it today. It was legendary. Appreciate the super chat, and I appreciate the joke even more, man.
So here you go. This is the original piece of art that I bought for Ron. It was Ron Wilson drew it, and he used to draw the Thing. He did a couple of 2-in-1s, and he was at a small con, and then he did this Hulk too.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, I was thinking I was going to send you that actually, Marky, because you're a Hulk fan.
Most of I've been known to enjoy the Hulk a little bit.
Yeah, and I bought that one just because nobody was going to his table, and I was just like, "What's wrong with you people?"
Was this from the most recent con?
No, this was like a couple of years ago at a small local con they had here in the area, and he was like one of the guest artists because he doesn't do a lot of work anymore. So he just whatever he can get, I guess, out there, he gets out there. But back in the probably 80s, he was drawing Thing a lot. He was doing a lot of different work.
Well, okay, I gotta back it straighten up for a second. I haven't been reading Fantastic Four for a little bit, but Aggressive Relaxing saying they gave Ben Grimm kids. I mean, I know last I read he just got married to Alicia.
Their names are Rock and Pebble.
Yeah, no, I don't believe you now.
So Johann here, if y'all haven't, he's got an Instagram page called Star Wars Art and More, and I actually bought this awesome piece off of him. It's an homage to Delato's cover from World War Hulk that he did.
Wow.
But it is insane. Like they look good on the post, but when you get them in hand, like they are nuts.
Now I gotta look it up.
Yeah, and they're all, dude. They're all I don't know. They're really good. They're very, very reasonably priced as well. I was shocked by what he was selling them for. But he uses like a combinations of pens, pencils, painting, marker pens, and it just really pops.
As I'm watching this, I'm all realizing that Pocan needs to make Nick a new finger that's a tape dispenser.
Zzz. Zzz. What to do, Eman? Eman, if you are available, the link to hop on is in the group chats. My boy Brandon had JR. Everything breaking Hulk's arm.
Nice.
Yeah, that one interview was cut short, though. I think John Romita Jr. had to go quickly after that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like the villain, supposedly, that came out. And then issue 2 is he'll be a first appearance, cover appearance. So everybody's...
The first cover appearance will be a retailer exclusive. 616 Comics was already trying to pre-sell theirs real quick, saying that they have the first cover appearance exclusive, but it's really a play on the words. Their exclusive contains a first cover appearance because I'm sure, just like
Unknown's got
other,
one too. So.
Yeah, like countless other stores will have him featured on the cover as well. Like I actually, for the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger issue number 55, they had a Young Yoon cover that had the new Green Ranger on it, and they marketed it that way. I'm like, oh, they'll have the only cover appearance, and I got one. And then lo and behold, there's like 15 other shops that did the same thing. So like if you like the cover, which it is a gorgeous cover, get it. But if you're getting it for that reason, just know there's a little bit of clickbait in that advertisement. So the main cover from Marvel will not feature, unless there's a variant Marvel, but the A cover is just like of just Venom. But it's a potential first full appearance as well. Like they don't know how the cameo full is going to fall, so they're trying to market it as the cover appearance right now. But I'm sure this Venom one will get called a cameo, even though he's in 4 panels with multiple talk bubbles.
Yeah, and he mentions his name. How could it not be a first appearance?
None of that matters, as you pointed out to me last night in that chat group.
Can you remove him from the story and not consequentially affect the story outcome?
Right.
I guess yes and no. Like it would just leave it a mystery, you know. But it's even a mystery with him in there about who he is and what's happening to Eddie. But he's in a huge 2-page splash with a lot of talking, and then the book ends and it shows you the notes and the preview for the next issue. And then if you are a thorough reader and turn the page again to what would normally be more ads, there's an after credit scene with 4 panels, him and 3 of the 4, with another talking part as well. So it's actually like what you would consider an after credit scene. Like that was actually kind of cool.
I don't know. I haven't read it yet. It's in my stack here.
Yeah, I was disappointed.
Well, I think
it's a damage control event or damage control start off. They got a lot of work to do to get their own stamp. His name is Meridius, Kyle. Meridus.
That's right. You can guarantee, Kyle, you can get your hands on a copy if you want one. There's only 1 billion store exclusives that were generated for this issue 1, and all the stores would have bought a whole bunch of them. I know my store had a bunch. It's not
there was I went to the Jason David Frank signing was on Wednesday, so I went to my LCS and grabbed my independent books, and like I mentioned before, I was going to try out this Venom 1, not for the Venom's sake, but to see what Ron V and Al Ewing will be doing, because I enjoy their writing for the most part with Al Ewing, and I love Ron V. So I noticed there was a lot of the covers were gone. I think they had like 3 cover options out of the numerous, and then when I went to the JDF signing, it was about the same thing. They were down to 1 cover of each kind of thing. I wanted to get the JR cover, and I ended up finding it. It was like the last one on the shelf.
I didn't care for it, so I didn't get it.
I just got the cover was fire.
Yeah, I just ended up grabbing the Delato and the A cover from there, and then I have the Sinkei, which is on its way to me. And then I also had picked up from the Art Germ family, from the Art Germ store. There was one of the Art Germ family guys did a cover that was pretty badass that I picked up too.
Nice. So I ordered the big time edition, the Scon #1.
That's true. I guess I have that coming too, huh?
Oh, you got one of those as well?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those are awesome. I love this custom label thing. It's limited to 300, and all 300 will be pre-slabbed at 9.8, so it'll be reduced down to the number 300. But also, Nelson, the owner,
such a limited print count run. To be honest,
dude, I think it's huge what they're doing with that deal with the sequential numbering. I think that is because we've been seeing not only those high-end ratio variants show up in Walmart packs. There were 1 in 1,000s.
Yeah.
In Walmart packs.
Right.
That's insane. But in this last month, we also saw retailer exclusives. There were 616 comics, and that was a shared exclusive with other people that showed up in Walmart packs. How does that even happen?
They just dump in hand. I mean, the same way right now you can go to, the members of the Illuminati group, their stuff. They've got tons of unsold stuff that they got to move through because they've been buying these big quantities.
How does it go from Diamond to the retailer where the Diamond no longer holds copies of these people's books back to Diamond to go to Walmart? The retailers aren't sending them to Walmart packs. It's through Diamond.
So they could. Well, then maybe they never took. They can't. They said, "Hey, we can't take any more from Diamond," and Diamond had already printed them for them. So the Diamond said, "We can move them there if you want." And they okay. I don't know how the distribution works.
Yeah,
but
I wonder if Diamond prints extra for situations of damages.
For damage. Well, there is a certain amount of that.
But I have seen where, for example, Heat Seekers Comics did a cover, and the cover came with massive color rub and loss of color. And there was even a separate book they had a situation with where the ink didn't come out as it was supposed to, and the actual coloring of the book was off from what they expected. And instead of just selling them as is or sending out product that doesn't look like it was offered at, they went back, and both times it was Image books, I believe. But they went back and to Image and had them reprinted instead of just rolling with it and dealing with damages or anything. So I don't know.
Well, the other thing is some of those, a lot of the retailer exclusives don't have a defined print run necessarily, right? So there's nothing also to say that they could sit there and take, hey, I got a bunch of these or we have access to this, and Walmart says, hey, we want something. What do you got? And they get permit, and they might go to a retailer and say, hey, they want us to get permission, and a retailer just says, yeah, go ahead and run off another 1,000 and give them to Walmart. I don't care. That's just at this point, that's just extra money for them to try to help pay down that cost of doing it. Yeah, I've heard about all kinds of weird hacker stuff with the ransomware on Diamond. Affected the cutoff FOC this week.
Right.
Yeah.
So hackers single-handedly stopped nerds from getting the books they were looking forward to and reading, and now are waiting on, and some people won't get their hands on some. So how is that a good thing? I don't understand.
It's not really a good thing, but
I know the hackers rule is that the Hack the Planet thing. I don't know. I don't have any idea of the details on this. All I know is the ransomware attack caused delays and lack of books for people. What was the pros that came out of it for the people that thought it was like? I don't know anything about it.
It really only affected Diamond distributed books, so it doesn't affect DC, and it doesn't affect Marvel if your shop buys from Penguin. It only affects if you're still buying your Marvel books via Diamond, and so then it affects independents. So Kyle was devastated, probably, but the rest of it, for me,
we didn't have any independents at my house.
I didn't. Yeah,
No.
I don't even pay attention. I get 2 or 3 independent books, so it didn't.
Like I think that last
doesn't move my needle.
What was that Jeff Lemire book?
Primordial.
Robin and Batman.
No.
Oh.
Primordial.
No, the one that the comic vet talked about. Shit.
I don't know. All I know is I got Jeff Lemire, Robin, and Batman. That
couple
came out
of weeks
this week.
ago, just a couple of weeks ago. It's like, no, Jesus, I'm gonna quit. I'm just gonna quit reading because I can't retain anything. It was a couple of weeks ago. It was this hot pick. It was. I loved it because it wasn't. It was all about the story of the art, not so much the words in the story. It's about the guy going and finding those people all bloodied up, and he, the dead bird.
Righteous Birth for Vengeance. It wasn't Jeff Lemire though.
I thought that was Lemire.
No, that's Rick Remender.
Yeah.
Okay, Rick Remender. Then I think that came out, and I don't have that. I mean, they didn't have anything. So I don't know. Anyway,
I thought the same thing at first. I thought he had a fur coat he was carrying over. Yeah.
Oh, packing paper?
Yeah. E-Man's on top of it. E-Man, you have the link, man. Feel free to hop on.
Yeah, hop on because I'm going to hop off. I'm going to go get ready for the Eternals, and I got to run one errand.
We've heard this before.
No, I'm serious. I'm leaving now. Thanks for having me on. I will see you guys later.
Take it easy. Ugh, gross. Hate that layout. There we go.
What's going on today? Usually we have 6 or 7.
What about 6 on earlier? I think people are just busy today.
Yeah, I didn't have to work, so I slept in.
And Tyler was, he said he was tired, burned out. He was heading to bed. He gets off work and jumps on right off the bat.
Yeah, he did seem a little quiet today, so I guess he was.
Mm-hmm.
And it just figures like
I guess we probably should check messages and stuff in case anyone wants more.
The one time this week where I haven't been thrown off the stream because something going on outside the house and nobody's here.
Oh.
The wife had some car problems last night during the wax celebration, during my giveaway draw, no less. We're going camping with the Boy Scouts this weekend, and
oh, nice.
I had just tried out a new tent that was in the front yard.
Always a good idea to test out a new tent and know how it goes together before you get there on site and you're setting it up in the dusk by flashlight.
Yep, but as is the weather here in Texas, it changed quickly. So the wife came in. She was like, "Is the tent supposed to be like this instead of like this?"
It was a lean-to.
No, this is like an 8-person tent. But the wind got so violent, I didn't stake anything down. It kind of flopped up.
So 8-person tent. Oh wow! So you're going car camping.
Yeah.
You're not backpacking that in.
No. In fact, I have to go pick up a cart today to go wheel it around.
I just went this Monday. I went by my old my old troop, so because one of the scouts had reached out to me because they needed a merit badge counselor for something, and I swung by to help out. I was like, "Great, this is a great opportunity. I haven't been to the troop meeting in a year and a half. I got a bunch of cast iron Dutch ovens that have been sitting in my garage that I don't need anymore."
Honest question: what is a Dutch oven? Because I only know the one kind that's a joke.
It's not. It's a Dutch oven is a large cast iron pot essentially, except it's got usually 3 legs on the bottom of it, and so you can put coal. You stand it up over the coals, and it has a flat top, so you can stack coals on top of it as well. So you can then cook it from top and bottom, and you can cook stuff inside of it, whether you're baking or whether you're roasting chicken or any number of things you can do inside of them. Scouts use them a lot when they're doing car camping events. They'll cook various things in there. Matter of fact, a lot of camps now start including having Dutch oven cooking competitions and stuff where they got to come up with different recipes. Whatnot.
Dude, every time you say Dutch oven, I laugh on the inside. I can't help it.
Okay, so a Dutch oven like Mark is thinking of is when you fart underneath the cover.
Right. I know what. Yeah.
When you pin them in.
Yeah. No. So, anyways, I had a couple of these things. They're massive. They're heavy. They're paint, but I don't use them anymore because I not camping with the scouts any longer, and our troop does a lot of stuff with them. So I just donated them to the troop. Said, here you go. They lit up, their eyes lit up like, oh. But yeah, good
yeah,
time.
and I don't believe for one second that was an outside group hacking Diamond at all. I think
It's
they've
like
been
Progressive Relaxing said, "Who hacks Diamond now? I got into all their sensitive info." Then they look over, it leaves a note. Sorry about hacking you. I didn't realize how bad a year you were having. They hack you and then send you a donation.
Who knows? Maybe they just decided for, you know what, we're not gonna be able to get our stuff out this week. Let's take the website down, claim it as a ransomware, and
Yeah. That was their version of damage control.
it's not us, we swear. It's really we don't have product because it's all on a cargo ship somewhere.
Jeez.
That's crazy.
All right, all packed.
What's being delivered today, I wonder?
Hopefully my books are being delivered to Nick today.
Yeah, well, we had the Veterans Day thing yesterday, so.
Oh, I forgot about that. So yeah, they probably won't make it.
Package from oh.
And I got a whole bunch of stuff coming from Big Time Collectibles in the next couple days.
Woo, 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 woo. 12, approximately 12. What was it? Yeah, 12-week turnaround from release date on the BTC editions. I mean,
No,
it can be less. That's not long though to wait. Like that's a legitimate.
12 weeks. 12 weeks is just
3 months.
Right. I'm just trying to. I think that's pretty close to that's pretty much standard.
Yeah.
For a modern book. So, assuming that they will probably hand deliver them or something, so you don't have to wait 2 months.
They got them in a couple of days early. They posted about it and everything as well. On Wednesday they posted that they got them in hand. They're inspecting now, hand delivering to CBCS and shipping out on Monday. For all the people that bought just the trade dress, because the only way the version's available at all is in that 300 count.
Yeah, no, I will admit that I waffled on the Batman one for a moment, but I ended up going and grabbing it as well too, just because the 300, and it's a first appearance and it's a 300 count.
And a Miko cover. It's really like there's a lot of pros to it. Like if you're on the fence about buying a pre-slab book, I mean, it's.
You want to know there were two things that sold me on it. One was the 300 count, and two was Cassandra Cain.
On the cover there.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Cassandra Cain's Batwoman, Batgirl. For whatever I don't know why, I just have been since her initial Batgirl run. And
did you ever watch the animated film Mystery of the Batwoman?
No.
It was pretty good. It probably came out about 5-6 years after Mask of the Phantasm, maybe a little bit longer. But yeah, I really like I like Miko. I don't sit there and buy all this. I mean, he does a lot of work, but
so the three things I have coming, not one of those, a Miko Spider Shadow exclusive variant, which was remodeled.
Oh, that's cool. That's the close up, right, with the half and half.
Yep, I ordered that back in March. And the Miko Venom 35.
Isn't that the other half and half?
It's like the reflection of Carnage
in the blades. Yeah.
And then the nullified one.
Nice.
I just have to hope that the Miko remark is 9.8 instead of 9.6. Because they always say 9.6 or better. So
at least I got notification from Amorphous Inc. that they were finally got their books from Comic Mint on the shared for the Miles Morales Ralph Grassetti number 30 with the New York Comic Con color splash. That's going to be a sick book when that gets in here.
Oh, they're the worst. I'm still waiting on Noctera 1 Metal And
I know he's not. It's not great. It's not a great place, but I've always gotten my stuff, and sometimes when Comic Mint doesn't have it anymore, that's the back door.
The back door is the name of a place?
No.
I'm sure that there is somewhere.
Venom. Yeah, I'm sure there is too. Yeah,
Many,
right. Exactly.
many
But
different-
it's a bar you probably don't want to go to.
Many different themes you want to go.
I don't judge Robert the places that he goes to.
I don't go nowhere. I'm fucking old.
Back door, the Blue Oyster. What are the other ones you told me about, Rob?
The toolbox.
Tinker's Dam.
Sadly, I wasn't very much impressed with Miko's Cowboy Bebop. While it's definitely a nice cover, it's not very dynamic. It's pretty chill cover. I don't know I'm not familiar with the show or the mangas. I haven't read or watched it, but I know it is a Netflix live action coming up. So we're seeing a resurgence of it hitting other media. And I picked up the Jang foil that he did through I don't even remember the name of the shop, but that's the one that I went with.
I'm actually
I wouldn't have bought a Cowboy Bebop at all from anybody
No.
whatsoever. I'm not one that I'm looking. I'll be reading or anything. I probably won't even watch the show on Netflix. It's just not up my wheelhouse.
I'm a little bit interested. Actually, I got a couple boxes coming into some various mystery boxes that I ordered from retailers, which I don't do a lot anymore. But they had Unknown had some 20 for 20. It's like 20 books for $20. And it was like they're not. I mean, they're probably not They're not all exclusives. I think there's some exclusives in there, but still, $20 for $20. Hey, I'll open that up, see what you get, see what you get, right? And the J. Scott Campbell had a box. Hasn't had one for a while. Those are always nice to see what goodies you can pull from a J. Scott Campbell cover, because those things there's usually one in there at least that's popular that people overpay for. If I'll give it up, that's the problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure anymore.
Hey, baby.
The other ones I made one. I did one that was almost kind of like a build your own mystery box. It was again, Unknown. They had a bunch of stuff they were doing. At one point they had like 1 in 25 incentive variants for like $10 or something, and 1 in 10s for like $5 or something silly like that. It was like ended up putting together like 10 books for $50 that were all incentives. So it's like, okay, when we get this, it's going to be a $50 mystery box that'll be $5 a book, and they're all incentive variants. As long as they don't all end up being like Red Sonja variants, I'll be good. Or Vampirella, I'll be fine. Or Deja Thorn. What's the other weirdo ones?
Yeah, Deja
I'm
Thorn.
sorry, Gary. Didn't mean to offend.
One big Gary okay.
I already did. Did you see the one I did? I already gave one. It was like 10 or 12 books. It was like all Red Sonja incentives. Every single one of them. Because I was at my LCS had them, and they were like trying to clear them out. And they were like next to nothing. It was like I couldn't. I think I spent like $40 on like 15 books or something. And I was like, oh, this has got to go. This has got to go to Gary. What else you got going on this weekend? Anything exciting?
Well, as a matter of fact, too, these are the books I'm putting together for Gary's giveaway.
Oh, nice.
Not really a barbarian, but hey, it's Khazar.
Yeah. I don't know why you'd think of the women of Marvel for him. I mean, powerful women, Conan, yeah.
And there it is. Dynamite. And Red Sonja.
Oh, yeah. Phenomenal. So what are you selling this weekend on Whatnot that I want?
That's a good question. You'll have to tune in to see.
Got to give me a teaser to make me want to tune in.
Yeah, I guess the two previews I put up did go by kind of fast.
Oh, I was trying to make content to also encourage other people who might be watching. I was giving you a.
Well, there
I was,
will be.
I was seeding the discussion in a direction to help promote your sale.
There will be some recent key issues. Batman Urban Legends 6. I think I'm putting up a Black Widow 9. An ASM 55 150 second print.
Ooh.
What's going to be the books? The Rose Besh Silk number 2. And
that's a hot book.
CBCS 9.8. There may be a Gleason Venom 200 Virgin 9.8. I still have to go through just a whole ton of maybe some Delato variants, some Greg Horn stuff, some Mike Mayhew, Miles.
Awesome. People would pick up some Greg Horn stuff before they go to C2E2.
Yep, and everything starts at $1, so come on out.
Wow. $1. I'd buy that for $1.
Yep, so would RoboCop.
Give the man a hand. Or a finger.
Yeah.
So
we'll see. I mean, I didn't even know as far as tomorrow for Slab Hub that Gary had many slabs.
Tell Kyle. Oh,
yeah, that's
Kaisley.
That's how Mark's wife Kyle spells her name.
Oh. Okay.
And it just doesn't feel like a Friday without the promiscuous time travel here.
It doesn't feel like a work day when I didn't have to be on my work computer or calling Romania or anything else. I feel a little bit odd. I feel like it's Saturday for me.
Yeah, and the funny thing is my company had a scheduled day off yesterday too, and I didn't realize that until much later in the day.
After you'd been working all day?
Well, I spent about 2.5 hours at CBCS on my lunch hour, so
worried about when you were going to be there, and then no, we didn't. Unfortunately, we didn't have the yesterday off, but we had our company's been doing a quarterly what they call a rejuvenate day. You know, kind of take the day off, and so the whole company pretty much takes the day off, except for our customer-facing support people, who then will stagger it over last week, this week, and next week. But it's kind of cool. Since they've been doing it, a little extra day here. Not that it doesn't matter to me. I mean, I have unlimited PTO, so I could take time whenever I want, really. But it's nice for my hourly people who don't have the unlimited PTO.
Yeah, I've got a lot of time off coming up by the end of the year too.
That's actually my biggest problem has been the obviously the team wants to take time off during Christmas, which is fine. You're trying to stagger that, but then you go my other manager, the local manager supervisor in Romania.
I'm gonna get the kids out of the car real quick. They just pulled back up.
Oh, good. The kid's driving already. Good for him.
Yeah. Dude, in all sincerity, I let Finn ride my lap and steer the car and drive around and stuff. He loves it.
Sure. Right until they wrap around a tree. Right. They got the thing where in Romania it's weird. So they have like so many much more employee favorable laws. So they have things like their PTO. They'll have like, I think they get like 4 weeks of paid time off, but like I got the HR is like beating on me because my employee hasn't taken like at least 3 weeks off yet, or more than like she's taken like a day here and a day here and a day here, but they're like, oh, she hasn't taken more than like 3 days off in a row, and you need to encourage her to take more time off. It's like she's been taking like a day on one side of a holiday, and with she's been maximizing her days using all these things, and they have all these extra holidays in Romania for religious things. But they get stuff like, I dread the day that she decides to have a family, because they get 2 years paid time off when they have a baby. Now you can have, it could be one parent could take all 2 years, or they can split the 2 years between the two parents. And like and a lot of it's like it's similar to like here in the U.S. where we would have long-term disability. It's paid by the government, and it's paid at a reduced of your a percentage of your salary.
Right.
But still, like 2 years you're getting paid to take care of your kid. I mean, that's great for the kid, don't get me wrong. But man, I'm just like, I don't know what, I'd have to move on. I have to basically hire somebody else and get all done. And then what? Now then when she comes back, I gotta take the person I've had for this last 2 years. Well, you were a temp hire. Sorry, see you.
For 2 years, right? Yeah. See, and I feel like I was kind of gypped because 10 years ago I had to take 2 weeks off for the birth of my son.
Yeah.
And now everybody, even the dads, get 2 months.
Oh, I know. I was like, I had even when my son was born, I took the day off that he was there, and I was back at work the next day. And I'm like, and I get people sit there and say, yeah, I'm doing, I'm going to take 2 months off because my son. I'm like, oh, did you freaking birth that thing? Because I understand your wife getting the time, but what'd you do? I don't know. It's an old school mentality, but I mean, I understand it's fair. The other part, when you think of it from a logical standpoint, it's like, get the chance to bond with the kids just as important, and everything else is good. War Machine Punisher. I'll tell you, Romania. You can live like a king, like many other things, because the exchange rate is cheap, or heavily in our favor. But there is a downside to living in Romania, and that is my team is very excited because the first 2-lane highway is about to open pretty soon. So everything there is like 1 lane in each direction. These country roads, and traveling anywhere across the country just takes forever, apparently. So yeah, it's like, oh Rob, we're so excited. We got a state highway, 2-lane highway opening up. Oh, damn. Luxury.
Yep. And to answer aggressively, that is Kyle. Kyle is the way that Mark's wife spells her name, but it's pronounced the same as the promiscuous Trump tracker. So
when my kids were born, I took 2 weeks off. When they were born 6 months later, I took 1 week off. Then just before I turned 11, I took. Okay, either C-List is messing with me, or I'm just too not awake to understand the math there. I think he's just messing with me, though. I like it. Or maybe he's saying, oh, you staggered and took some time off at different stages. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's kind of cool. See, I think I understood it now, C-List.
Yeah. And I was lucky enough that I've always been pretty much able to work from home since I moved to Texas. So it was me and the kid.
When my kids were born, I was working in a warehouse. Actually, when my son was born, I had been working up to that point. I had been doing. I was working in retail. I was a regional manager, sales manager for a chain of audio video stores, and I took a $60,000 a year pay cut to go and give up all the money I was making, because as a retail, the way that they almost had like this pyramid scheme, like where you, as the regional manager, I got a percentage of what each store made in their volumes. But I gave that up and instead took over their regional distribution and delivery, their warehouse. So that way I could work a Monday through Friday 9 to 5 gig and spend more time with my kid, and help my wife, rather than, the life of retail to store manager, which is 6 days a week, if you're lucky, right? And bell to bell. So that was it was nice to be able to spend time with him from that aspect. And then as he grew up, I was still working there in the warehouse. He loved coming to work because he'd ride on the forklift and stuff, and he thought that was the greatest thing ever. As you know, any kid with construction equipment of any kind does. But yeah, stagger the time. Yeah, okay. So it'll take 2 months. But yeah, okay, good. Yeah, that's a good idea. I wish that fortunate. I mean, now I work from home, so I could. But now at one point I got one kid who's away at college, and the other one's now my youngest is a senior in high school and getting acceptance letters for college. And by this time next year, I'll have no kids in the house.
And then that's the part in Friday where Mr. Johnson goes, "Yeah, I'm going to be doing the Ball Johnson dance." So you walk around the house naked, this thing just swinging around.
I don't know. There's a lot of video cameras around the houses and stuff these days. It's like you're always checking the cameras. Like, oh, is there a red light on? Make sure that I didn't leave that connected to a stream or something. Thank you, War Machine. Yeah, not only is it living the dream of moving them out, but moving them out of state, and doing it with some good. Each kid got some good scholarships, so helping to preserve the money I had set aside for college, so I can instead blow it on my wife and I once I know they're done. Oh my God.
Oh, so I didn't show you when I don't have it here anymore, but that Vader book I picked up off Kirkham's site.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. I was blown away by it. It's at CBCS right now.
The one that I had gotten, and then and sure. Did you get it with the remark?
Yes. And I thought it was just going to be the remark book coming back, but it came with the trade dress version also, the signed trade dress version.
Yeah, that's what mine ended up doing too. Because I was like, I kind of thought I was just getting the one, but
which made it really. I mean, just the one book I thought was a good deal. But having the other book is a great deal. And that's going to be up for sale tonight on Whatnot.
Oh wow, there you are. Yeah, no, that every once in a while, Kirkham and Mike Mayhew, they both do some stuff with. Well, actually, Mayhew doesn't do remarks anymore through his web store. I have the last one. After mine was a fiasco, and he told me, he says, "I'm done. I'm not doing these anymore because I screwed up and I feel bad." But did you see Mayhew's new Batman kicks?
Yeah, actually, out of the whole sneaker series, I wasn't really thrilled about the Miles one that he came out with. I thought those were ugly, and I thought this Batman was really nice.
Yeah, actually, I'll admit it too. Of the three that I've seen him do, it was the one set that I almost thought for 10 seconds, oh, that's kind of cool. Should I get that? And then I came to my senses and realized it's a set of shoes on a comic book cover. No.
Yeah, and as the sneaker guy, I didn't even really consider it either.
Yeah, there you are. So. Hi, Mark.
Hey. So we got the kids in, got the medicines.
Got the Medicine.
They're medicated now. I don't know if you heard earlier, the wife took Finn to his regular checkup, but Monkey's been under the weather too. He's been bringing stuff home from school and going through the motions of.
Oh, he's been going to the Petri dish and getting sick. Imagine that.
Yeah. So, and Monkey's cutting multiple molars at one time right now. So, when they start getting sick, because everything goes in their mouth and everything with the openings, which it's all normal. But my wife wanted to take her with Finn just in case to get her once over, because a lot of times infections, ear infections, all that comes hand in hand with it. And she did, in fact, have an ear infection. And this is only like her third day of feeling under the weather at all. So we got ahead of it really well. So we got her amoxicillin and got the sausages cooking for them. And they're in great spirits. If you just looked at them or saw them playing, you wouldn't know. But if you know them and you see the differences in their mannerisms, and they're doing this more than they normally would. And that's not how they lay when they're relaxed. And so my wife is amazing that she picked up on it instantly,
That's what happens when you pay attention to your kids.
Yeah, well, the little one, Monkey sleeps with her.
I
and
wouldn't
everything.
know,
Like
but-
she refuses to sleep anywhere else. Like if soon as street lights come on, she fusses until my wife goes to bed. Even because she sleeps in the bed with my wife. She did it with Finn, and Finn just naturally found his own. You know, he wanted to go sleep in his Batmobile and this and that. Her completely different. So I don't even get to sleep in the big bed. I have my own bed now.
Nope. Never. I never allowed my kids in my bed.
Well, my wife is a different story. Against all
I had a
suggestion,
rule.
against all safety protocols, and I don't disagree with her argument. I just don't agree with it. Oh, they're only little ones. Like, yeah, that's true about every animal.
Yep. I always looked at it as, hey, you know what? There's more than one relationship here.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy. I got a right here for you.
What is going on, Eman? Let's say hey to Eman who just rolled up in here. How are you today?
Doing good, man. Doing good. It's Friday. I felt like this is like one of the first weeks in a very long time that I've been productive at work, which is kind of crazy. But
How
yeah,
dare you?
week. I know, right? So week's been actually the week was really good. If you guys didn't catch the BTC unboxing on Legion's channel just a few days ago, you guys should go check that out. It was wonderful.
I gotta go check on the sausages.
Yeah,
Keep on going, Eman.
That's what she said.
I was waiting.
That's one of our favorite games. We play hide the sausage.
Slip on the pickle.
Oh, man. But yeah, Rob, did you get a chance to catch that little unboxing?
I tuned in after it was all at the very end, as everything had already been opened, and but I never went back to go watch the rewind. I am the worst YouTuber of watching other people's YouTubes. I mean, I do it, but it's like I can't watch everybody's all the content. So it's like I go down my list and it's like I'll watch 2 videos from this person, 2 recent videos from this person, and then like the next day 2 videos from like this person. It's like try to make a flow around the bay, so to speak, maybe, but stopping all the little towns, but you can't stop them all at one time because
yeah, definitely. See, like for me,
it's too much.
I kind of look at it as like a road trip from like Monday to Sunday. So I try to hit certain stops along the way, right? And there's a lot of channels that I just can't get to, just because life. And then like there's this huge family change, this whole new family dynamic that's changed here at my house. So a lot of my usual routines that happened got rearranged. Yeah, big time rearranged. So I'm not able to jump on YouTube as much to hang out or watch as many videos. But when I do get the time, I know which ones I'm going to hit. And then I do spend some time. Like I'll try to have like an hour set to the side to try to discover new channels, to see like who's got a new channel and whatnot. Like I
just
like
leave that for Gary to tell me. Here's a new channel, Rob.
Yeah. A lot of the times I do. I just like, all right, let's see what Gary's promoting this week, and then I'll try to find someone. Some of the stuff, like I'm like, all right, I'm not into pops, but I'll subscribe because I know how it matters. But if it's intriguing enough to me, like, hey, look, I'll definitely check it out a lot more. But yeah, this whole new change has happened at home. So it's a wonderful change. Don't get me wrong, but it's definitely made me rearrange my YouTube verse. So, but yeah, and going back, that unboxing was super, super fun. Like it, when Mark posted like, hey, BTC's doing a holiday mystery box. It's got this and that. I'm like, you know what? I'm not a mystery box guy myself, but I'm like, this box actually sounds pretty cool. So,
especially retailer boxes. Usually it's like, it's got to be something special because retailer boxes are usually more about making profit than
helping the community. I honestly think
no mystery boxes. No mystery box. Don't get me wrong. Every mystery box is about making money, but I mean, there's a difference between what the margin is and what they're going to do versus the community versus a retailer, right? A retailer's moving, unless they're just moving inventory that hasn't moved. You're not going to get a high value box unless you happen to be the guy who gets they'll win. Whereas community boxes, you're more likely to get value or overvalue from it.
So this guy up here got a win from that mystery box. But because he didn't unbox it during the live unboxing, his winning mystery box, it's nice. It's cool.
What is that?
This is the Department of Truth 13?
12.
12? Yeah, it's like a convention exclusive. And ironically enough, it was here in Dallas that they gave it away. I think it was for Fan Expo.
That's a big book.
Yeah, it's going for like 120 to 200 on eBay. You know, it's a good one to have. Like all the other books, like I kind of like went through everything that I had got through the mystery box. My total was about $350 to $400.
Nice.
And I only spent $99.99 on it. So yeah, I came up for sure. I came up. You know, I have some pretty cool books in here. So, am I going to flip some? Maybe. Am I going to give some away? Possibly. You know,
I can give a definitive yes. I think I'm only keeping 1 or 2 of those books, but I wasn't upset with what I got.
Yeah.
You know, it would seem like a lot of really cool stuff, and it just happened not to be for me. And I mentioned to these guys I ordered another one, and it's coming today.
You ordered another one? It's not really for me, you know, but I ordered a fourth box.
It's not the product's not for his PC, but they're for him as a flipper.
Yeah. Putting it on Whatnot, right?
And then plus with the win, you know, they gave you that $30 code. So I used that for another box, and there you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do too. I'm definitely going to use that $30 for another box. And then I posted, I have like $10 in loyalty dollars there at BTC. You know what? $50 for another box that could potentially be worth about $150 to $200 is not too bad. You know, I wouldn't mind having 2 of some of these things over here.
Unfortunately, though, I don't think you can stack the codes.
Yeah, a lot of times you can use a coupon code, or you can use your loyalty stuff, but
that's half off of.
It's not, well, actually, no. Sometimes a lot of times, I should take that back. A lot of websites I know that I use that have loyalty points are, as long as it's not like a $10 off thing, but it's instead they count it towards, you know, depending on how they classify it.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. Like I know Unknown doesn't. You can't. Like you can't go into their, like when they had their buy 2 get 1 free stuff and then use your loyalty stuff to discount, but KRS does.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try that out. Like now I'm kind of curious. I'm like,
yeah,
oh, man, you know.
Yeah, because when I bought the box yesterday, that's what I tried to do, and it wouldn't let me. So, but I mean, $10 off a dope cover you get for $10. You know, they've always got something that you can buy over there. It's a pretty good deal. And with what happens during that stream, you're ahead of the game anyway.
Yeah. So you got something. You got a big hit, did you?
Well, Nelson, do I speak about this, Eman?
I don't know. I kind of want to be selfish about this myself. We'll tell you off stream, Rob. We'll keep the listeners of this stream kind of like guessing what's going on. We'll tell you after the stream.
All right, fair enough.
Actually, put it in the private chat.
We'll just say John Jang made fun of me. We'll put it that way.
I like it. I just met this artist. He's already making fun of me. John Jang, it's cool because John Jang's real chill, cool guy.
And I saw him. I like I said, I was tuning in at the very end, and I saw him there as hanging out with you guys. Oh, that's kind of cool. Mark was all fangirling out, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I originally thought that he was the one who brought him in, but it was you, wasn't it, Eman?
Yeah, it was me. I hit him up and I was like, "Hey, John, dude, come on. If you can, come and hang out for a little bit. We're gonna be doing this unboxing. There's some of your stuff in there, so let's see." Yeah, because Mark and we've interviewed him, and he's an awesome dude. He's super chill. Like a lot, it's cool because a lot of the people that we've interviewed in the past, like we still keep in touch with them, and they're pretty cool. Like that's why when I do unboxings of certain artists, like I say friend of the show, because it's not like we just interviewed them and that's it. You know, there's some artists and some writers that we've interviewed that we've lost touch with, or like we try to get back in contact just to say what's up, and there's no response. You know what? I totally get it. You're busy. But there's other artists where once in a while we'll just hit them up and be like, hey man, you know, just cool stuff. We missed you. You know, we hope to see you back on the show. Hope everything's cool. And they'll hit back up and we'll have a chit chat back and forth. You know, it's just about trying to get in contact with those people and just staying in contact. You know, that networking really matters. Like John Boy Myers, I'll hit him up once in a while. Just like I'm trying to be a big time person. Oh, John Boy Myers, you know, he's a friend of the show. But yeah, once in a while I'll hit him up just to stay in contact, just to be like, hey man, you know, in case something else comes up and we would like for him to be on the show, you know, and there's that open lane of communication. I'll just hit him up once in a while, just say, hey man, what's going on? Hope everything's cool. Have an awesome weekend, you know, and then maybe we'll chit chat a little bit back and forth. Like Inaki Miranda, I know Mark and Inaki and me and Inaki, like the Miranda brothers, I will hit each other up once in a while just to say what's up. And we're trying to work on our project with them. So like interviewing some of these artists and then keeping contact, man, matters big time. So then you can do stuff like this, like, hey man,
I don't know. That sounds like having a relationship that I can't deal with.
God, there's so much work involved.
Dude, you don't understand. This whole pandemic thing of letting me stay at home and not have to go out is probably was not a good idea for the society, because I'm perfectly happy. It's like I have my wife. That's really the only person I really give two shits about, other than the rest of my family. You know, it's like this is all the social outlet I need. I don't need to have.
I don't need more.
I don't need to actually see people. You know. I say that, but then, you know, when I get the C2E2, I'll probably have the time of my life and go, oh, I miss this.
Yeah. See, I'm a social butterfly, man. I would love to just be out there and be in people's faces and, hey, what's going on? Hey, nice to meet you. Like, for sure. Like, if I ever meet any one of you guys, I'd be super happy. Like, I was happy to be able to meet you a couple of weeks ago. And I'm like, oh, I'm in town. I'll come by and say what's up real fast, Rob, to pick up my book. And then I forgot. And I was like, oh, shit. I forgot. I was like, oh, I'm gonna meet Rob. I'm gonna meet Rob, man. It's gonna be super dope. And oh, butterfly. Just
yeah. I was sitting there the other day. I was looking up, and I was like, oh, damn, dude, that's his fucking book still there. He never came by. Shit.
Oh, and you're not that far, dude. This is funny because Rob literally lives like half an hour away from me. Like,
yeah.
It shouldn't be this difficult.
Exactly, but then it is. And so then all of a sudden it's like, well, and of course the ship, you know, it's like close, but it's like, yeah, you can ship it cheap, but if you want it to get there in one piece, it's like,
now I'm
oh, sorry, it's $8, man.
Now I'm at the mercy of you know.
Well, at least it's going priority, so it's only supposed to be a 1 day. So it's shipping out today, so you should in theory have it tomorrow.
I like that. In theory.
Well, you know, again, the post office, but
then, like you said too, like yesterday was a holiday, so I'm honestly expecting it to come next week. Like, it's funny. I just
well, Monday would be the latest, and
I see. Here's the thing. Just so that way I don't get disappointed and I get super excited. Anytime I see an email from like BTC, you know, Heat Seekers, you know, you guys, oh, it's being shipped out, you know, expected in 4 days. I literally throw that date out like an extra 2 weeks, so that way when it does come in,
me too.
I don't know. I just follow it all on the shop app, so.
If I do that, I will lose my mind. I unless it's something that I'm really, really looking forward to, I really try not to track it. Otherwise, like, it just throws everything off.
I have
like,
to.
It's
I
not
have too
fun.
many. I have too many things in play. When you start pre-ordering lots of stuff, or there's just too many things out there. I mean, even though I keep emails and I have a ton of email folders and stuff, it's just a matter of I like to know, and especially today in this day and age with packages being stolen and everything else, it's just also good knowing when I can look in the morning when I'm looking at stuff, what's expected today. Okay, I got a couple packages expected today. Great, I'll keep an eye out for it. Whatever else, or okay, I don't have anything expected today. Cool, then I don't have to worry about being aware about the mailman. But
having expectations will disappoint one. Just don't have them. Don't.
Well, that's why I've always lived, back in my day, from my earliest days as a retail person to today. You under promise and over deliver.
Exactly.
Right.
That's how
if I
approach.
tell you it's going to take 3 days and I get it done in one, you're happy. If I tell you it's going to take 1 day or 2 days and it takes 3, you get irritated. It's like,
all right, I'll give you guys a little
managing expectations.
I'll give you a little secret of mine. Like when I did Mark's intro for the show, what did I tell you? Oh, I'll have something to you in 3 days. Mark's like, all right, cool. Like an hour and a half later, I'm like, look what I put together. Over promise, no, under promise, over deliver.
Well, his secret is also that when he first reached out to me about it, I put it off because I had put it off intentionally. In my mind, I was going to wait till the 1K mark before I started changing anything up. So Eman had it made already.
I had something put together and he's like, oh, let's suggest this, let's suggest that. I'm like, yeah, cool, no problem. What I like to do is I just like to put like an idea together and shoot it out. And then just based off of your reaction is how I would adjust it. Like with Haley, Cosmic Comic Girl, like I did like 8 different revisions for her. She's like, could you tweak this? Could you take that out? Could you do this? I just wanted to make sure.
It sounds
But like the initial one, I was like, "Oh, I'll send it to you in 2 days." And like an hour and a half later, I had something for her.
It sounds so much like these sessions I have with Slot. He goes like when we go to do the sidekick stuff, like he does the art for the promotional material stuff. I'm not a creative guy, but I'm an editor. And once I see something in a conceptual idea, I have a very strong idea of layout after the fact, layout and tweaking. And so it's always like he comes up with something and he sends it to me. He's like, oh, what do you think of this? And then it's like, I feel bad at first. The first couple times I used to do it and go back, well, what if you did this? And what if you hit this return, shifted this text so it was like this and made this bigger? And, now he's just used to it and he's on the fly and goes. It comes out with some better stuff, but it's always just like, well, I'm just not a creative guy, but I know what looks good once I see it.
Exactly.
And I know how to tweak it to make it better. But
see, and I'm not, I don't think I'm that creative and I don't think I'm that good at editing, but if you tell me to make certain adjustments or if we can tweak this and tweak that, I will do my absolute best to try to give you a certain look based off of the lack of training that I have. I'm just putting stuff together and presenting like, here, look what I did. It's
Panda says you give a happy ending every time.
That's the goal.
They finished me off strong.
Well, now I'm jealous.
But I mean, it's that you're just trying to come through with the best thing that you can.
So, Wheelchair Superhero 87, where are you wanting to share it at? That makes a big difference. Are you wanting to put it on Facebook? Because I know you're not an Instagram guy. Are you wanting to put it on YouTube? You have a YouTube profile, so I believe you could probably just open your YouTube app, hit the plus button that appears in the tabs, and then just select the video, and it'll go from there.
J Hood Creative. 75% of my job is showing other people how to improve their work, and remaining 25% is trying to make my work better. Yeah, that's how I feel like these days. Practically half the time, my job is doing. It's amazing to me in a financial business world how many people don't have a decent knowledge of Excel, and which is a major big tool. And these guys come in
for this guy.
Yeah. Oh, that's the worst is when somebody sends me data on Google Sheets like, all right, I got to export this as an Excel and where we can actually do pivot tables and actually do stuff that use formulas that make sense. But I spend so much time doing other people's complex stuff of combining data and crazy manipulation because these other people just don't. I could put filters on a column. Oh. But no, so you're doing graphic design for these guys, huh? That's pretty cool.
I don't want to call it graphic design,
or you're doing some little intros and
the designs have already
animated.
been graphic out.
You're taking some templates and mixing them, matching. Yeah,
That's exactly
okay,
what
cool.
It is. It's template. However, what
that's like my show opening, right? It was is that I have is exactly that. It's like some canned thing from some app or something that I slowed the speed down on it, and
yours is pretty cool. It's like, oh, dude, Rob's is actually pretty dope. I may want to work on one for you, though. We'll see what happens.
Literally, the one I have is something that like Slot sent me some app or linked to some app that was free that had some basic stuff in it, and I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. I can take this, and then I was like, oh, let me superimpose this. Got that? Okay, cool. And then it was like, oh, it plays too fast. Let me slow it down to half speed. Okay, now it looks better, and I happened to find the right music on Music Bed that I managed to find the snippet of it where it times out, so I can get that explosion effect right as the music changes and it dissolves into the words coming at you or whatnot. It's like, okay, great, I have that little piece, and like I live in that. It's like I got my template set up for new videos that I can go in and cut and splice around it. But I mean, that's like it. I'm using I'm using the free Windows editor that's on Windows, for videos, because
that's what I use.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, sometimes I wish
I've edited.
There's times I wish that it could do more, especially with like some of the text. But you know what? You live with what you got, and I'm not going to spend money on. It's a hobby, for God's sakes. Well,
yeah,
like I don't spend money on a hobby.
Hey, you got to put your money where you put your money where you want to put your money at. A lot of the programs that I have, I'm either splitting with the guys or it's free. Yeah. Like the editing software that I have, I'm using DaVinci Resolve 17, which is a really good professional software to edit videos, but it's free. I'm like, well, shoot, you know what? If it's free and it's this high end, I'll eventually learn how to mess with it. And I know how to mess with it just enough to make my little con videos or make my like intro videos for you guys. I know just enough to be like, hey, that's
how I feel about OBS, right? It's like I figured out just enough that I can have a little window pop open. Mm-hmm. I can do my virtual cam. Yeah. I can, that's about like it. And it's like I use it a little bit, but I know it can do so much more because I watch Chip.
Yeah. Chip is our community's tech support guy. Like, Chip, hold on.
He's a community tech creator guy. This is well beyond support.
What was great was he pinged me was the other day when StreamYard dropped their thing about the teams and whatnot. And it was like he was like, oh, hop on with you. So we're going in and we were testing out all the different stuff for what you can do with the new co-host features and stuff. And we're like, yeah. So, but again, of course, in true fashion for me, I said, yeah, but you know what would make it really better is if they just this, and this. He's like, oh yeah.
See, that's your job training right there. Like, you're like, I don't know how to edit or crap, but I can tell you how it'll look better.
I can tell me what you got, and I can tell you what you did wrong and how you can fix it. Oh, you're an asshole. Yep, I'm a professional asshole. Except that I'll thank you and appreciate what you did, the effort that you made to get there, at least.
This was cute, but
yeah. Oh, that's adorable. That's adorable. Yeah. Let me show you how the big boys will do it now.
Rob, destroyer of dreams. Look at him.
Squish like grape.
Oh, man. Don't bring nothing to Rob, you guys. He's gonna destroy it. Oh, that's very cute. How long did you work on it, big guy?
Here, I think I have a sticker somewhere. Let me give you one of those. Let me give you a gold star. Now let's talk about how we make this work. Yeah, no,
you save enough of these gold stars, I'll get you a packet of peanuts.
Yeah, I don't know if you've played with it, or I'm sure Chip, when he was on earlier, you guys probably were talking about. Mark, did Chip talk with you guys all about the new StreamYard functionality? You can nod yes or no, but
I didn't hear the question that turned down. I was
you weren't paying attention. Got it.
Superhero 87's video, and I was
fair enough.
linking in.
Yeah,
all
got
that.
it. No worries.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So I was just wondering if Chip had talked to you about the new functionality, how it works.
Yeah. Already got Tyler admined up to the channel here for these Friday shows, which is a shame that he had to bail out early because I've been a lot of moving today.
Well, and that's where the thing that's bad about it is they're kind of trying to make it as a money maker, which is fine. I understand making money, but really there's some functionality they could have split. Where right now you're getting one additional person that you can add to your channel.
Two.
And you and one other.
No, you can add two people, then you have to pay for more.
No, it's you and one other person. It's a total of two seats.
I thought I could add on two more. My bad.
Yeah, no, it's 2 seats, you and one other. Once you add one person, you'll see it says none available. So you can add one person. You can either make them an admin, give them full access, or you can make them a co-host. Which once you're in a session, they can't start you live, but other than that, they can do most everything else. But the things that they can't do still is they can't type in the comments from within the StreamYard. They still have to have a separate window open, which is kind of silly.
One thing that I thought was odd by making somebody an admin, like it's the same thing as giving them your email address and allowing them the keys to the kingdom. There's very
little control.
Like it's full access to everything. It's not just access inside of a stream. It's access to the backstage
videos, everything. Yeah, it's really designed. They're really designing it more like as a bit that was conceptualized as an admin is much more from a business perspective, such as if you're a small mid-sized business, whatever, and you're using this as a web conferencing, or not web conferencing, but using it more of a webinar or an internal company communications platform, that your IT department could have another person who's an admin, and that would make sense from that perspective. As an individual owner, as a StreamYard YouTube content creator, I'm very, no matter how much I trust and love everybody, I really don't want to give somebody. It's difficult to give somebody that full blown admin, right? Giving them co-host, it's like, okay, fine, right? I'll set you up and you can do that stuff, but there's limitations. Now, if I was StreamYard, I would have, okay, hey, that admin thing, absolutely, you charge extra for additional admin seats, but I would have made it for as a paid member tier, that look, once you're in a show, that you can go ahead and designate somebody a co-host ad hoc in a show, that I don't have to set you up right now, because you can only add one person. If I'm doing a show with Nick one day, I can add him, make him a co-host. But then the next week when I'm doing Slab Hub, I got to remove Nick and add Chris. And then I got to remove, you got to play this game. Versus it would be a much better tool as a paid member if once I'm in a show, I can right click on your little hamburger menu and I can designate you a co-host, and then all of a sudden you become a co-host just for that show while that's going, and get those co-host abilities, right? And that you can do it and add it on the fly. That would make the product from a YouTuber perspective.
You have to save everyone's email addresses and be able to go in real quick. You have to open a second tab for StreamYard to not interfere with your live stream going, and you have to just hit that thing over and over again.
That, and of course, I still say that it's the stupidest thing in the world that only the admin has the ability to chat directly from StreamYard to the YouTube. It makes no sense that you can't, either your co-host or everybody else who's you're talking to can't also interact from there, that instead I have to pop out the comment window from YouTube to have on the side in order to be able to type back and forth. It just seems silly to me. But otherwise, I mean, it's a step in the right direction. I don't think that they're going to get a lot.
From admin to co-host is apparently easy. I just ran over and did that.
You should be able to flip and change them, what their designation is, pretty easy on the fly. I don't know how many people are going to spend money on it, to be honest. I mean, I don't think it's. I mean, from a business perspective, I don't think a lot of businesses are using. I don't know how many businesses are using StreamYard. They obviously know more than I do about their
Probably
user
3.
base.
I'm guessing 3 is a solid number.
Because obviously a lot of the web platforms that people are using for their virtual meeting platforms have the same types of streaming functionalities into them, that they're going to continue to use those instead.
But hey, you have to give credit where credit's due, because since all of us on this panel started using StreamYard as a tool, they have not stopped listening to feedback, responses, updating, changing, adding. Like, credit where credit is due.
It's a very simple, easy universe. What I do like about it, I'll tell you, as somebody who deals in the business of web conferencing and whatnot, using a web-based video platform like this, there's a lot of times you run into issues with cameras being captured by other applications, or people having certain things about having to enable the audio on that browser and everything else. That StreamYard seems to manage to circumnavigate a lot of that. I mean, if your camera's still captured, you'll know that in the preload in screen before you get in, which is fine. But I see it seems to work pretty damn reliably, very stable.
Now, early on for me, there were some, because I was completely mobile device for a long while. I was going through tablets left and right, because I started with just old hand-me-down tablets I had. I started with just a phone, then I found an old hand-me-down tablet, then upgraded to a newer old tablet, then whatever. But I found when I was using mobile devices to run into that problem a little bit, where I would be able to get on and I would do just fine, and then out of nowhere, for no reason, like, it couldn't recognize my camera and go in and check that you have it enabled and given permission, and I had changed nothing, and the permissions were on, and I would just abandon that device for a while, and having gone back to those devices, and adjusted nothing, it's allowing me to use them if need be. So I've run into a little bit of bumps with that, but never with the actual laptop.
Yeah, I think with the mobile, it's always also a little bit more tricky with all the accessing the different layouts and stuff. Because I know Chris would used to have problems with that. I've never really used StreamYard from a mobile device. I've always used it from the PC, but I don't care for my tablet. Is basically just to watch videos. You're muted.
Mine these days is strictly for HBO Max, because I live on that stream when I'm watching shows or movies. Like right now, I just turned my tablet, lighted up. It's paused on Boardwalk Empire where I left it off this morning. I was sitting here this morning from about 4:30 or so. My daughter came and woke me up early this morning while she was on a little break.
Mine's usually sitting here muted, just running playlists on YouTube, running up watch hours for people.
I guess I could be doing that, but I didn't sit here and watch Boardwalk Empire and work on stuff. I was downloading a bunch of images for my Saturday video, and yeah, dude, I love that show. Boardwalk Empire is fire. I don't know if y'all have ever caught that.
Yeah, I've watched it through. What are there? 3 seasons?
No.
6.
6?
Wow.
6. Yeah. I just started it a few days ago. I'm on season 2, episode 4. I'd watched about the first half of season 1 when it first came out, because when the show was starting, they sent a lot of little thin DVD cases with like the first 2 episodes or something on it to Movie Stop to give out for free to people when the show was getting ready to kick off on TV.
Movie Stop, huh?
Oh yeah.
How do I have 36 alerts on YouTube? Never seen alerts.
Because somebody else alerted you since 35. That's a lot, though.
I don't know what that is. Oh, it was all just notifications. Okay, interesting. All these different stuff. Let's see. Who should I rack up some YouTube watch hours for today?
Let's see who's close to the 1K mark. Gary B's pushing for it. Like really, I think it would be most.
Yeah, let me go to Gary B.
To hit whoever.
See if he's got a playlist for his usual suspects or something. Gary playlists. Grow Together, Women of Power, Shorts, Toy Reviews, Savage Saturday reviews. Oh no, another Instagrammer's doing stupid stuff.
What does that mean?
Somebody's trying some group chat somewhere. There's an Instagrammer who doesn't know how to go back without accidentally calling the entire group.
I like how personally you take it.
It's always iPhone users. That's why I like to give them grief, because they're sheep.
Here we go. Here we go. Hold Rob and his hatred for Apple. Okay. iPhone user. Okay.
In all sincerity, he doesn't hate Apple. He's just a bigger fan of first generation Samsung devices, not hand-me-down devices they call Apple.
Actually, it's more of just I don't like I don't know. I always kind of like the underdog a little bit, you know. And so Apple became such a big thing, and all the sheeple who would line up every time a new phone is released. I must line up for days and camp outside of a store so I can upgrade my phone because Steve Jobs told me to, you know. And then they had this "I'm holier than thou" attitude. Oh, you're on the old version of the Apple phone. Oh, you got to get the new one. It's so much better.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
Don't forget to mention when they give you they literally they were proven. This was proven, 100% proven. They apply updates to your phone that actually bog down and kill your phone so that you are prompt to go purchase new phones. Like they were literally destroying their customers' devices to make them spend more money in their company. That was absolutely proven. Apple admitted to that, applying updates that bog down your phones.
Yeah, and I mean, don't get me wrong. Google just stops giving you updates, so that way, eventually, their your product starts lagging so bad because it gets bogged down by applications that are designed for higher level versions.
Yeah.
So I've had tablets I had the first Nexus tablet way back when, and I remember at one point calling Google support because it would take so long to do stuff. They said, "Oh, yeah, no, you have that old that first generation version. It doesn't take updates anymore, and it really can't run any of these things anymore. It's really obsolete." And it was built-in obsolescence, right? Chromebooks do the same thing, where Chromebooks only have updates for like 3 years. After that, they stop doing updates on your Chromebooks and stuff. So I won't that part.
Well, no matter what device you get, no matter what device you get, you're going to run into that problem, even if they continue to give you updates, because soon enough your hardware is not compatible with your software. But granted, they make that happen a lot sooner than it has to happen. And as those two things get farther apart, anyways, even if it's compatible, it's still not running optimal.
Right, and so that's definitely a thing. But I don't know. It was just funny to me when it comes to Apple, and it's just kind of become a shtick now at this point, because I grew up an Apple kid, and when I say I grew up an Apple kid, I mean I had the Apple IIe. We had a Mac SE.
I just pictured you with a pot on your head like a hat. Like
Johnny Appleseed. Yeah, nice. I lived on an apple orchard. Actually, I did at one point, but
San Jose had a lot of apple orchards, though.
Actually, I was up in Boulder Creek, up in the Santa Cruz Mountains. I lived on an apple orchard or property.
You're being serious right now.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Yeah, 20 different varieties of apples.
But did you wear the pot?
I didn't even realize there was that many.
I didn't wear a pot as a helmet.
You're not even for fun one time, just jokingly.
I know I did.
I have.
I have.
If I did, it was when I was a kid and I don't remember it.
Who was the superhero? Was that Forbush man who used to do that? He used to have like a pajama onesie with a
pot with like eyes cut.
With the eye slits in the pot. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but no, I don't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, so I mean, I stopped using Macintosh computers in 1992. So
that's early.
Right. Well, I grew up with nothing but Apples and Macs and everything because my mom was a desktop publisher. And back then, desktop publishing, you only did it on a Mac because PCs, or IBM computers, as we referred to them back then, were business machines. If you were doing computational and spreadsheets or on Lotus 123 or whatever, you used that. If you did page layout using PageMaker and other stuff like that, you did that on a Macintosh on their little monitor screen that was like this. So yeah, 92. When I was started to I was studying to be an electrical engineer and had to do coding and all this other stuff. I've switched over to PC and I've been there ever since. So I kind of joke, when these young kids and their iPhones and all this other stuff and the sheeple lining up to get the new phone and then stuff. And I would say, they go, "Oh, Rob, you don't use a Mac? Why don't you use a Mac?" I said, "I stopped using Macs in 92. And usually I get a response that I wasn't even born then. And it's like, yeah, I know. Go away.
You're like a version of a hipster, but you're not a hipster because that terminology wasn't around. Yeah. That terminology wasn't around when you were already hipstering. I'm trying to think of what it would have been called in your era.
Hipstering.
He was hipstering hard, though.
Exactly.
Too many people think this is cool, and it's no longer cool, but yet you're a huge Nightmare Before Christmas fan, which went through that same exact era, where out of nowhere, everybody just started, like 10, 15 years after it existed, Hot Topic started carrying swag for it. So everyone all of a sudden, exactly.
Well, it wasn't. Well, Hot Topic started carrying all the swag for Nightmare Before Christmas, but actually it had been going nonstop from Japan. So in Japan, Nightmare Before Christmas was huge from the get-go. And like Hello Kitty, it had more damn toys than you knew what to do with. And
I know what to do with Hello Kitty toys.
Yeah, burn them. But
I got kids. Hey.
I was gonna surround my bed with them.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm not gonna lie. There was a time in the 90s when all of my friends had Hello Kitty picture wallets, because back then, like, we didn't have our.
You hung out with a lot of girls, I hope.
I did. Actually.
Okay, because I was gonna say, I
hung out with the ladies back then, Rob.
That's okay, because if I don't think any of I'd be admitting to hanging out with friends that were in Hello Kitty picture wallets.
But that was a thing for us. Like that was a cultural thing. I shouldn't say cultural thing. That's stupid. But that was a thing that we did where I lived. A lot of our friends, boys, girls, we all had picture wallets of because we can go to get studio pictures done and split it amongst 10 people and get the most expensive package, but only pay $10 for it. We all get wallets of our friends.
But Hello Kitty
wallet in Hello Kitty wallet. That was a thing that was
Hey.
Oh, snap.
Are y'all here to tell us your Hello Kitty picture wallet stories?
Nice sticker. I like that sticker, Cole. That's a beautiful sticker, dude.
Hey, Ignacio.
No. How are you guys?
Doing good. How are y'all doing today?
Hey, so Ignacio, you don't usually wear the earring, do you? Is that an earring I see?
I have it since I was 15 years old.
Oh,
I haven't taken it off.
I'm probably always paying attention to your lips. That's why.
I think I stopped wearing my earrings in #94.
When you ditched Mac computers.
One year after he abandoned the Mac.
Actually, that was true. Actually, I actually didn't get I got my ears pierced in '93. I think it would have been, and then probably stopped wearing them in '97, '98. Actually, by the time I left, shortly after I left radio, when I wasn't in the rock and roll radio business anymore, and I had to work retail and sell stuff for a living. Yeah,
I have both my ears pierced twice. I have a labrae, and I had a tongue piercing. That's it above the neck.
You're not going to bring up the Prince Albert? You already told me about the Prince Albert.
With the chain that went to his nipples.
I think he told you that in confidence.
He actually went a different route. He actually connected the chain to his belly button ring.
And
how does that work with gravity?
It is saucy and wouldn't you?
It's on a little ratchet winch. Hold on.
It's gonna make that sad note.
You know,
exactly.
Cole and Ignacio came on, and this stream got real weird, real quick.
And I didn't even say anything
after his show last night on that. I blame Ignacio.
And I'm talking like a whack comics kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did y'all ever see Mac and Me? It was like the direct DVD version of E.T. I liked it even more than E.T.
Yeah. I remember the design of Mac, and he loved bubblegum. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the movie Paul Rudd always shows when he's on like Conan O'Brien?
Yes, where they fly off the cliff.
Same clip.
Every time. Yeah, we actually have a clip of the movie right now, and Paul Rudd always brings the Mac and me clip.
He's great. That's great.
But he's Time's sexiest man of the year.
Is it? Yeah, I heard he beat out Hemsworth.
Yeah. Yeah. I said he doesn't age, and my wife popped up. Who, Paul Rudd?
Listen to Kyle.
My
Immediately,
girlfriend-
you said Paul Rudd. Boop, there she is.
My girlfriend, her top two are Paul Rudd and Seth Rogen. Like, all right.
What?
I don't have to worry about like the good-looking muscular guys. It's the chubby guys with long hair or short hair are the ones that never age. Those are the ones that I got to worry about the dorks more than I got to worry about like the saucy jocks around her.
Mr.
Well,
Girl.
Do I need to say this? You are her dork, so you're safe there, dude.
Yes, very
welcome.
much so.
So you should feel relieved that you fit the parameters.
I do. She's like, look at him. Yep. I'm within this.
You hear significant others hall passes being these extremely attractive people, and it makes you wonder, did they settle for me?
Oh God.
Is this the best, really? Oh, okay.
Oh, I also just randomly have this book sitting here, which is kind of weird since we're talking about Paul Rudd.
No. He's destiny.
All right, Jason Momoa, Panda.
Well, dude, I mean,
That doesn't surprise me. Kyle had a picture wallet with Hello Kitty. I'm not surprised at all.
See, here's the thing. I didn't have like a Hello Kitty picture wallet.
Sure you did. You said so.
I had Karopi.
No, you said Hello Kitty.
I had
Karopi is the frog, right?
The frog, yeah. Who else? Hold on. Now one will go. Because I had like all of them except for actual Hello Kitty, but
There's
I had
more
all
than one of them?
friends. Oh, well, like the characters.
Fuck
So I had.
I'm serious. There's more than just a kid than Hello
Yeah,
Kitty.
there's Melody.
this
That's a
whole
rabbit.
group. So
I had
I'm
no
looking
idea.
at it. So I had Choco Cat, I had Bats Maru, I had Karopi. Who else? I had Pachaco. Pachaco was the one that like a lot of us really
Pokemon
liked a
all
lot.
over again.
It's
well,
hold on.
I had no idea that there was more than just Pokemon.
There's no one called Pokemon.
So there's more than 150 Pokemon.
Whatever, Pikachu. Okay, whatever his name is, I don't know.
Well, now there's like 750.
Yeah,
Probably more than that.
I think they add
752.
I don't know. They add with every season. They add
That's
I don't know,
Maru.
like a
See?
hundred
That's
more.
Maru. Panda knows what's up.
I got no idea.
Well, it's not really for us, you know, Rob.
Well, it's definitely not for me, obviously.
Hey, so
Maybe it could be. Have you tried?
No.
All
But there's
right,
a lot of
Well-
things that aren't for me, and I'm not going to try either. And it's
Can
not
you
just Brussels
imagine?
sprouts.
Yeah, you look comfortable.
Wink.
Suddenly, Rob becomes Pokemon obsessed, and he starts collecting Pokemon shit. That would be amazing, man. That would
the
be a
wall of
sight to
slabs
see.
becomes the wall of Pokemon. All right, I gotta get going. I got a meeting to get to, you guys. Have a good one. Thanks, Mark, for letting
Bye,
me come
Manolo.
hang on.
Always a good time. I appreciate you hopping on.
Later.
Hey, so some news from the Disney Plus Day. There's going to be a new X-Men animated TV series in 2023 called X-Men 97.
Wow.
And 97 implies what exactly?
That was
They're
when
going to take the 90s
last,
show and remake it.
Yeah, that was when the last
Probably.
show ended. Agatha House of Darkness, we know about.
Oh, thank God. An Agatha show.
Also, the Echo show.
That's the Daredevil character.
That's the Daredevil character.
I'm kind of
Marvel
excited about that. How many of these are going to be animated versus live action? I know Agatha is live action. X-Men, obviously cartoon. What's the other two?
Echo will be live action. Marvel teases standalone Marvel Zombies animated project.
So they're going to follow up the What If episode with its own show, basically.
Yep.
Probably go back to the start of everything. And
They're going to milk the cow as much as they can.
I wish they would. These all just feel like it all just feels like filler, like unnecessary filler.
That's why.
Yeah, because you're old, Mark. But for some kid, this is their first experience with this material.
Yeah, well, that'll be my first experience with Echo. I don't see why anyone would care about the Agatha thing. To be honest with you, I honestly can't fathom Disney sitting there saying, "I think people might want to watch Agatha."
It's really about they have a platform, they have to continue to fill it with content, and
they're still playing it safe though. They have an endless well of content, but instead of pulling into like dynamic kind of stuff, I don't know. It just seems like they're getting stuff that I don't know. My whole thing when they started the Marvel TV shows was that I was hoping they'd hold major weight and almost be like a mandatory watching stuff if you wanted to get the next chapter in the ongoing universe. But everything is take it or leave it so far, and it's not. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying like
it's just about generating content and getting more and more content that's not just old stuff up there. I mean, that's when you launch a platform, it's nice. You have this library of old stuff that you can populate. But like for me, I'm only rewatching so much old content or some of it, so it's like you got to generate new stuff to keep people keep paying that subscription over and over again. If you don't, people are going to stop with your subscription and move on. Right, Paramount?
So they've also carved out a
Peacock.
That's it. A section for Spider-Verse stuff, even though they didn't announce anything. We knew about the Obi-Wan series coming up. Baymax is getting his own series from Big Hero 6.
Well, Baymax doesn't have his own series?
Yep.
Oh, the
there's
Big
been
Hero
a Big
6
Hero
series.
6 series before.
And Willow will have a TV show.
So what?
Nobody knows about the
I'm sure it's got to be a new character, a new actor, because I don't think
Warwick
Davis
Davis
is up to playing that role anymore.
If they don't bring back
he's
Warwick
getting
and
old.
Val Kilmer, I'm out.
Val Kilmer he's mute now.
Yeah, I heard about that.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
So today on Disney Plus, though, we get Shang-Chi releases, Jungle Cruise, Home Sweet Home Alone, Olaf
Jungle Cruise
Presents,
was really fun. I've said it a bunch of
a
times.
collection
That
of
is a
fan
fun
favorite
movie.
shorts.
Warwick
The
Davis.
world. Season 2 of The World According to Jeff Goldblum. That's great. Dude, you can say what you want. That show is it is weirdly, mysteriously, like you start to watch it and you're like to see what the hell this is, and somehow I can't walk away from the show. I don't think it's just weirdly entertaining. Jeff Goldblum
What's it about?
It's just different things. So the very first episode was probably, if Nick hasn't seen it, it was right up Nick's alleys. It was like he just went into the whole world of the subculture world of shoe collectors, sneaker collectors.
Mm-hmm.
And in like another episode, he was doing like body piercing or tattooing.
Are they trying to turn him into the next Morgan Freeman? And I'm not saying that jokingly, but
it's not like just
for
talking
life.
about these types of things. It was more of like he goes out and he like kind of explores on one particular, like he did a whole thing on like a custom made, ice cream flavors, and he gets in there hands on and he's doing this stuff and he's like you're experiencing it, but he's putting his Jeff Goldblum kind of quasi flair that he does with the whole thing, where you're like, dude, I know you're not, but man, he's definitely very fluid in his presentation of everything that he does, and it's wildly captivating.
The funniest thing that I think I've ever seen him do, the most rewatchable thing in his entire career, was his Saturday Night Live performance in the skit he did when Will Ferrell was Harry Carey.
I haven't seen it. I don't
Oh
want to
God,
watch
you have
it.
to look it up. They were this is old, like early '90s, and he was interviewing him about space.
Yeah,
it was the funniest thing.
Early '90s, I was busy.
Will Ferrell's doing the whole time.
We're busy living.
Hey, what's your favorite planet? Mine's the sun. it's ridiculous.
Well, he did a bunch of crazy stuff. His whole stuff in like, Earth Girls Are Easy and just like. But I don't know. It's like one of those things. Like when I get done watching them, I think to myself like, I shouldn't really be liking this show as much as I do. And I've talked to other people who felt the same way. It's like they sat down, they turned it on, and for whatever reason, they couldn't avert their eyes. Yeah. And they come back wanting to watch more episodes. So I'm excited to see that they did a season 2 on it.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
I watched that first one with the shoes, and I didn't watch anything else.
You just put it on loop.
He got his fill. It was good.
Yeah, he got enough Goldblum for the season. Well, I think that's the same thing that with Morgan Freeman and his Search of God show. I think they are exploiting their character, their persona, their public persona. I mean,
they
Morgan
exploiting,
Freeman,
or are they just cashing in on?
whatever. I don't know. I speak Spanish. I might be wrong with the word.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. I should know better. I apologize. I have
no worries, man.
English is a fucked up language, so
yeah, well, Spanish is too. So
yeah, but we take it to a whole new level.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I tried studying French and Russian. I couldn't get a grasp on Russian. French. Is that Monkey?
That's Finn. He's playing with his Megazords.
Oh, okay.
Does he shut up like shoe boxes and stomp on them like Megazords?
Oh, that was good.
Like their little buildings.
He sets up like the Imaginext buildings and play sets he has, and he busts through those.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, speaking of children, I was thinking.
I don't recommend them.
Well, it's kind of late, man. Cole and I are.
I'm kidding.
I mean, we're all knee deep in them. You are kind of on the out.
Yeah, I'm moving them out. I did my time. I can see the parole board on the horizon here, and so I'll get to live in parole, and that's when they're away at university. You're still paying for them and supporting them, and they come home periodically, right? And then eventually you hope for a full release and freedom. Yeah.
Well, you can always kick them out. It worked for me.
This is why I chose. My house is only like a 1,200 square foot house, and their bedrooms are like 8 by 10. It's so small that they have to have loft beds and stuff. So it was great. So when they went to university, the dorm room felt a little bit bigger. And I moved them out of state so that way they can jumpstart their lives outside of state. And it's like, I love you, and your people, but I don't want you moving back in my house with your trying to raise your family with mine. I don't have room for you. We never did any additions on the house for that very reason.
So every room, when they leave, it becomes something else in the house.
Well, one of the room, once they're fully done and we know that they're set up, one of the rooms will remain a guest room. My wife is very adamant about that.
Yeah.
But both rooms won't. No, one of the other rooms will become. My son's room right now is being used as my wife's office space. While he's away at college, and when he comes home, she has to move out to the kitchen table because we don't have a huge house with multiple spaces. So,
well,
this one's on the bedroom as well.
I'm excited for 20 years from now when we're all talking about our kids being in college, and you can be like, in 2021, I sent my kids to college.
Oh, how are you doing? We haven't said much yet. How's your day?
Sleepy. I kind of came on here because Ignacio wanted to talk about something, and I wanted to be here while he talked about it.
Oh, you want to control me, Daddy Cole? Well, yeah. Cole and I, the Burrito Boys and I, are going to do a special announcement tomorrow in their channel. Sadly, for the Burrito Boys, it's a pretty big drop in the quality of the guests because last show they had Scott Snyder, and then they have me now. So I'm sorry for them.
They're resetting the flow of the show, getting expectations back down.
I'll at least
exactly
be there this time around. So.
It was like Slab Hub, the guy who had to follow Kenny Caps.
But we'll have a pretty nice announcement tomorrow.
That's
So
awesome.
you
Y'all are doing your
might-
own variant.
We might be.
Well, I mean, there's
Maybe.
really no other options unless you're like sneaking Ignacio into America to visit. That's the only other option.
We could.
One or
Who
the
knows?
other.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe they're arranging
Maybe an animated
special
series for HBO
commissions
Max.
with Ignacio. You don't know that.
Grab Lee on the way in, Ignacio.
Is it going to be an issue number 1 of an upcoming project or an existing project?
I don't think we can talk about it yet.
I mean, you're more than capable of talking about it. There's nothing
It's a
legally
project.
holding you back from answering that.
Yeah, but Cole is here, man.
I mean, like I'm actually asking Cole. Like,
Oh, then I'm going to shut up.
You'll see. I mean, it's.
well, just throw
something
this
bad.
out there for the sake of wanting to premiere it on your channel to a bigger audience. The more little teases and hints and Easter eggs you're able to throw out there without fully revealing it,
It's kind of both. Because it's
Awesome.
technically
So
never
it's a
been
set-
like
it's
in
a-
preview yet.
That's pretty cool.
Never technically been in preview, so it has been in preview.
No, it
was-
hasn't. It hasn't been in preview.
So
but
it
it's
was
been released.
Kickstarted or GoFundMe, and now it's getting ready to come to it. You got to think of what these guys are into. So these are Kickstarter, GoFundMe guys, big time. And then a lot of those books do get transferred over once they hit budgets and stuff. So big congratulations on y'all! I cannot wait to see what book it is,
What
if it
are the
even is a book.
Who knows?
Yeah, are there going to be
New line of
remark?
dresses.
Are there going to be signature and remark options, Ignacio?
Maybe no.
He said no.
Maybe though.
No, unless I can sneak into the U.S. under Cole's mustache. I don't think so.
It's not big enough.
Well, I mean, aren't we capable of mailing you our books?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it would be so expensive, man.
What's
Who
your
cares?
point? I think
You
you're
speak of money
undervaluing
matters.
yourself. Don't place a value on yourself, Ignacio.
Don't try
I'm
and make
not
them
placing a
up.
value on myself. I mean, I'm placing a value on shipping, and shipping is a
Ignacio,
bitch.
I have sent books to Italy for signatures. So
And he's done that
Tell
for
me
the
how to
month.
spend my money.
Oh well, of course you can spend your own money however you want. I mean,
but it's easy enough because what you can do is you slip a couple packs of cocaine in there for me,
Oh, Christ.
and when it comes back,
there you go.
don't hate Mark because I came up with a good idea.
It was a great idea. That's why I had to take you down for a second. YouTube is not keen on great ideas.
No.
When your good ideas hit probably a little too close to home, like real world, you're like, wait a minute.
Legion of Comics
I
does not
mean, you're-
endorse this idea of drug
I mean,
using the
you're
postal
like
service as a drug mule.
Thank you.
for
Leave it
and
to
a
Clint
half-
Eastwood.
That's the
Are we looking at yet another slate lineup of
Blurry.
Yeah, I
of
can't get
releases.
I'm Groot.
Secret
Yeah.
You're
Invasion.
good.
Marvel
You're
Zombies,
cold.
I think I need to get my
Agatha,
glasses
so they've
checked.
added a few to it there.
Ironheart, Groot, Spider-Man freshman year, Echo.
Hey, Nick, someone say Ironheart. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, good timing.
We were talking about Ironheart yesterday, Cole.
Ironheart's been on the
Yeah.
slate for a while though. They've
I've
been
three
talking about
Ironheart books
a
this series,
Riri
yes.
based show for over a year now.
Oh,
Yeah, but
I mean,
but now it's actually getting closer, talking about it and starting to slate it up.
Yeah, that just allows all
Well,
my
they
books
show
to
these
spike even more.
slates like once every 3 months. Like, here's another slate. Here's another slate. We're injecting some more into it, moving some stuff around. They're just keeping hype alive, keeping the conversation going. I mean, it's all coming. Like, it's definitely coming. But
whole bunch
Well,
of
let's see.
coming
Let me
soon.
think. This is a multi-arm, multimedia company that its sales have been driven in the comics by attention focused on these TV shows and movies. So if they keep populating new potential shows and movies, and people go back and drive interest within the comics as well, which then feeds themselves as well, whether or not they actually ever even produce the show or not, they've succeeded by moving the needle and keeping the interest in the comics and whatnot. So
absolutely,
it's a win-win. Makes sense.
yeah, they're never going to lose. I mean, even with the paper shortage, they're going to keep doing variants. I mean, they must have a fucking huge deposit full of paper.
Wow.
Or they are going to start the biggest recycling paper campaign in the history of the US, and they're going to get all that paper and print new comics. And they're going to look like, oh, we're here to save the world. Did I get a little bitter there? Sorry, guys.
Well, it's all about processing it and everything else too, and then transporting it. That's it. Got some more slabs being delivered. This is gonna be great. Got a shipment that just shipped out from CBCS. Got another shipment that's being delivered today. I feel like I'm gonna have a lot of slabs stacked up to unbox here shortly.
How many slabs do you still have in CGC, Rob?
CGC, there's very few, but CBCS has over 200 and something.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I only have like CGC because I stopped shipping to CGC when they raised their prices. Aside from signature events, everything's gone to CBCS since then. And so CBCS has like think of it without going in directly to looking up my inventory list. It's something like 230 something books are at CBCS right now, or at my presser on the way to CBCS, one or the other, right? And then I have like another 40 something books that are at various facilitators for signing events and whatnot, and then there's like 40 books at CGC.
There's no ring on my finger, Kyle.
You can take it off.
So yeah, I have a few books out, and unlike Nick, who probably moves almost as many books through, the problem is I don't move them through like Nick does. I couldn't hear you over Finn. What was that?
It says move them through, but not move them through.
Yeah, I ship them out and I get them back in, but that's where their journey ends. Whereas you then find them a new home.
No, see? Come
on. I think I'm gonna go take a nap. I'm gonna.
Well,
Daddy, get that sleep.
Now,
yeah, I have a 9-day-old, so I haven't slept very much. So,
yeah, try to
why not? I'm sure the 9-day-old doesn't do anything but sleep.
Have a good one.
Dusty.
What I learned how to do at an early age was sleep with a baby monitor.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
Oh, well, even easier then.
But okay, bye.
Bye.
I think I was just lucky that the kids would scream or cry at the frequency that I couldn't hear. So
while you're joking, like I get customers that walk into the kennel and they're like, "Oh man, how do you deal with all that barking all day?" And I was like, "They're barking."
You just tune it out, yeah.
Because I hear it. Of course, I hear it, but it just becomes like a non-thing. But then when I get home, like the kids being loud or something, like guys, stop.
Different frequency that you're not tuned out to, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I'll get home like before they do or something like that, and then they come home. I'll turn up. I'm like, dude, I'm home. Like my brain just changes gears as soon as I walk out of that kennel. Like I just need it. Like it is so much energy in that place all the time. You're rocking.
Yeah, but here's the secret that your kids are about the right age, and you probably already know this. And I used to teach this when I would teach scout leaders that dealt with especially Cub Scout levels when I would which is the like first grade through fifth grade, 7-year-olds to 11. I would teach the scout leaders that running a group of kids is like having a pack of dogs, and that you need to make sure that they know that you're in charge, that you're the dominant one, and when somebody starts to deviate, stop, get them, something that gets their attention.
Yeah, I got one of those shot collars for the kids I brought over from work.
Yeah, clickers work great, It's funny is my kids would do that periodically, and as they got tired of at one point I would go with the kids, I go,
I've got the dog trained on just a single snap,
Right.
Like I don't necessarily need him to do anything, but when he hears that, he stops whatever he's doing and sees what I want.
Yeah, exactly. It catch their attention. It's the same thing with kids. Kids are a pack of dogs. And
God, tingles when Mark spoke like that. Oof.
What?
Hit me that hard. Oof.
Like right now, that little wiener's just sleeping right there on the end of the couch. If I snap, oh man, he's asleep.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Or you were just lying.
Or he's saying, "I'm gonna watch this, buddy. Tell people you got me trained."
Yeah.
Oh, you think you're the alpha? Say, Rob, do you use the Rudyard Kipling myth of the Jungle Book in the Scouts there?
Yeah, the whole
Cub Scouts?
for the Cub Scouts, it's all based off of the Jungle Book was because the ranks. Matter of fact, they have the training.
We do that here too.
The adult leader training is called Blue training, and and you had the tigers and the wolves and your leaders are all a Kayla and all that stuff. Yeah, it's all based on that original Kipling mythology.
Yeah, I was a Cub Scout. I was a Scout too. So I wanted to know if we kept the same myth or.
Yeah, I think a lot of the scouting, there's a lot of similarities in it because they all borrow originally from Baden Powell's initial thing for the Boy Scouts, and then the younger programs, they've adopted what has worked well for others. There's always differences between them, but I think that there's a lot of countries that use the Jungle Book mythos.
No, I think at first I was in a Catholic organization of the Scouts. And then and there's another one that is not Catholic, and then they merge those two together, and you can have whatever religion you want, and you can go to a originally Catholic Scout group,
right?
Which is cool because, I mean, institutionalized faith.
Here they're not. The Scouts itself is non-denominational, although they might be chartered by different churches as well as other groups. Like our troop, the troop that I was in as a kid, and my son was in, and that I'm still registered with, used to be by the Baptist Church, but the Baptist Church separated ways with us after 60 years when the Boy Scouts started changing their position regarding homosexuals, and then we switched out. Now we're actually attached to the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church was much more accepting, actually, of
I mean, they
understood it. First of all, this was a youth scout program. We weren't talking about sex. That's not what we're there for.
You shouldn't be. I mean,
exactly. So they understood that concept, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Catholic Church, they had to adapt to the times because if not, they would lose. They would keep losing adepts. People.
Well, it's also the concept. If God is truly love and you love thy neighbor, well then But I'm not going to turn this into a religious preaching or anything else because I'm not versed enough. But
Mark is not here, so he can cut you off. We can talk
it's not an area of strength of knowledge for me because I was not indoctrinated into any religion as a child.
Oh yeah, I was.
Yeah,
my father, as a matter of fact, my father was before what I don't know. I think he dropped out when he was 15. When he was in the seminary. He was studying to be a priest.
Was he the second child?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Absolutely square mentality. Absolutely.
Well, that's generally how it is. It's the second child gets to go to the seminary.
Yeah, and then my aunt, who's the third child, they tried to make her to be a nun, and she wouldn't.
Yeah.
He wouldn't budge.
Yeah, no,
which is good.
My mom was Catholic and my father was Protestant, so we never. They just couldn't decide where to go, so we ended up just kind of letting everyone do their own thing. But
yeah, Is the
I
best.
just have so now it's just I have certain spirituality which is not bound by any confines of any religion. So it's been, and that's where I enjoyed scouting, was a lot of opportunities to get exposed to a lot of different um, theologies and whatnot along the way, which was always good.
Yeah, that's what I did when I left the Catholic institution. I started to research other systems of institutionalized faith, and that led me to basically being a more spiritual person, but basically kind of hating the institutionalization of faith.
Yeah, I always used to look at it.
This is an interesting comment from Ruben. He said, I was raised Catholic, but I'm agnostic now, borderline atheist. And a lot of people use the terms agnostic and atheist like it's a sliding scale of the same ideology, but those are actually two different ideologies altogether, where agnosticism is talking about knowledge. You either do or don't believe something, and then theism is based on belief. So one is not knowing and one is believing. They're actually two different categories, where most people who just hear the terms passed around willy-nilly, they consider agnostic like I don't not believe, but I'm not sure, when it's really just conflating the two improperly. You can be an agnostic theist, where you say I believe but I'm not certain. Right. You can be and vice versa. But
I always used to put the kind of the mentality of there's the big C and there's little c, right? Just like there's, when people talk about God, there's little g and big G. And when you talk about little c and big C, like the church is a good, little c church is good, and it gives people their form, their structure, whatever they can, there's different forms of these religions depending on how you view them, whether you view them as like different languages, that people speak different languages regionally, religions developed differently in different areas, and they just have the same ways of believing, of coming up with the same the same kind of same ideas, versus the big C. Versus the big C, kind of where you have the institutions of the church, which instead of using being man's attempt to understand where his place is in the universe and everything else, instead big C is using God to control other men and women, right? It's this idea of the church is going to tell you how you need to believe, and you how you're going to do this, and how you have to live your life, and how you have to do these things. And maybe it's not as much necessarily even today, but when you go back and you look at, especially during the majority of the Western development, let's go with that, right? There's a big push throughout the Western civilization of the big C coming in there and trying to exerting itself and running, dictating how things are going to be done and how people should believe. And they adapted their religions to accommodate various things. I mean,
their chosen lifestyles.
Yeah, I mean,
when your lifestyle that you choose does not match your dogma, you then change your dogma.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Also, to be able to, when you came when you were warring with another neighboring country and you took over, the easiest way to get the people to buy in and control it into you was to buy into religion. How you did that, you adapt your religion to meet their religion. So you had
how appropriate you mentioned that around the holiday season.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why we celebrate. That's why we celebrate Christmas when we celebrate Christmas, because
the celebration of the Son of God instead of the celebration of the Sun God, because that was traditionally when, as the sun was waxing,
closest with the winter solstice, when
the sun was waxing and growing, which was traditionally the birth of the Sun God.
So for those that don't know,
and then Easter, that's when happens to be that
when Constantine took over and he set up Christianity as the primary religion, it was actually his mom, who would be kind of considered a new age chick these days. Like, she would have been into crystals and stuff like that. Because that's what I'm being serious. Like, it sounds funny, but I'm being serious. In her time, into Christianity, that's what it was like. It was a new age thing, and that's what she was kind of into. So Constantine just chose that because it's what his mom was into, because they wanted to take over the pagan ritual and stuff that was kind of the widespread, because like Rob pointed out, they wanted one to kind of just steer everyone toward and for. Because of the time era, that sounds crazy today, but that was actually very smart back then. You needed something unifying your people that they could all share in and do. And there's so many reasons for it that don't pertain to our lifestyles today. But anyways, the Christianity one, they adapted so many of the practices and everything to coincide with what we're listening. That cross on the Catholic Churches, Ignacio, since you mentioned Catholicism, the cross with the circle in the middle of it has nothing to do with Christianity. That actually predated it, and that was the pagan crosses that were used that they just kept around, and they've been made and just used over and over.
Have for directly there. You had with the Father, the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit comes from the Mother, the Maiden, and the Crone.
On that note, I'm out of here, guys.
All right, Nick.
We bored you enough, Nick.
We found Nick's. We found it.
I want no. It's not that I'm confounded.
Yes, exactly. Johnny's got it. A lot of it's not over religion, but it's over the churches. Exactly.
Yeah, I got to get prepped. I got a lot of stuff to do today for the sale tonight. But love you guys.
Yeah,
good luck.
Take it easy, man.
Okay.
Yeah, no, all the saints that the patron saint of it, the patron saint of that replaced the various minor deities that you had in these different things, and and it's not just Catholicism. They did it. A lot of
it's
or even
everything.
what I love is the greatest.
It's a system of control.
Yeah,
whichever works in the time that runs. I mean, today is not religion, at least not for most of the world. Today
now
is
it's Facebook
money.
fear.
Well, technology, yeah.
The other guy is going to take all your stuff. You should fear him. Join us instead. But the
Meta.
Yeah, the one that I always loved was the example is you take Satan, right? The idea of the common imagery today of the devil, of this horned goat foot type thing, right? Well, that was right. It was Lucifer, right? Lucifer was an angel. He was a fallen.
Yeah, the life bringer.
You know where all that Lucifer and
it
stuff
didn't
comes from the Persian era, when the whole 300 era, when the Persians had their biggest stronghold over the planet. Period. There were a lot of Jewish people that were looking up to the Persian Empire that they had control over, and the Zoroastrians at the time, which is the oldest concept of good versus evil in known religion, picked that stuff up from the Jews, and that kind of merged together. Well, religious history and study.
The imagery. I'm saying the imagery of flipping from this fallen angel to this horned thing came from the fact that in the male deity in a lot of the pagan religions was featured as having horns, either as originally a stag and later on through domestication, later on kind of goat horns and whatnot. And so it was an imagery that was adopted in the Middle Ages by the Catholic Church to portray as the devil. So that way it was these people who, instead of practicing their local spiritual religion, they're worshiping Satan. You need to go out and convert them and all this other stuff. So it was one of those. This is another system of control, but thank God we're all past trying to control other people today, right?
It's enjoyable talking with other people that like to talk about not necessarily people's faith or their beliefs, but religion. Not individuals, people, what they believe, but because I have religious debates and talks with people, and I'm a really big fan of testing my epistemology. Why do I believe what I believe? And when you get down to stuff like different religions and stuff, not very many people do it too much. But just like take Harry Potter, you can grab a Harry Potter book, open it up to the front, check the copyright on it, see when and where it was printed. In this day and age, you can go to those places and find out the dates it was printed. And they have records of where they buy their paper and their ink from, and they can get an idea of what lot of paper it came from or who they bought it from on what dates. And then you can go to those paper distributors who get it in from the sawmills and follow it back, and you can pretty much find where the paper was farmed from, what tree forest was because of record. You can do the same thing with religion to a degree. You can follow this book's history back to this place, and it's the Bible's creation back to the Council of Nicaea, and you can follow that. It's just very interesting, and too few people do it that stake so much claim on beliefs based off of it.
Well, and the key I always think is great is look, I don't knock any religion or anything else on that, but to think that anything is literal, it's like stories are told over time. They've been translated language to different languages, everything else. Just if nothing else, through the process of oral conversations and translations into written and translations from different languages. If anybody's ever typed in a paragraph into Google Translate and switched it between 17 different languages, then go back to English and be surprised by what you get at the end.
Well, in all sincerity, you can look at the multiple different English versions, same language, the multiple different, the New American Standard, the New International Version, the King James, the New King James, where like they start reading very differently when you get into them.
You're talking about WandaVision?
Well, we are talking about archetypes in the end, because every religion is based on archetypes and tropes, and we as consumers or producers of stories, we take those tropes and basically tell another story with the same archetypes, because the collective unconscious reacts to those archetypes.
Are you familiar with Joseph Campbell?
Yeah, I read
Joseph Campbell, The Hero's Journey, and all that. Like he
I
died
read it.
and he's a man of faith, not necessarily specific religion, but he can tie in like the Bible into like Greek mythology, and not like saying one directly relates to him, but just like what you're talking about with these archetypes and everything. And then the way that the stories in the Bible are told on a structural level, how it's the Old Testament, you can sandwich these archetypes with like a beginning, middle, end, and then you see the same writing format used through the New Testament stuff. It's absolutely fascinating stuff.
I mean, man, we have the three structure act for narrative storytelling because it works, and it has worked for ages. Joseph Campbell has, I mean, like a 12-step hero's journey.
Yep.
And then Dan Harmon, the dude from Rick and Morty, did a story arc based on the hero's journey that has 8 steps that basically correspond to the archetypes of the hero's journey, but for an episodic show structure. And it's amazing because you see that, and then you see whatever episode he has written. I mean, Community, Rick and Morty, whatever, and he respects that structure to the T, because it's the structure that we as consumers of stories react better to.
Take it easy, Nosh. But yeah, this conversation took a turn to the awesome.
I mean, we started talking about dicks and whatever, and we mutated.
They just kind of go where they go. Be water.
It's like I put in the little promo for the show I posted on Instagram. Come by and talk about new comics, Disney Plus Day, and the inconsistency of matters in the ever fluctuating gravitational pull of a singularity event.
There you go.
Pretty much,
it's a white hole.
Yeah.
It's a white hole.
You never know what you're going to get is the whole point.
Yeah.
But the wife's passed out. Finn was just laying up on the couch where my daughter normally does. So I walked to go check on her because they got quiet. You know what that means. And I went and looked in Finn's room, and she's sitting in his Batmobile with a blanket up. Hey, Daddy. Sitting there with no TV on or nothing. She saw Finn lay down in her spot, so she went and laid in his spot. Now they're both up and doing whatever. So I'm about to hop off here and go try to settle them down so they get a nap at a decent time and fill up for what we got going on this evening. But I definitely appreciate you guys hopping on.
Thanks for having us.
I don't know if you want to tell us what you got, or tell everyone what you got coming up this weekend, Rob and Ignacio, if you want to tell us what cover it is y'all are doing.
No, I'm going to tell you tomorrow.
Slab tomorrow.
Dude, I've been waiting for a pretty long time. Well, not a pretty long time, and I'm finally, I pushed them a little. Dude, when are we going to announce this? I want to show this. So yesterday it worked. So tomorrow we're going to announce it.
That's fantastic. So, I'm excited for you.
Yeah, me too.
And then I get to be excited come tomorrow, but for now I'm just excited for you.
Well, thank you, man.
Yes, sir. Rob?
Slab Hub Saturday tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. Pacific, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Gary B, the casual comic guy, will be here to show off his slabs. Of course, giveaways during the live stream throughout that. And Monday will be a mail call that is shaping up to be quite a mail call indeed.
Fantastic. Well, tonight, if everybody's free, be sure to run by DJ Link's channel. It's Friday night, 9 p.m. real time for In the Mix. I'll be hanging out with DJ, just talking about who.
Are you gonna rap?
No, when he was talking about coming on and everything, and he set the days like, all right, this Friday. I'm like, all right, well, spoiler alert, I don't rap, so no, we're not. It's not a rap battle night. But,
Okay.
Can you open this?
Yeah, you want to open this 1993 original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers action figure?
And it's open.
Yeah, it's actually his. Our buddy from Belgium, Bart.
Yeah, Bart.
Yeah, he
No, I
got
want it back in the package.
No, he doesn't ever want it back in the package. It's weird. Let me show you what you do. I think it just slides in there. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, you can have it. Here's this. I don't know where this goes or how it goes. Oh, other hand, buddy. Maybe I don't know. I don't understand how this. Oh, I see. It just pegs in there. There you go.
Pegs.
Yep, pegs. Yeah, pegging.
Yeah.
And there we are, full circle.
All right, guys.
It truly is the circle of life.
The circle of life. No matter how much bullshit we say in the middle, it all ends up in the same place.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That's it for today. And I appreciate everybody stopping by. Until next time,
everyone.
we are Legion.